You join me here at Killarney Raceway, where the distractions continue as the sports cars make their way past. Of course, you know that this is the Power Series, and you might also know that this is the last Power Series of the season as more of the competitors go past. I'm joined today by the lovely Shante, who will be, I wouldn't say standing in for Dexter. I think we've kicked Dexter out. Dexter's gone Clubman. He's gone Clubman racing, Shante. But you'll be joining us today. Shante, before we go any further, could you just tell us a little bit more about yourself and your background here at Killarney Raceway, and maybe give us a couple of insights as well on what you know that the audience and myself might not.
Oh, I don't know about knowing much more than you knowing, but yeah, I've had some time at Killarney myself and done a breakfast GP on a 650 as well before on a motorcycle. So no, it's the petrol head is definitely in me, and this is exciting to be. I can feel the energy.
Yeah, and we are glad to have you here. The energy is palpable. Behind us over here, we see people queuing up for their coffees. We've got the mics ready for interviews, and we've got our phone over here. Our iPad, unfortunately, not here, but we've got the phone here with all the times. At the moment, though, if you're looking on your screen, you can probably see the Clubman's guys are out. So let's talk about that and jump straight into it as the Clubman's drivers make their way around. Clint Reinhardt in pole position. Charles Charles Fisser, the VW driver. He's now officially driving for VW. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say that, but Charles Fisser now VW driver, now in second place. Clint Reynard in third, and Daniel Coetzee, the man trying to win the championship in Clubman's, in third place at the moment. Now, for those of you guys that don't know what Clubman's racing is, it's tin-top racing where the engine and the car have to be from the same manufacturer. They are bracketed, so the times are together. So you got class A, B, C, and then my teammate who I'm supporting today from Team Crisp, Dexter Bruce, and my co-host as well. Our co-host, he's racing in Class X for the newer drivers. So Clubman's definitely one of my favorites and one of the most exciting to watch.
Absolutely, it's you can see the excitement of the people around here as well. You know, I think this is the way to get up early in the morning on a Saturday morning. I don't think there's much other reasons for people to get up so early on a Saturday morning.
6 o'clock when the sun came out, my eyes were wide awake because it's race day, baby. And then of course there's GTI Challenge out there as well. The championship already cinched for C and B, with Dylan van Eeren getting C and Zaki getting Class B. And then Class A, the chase between Coetzee and Umpi Swart happening right here on the track. Class A is so tight, with the two protagonists not qualifying first or second, but instead I think fourth or fifth further down the order. And I was just telling my co-host earlier on, if you see us waving and showing the thumbs up, it's because the Killarney family is out and about today, saying hi from behind the camera and saying hi to you guys as well out there at home. And if you want to come down here, come and join us, because as mentioned earlier on, it's just a good day to go to the races.
I love how you're saying it's the Killarney family is here, because it truly is like family. You know, we include everybody, and whether it's bikes or cars or whatever you're racing today, it's really, you're one family.
Yeah.
Everybody's feeling the energy of petrol.
Yeah, but look, in families though, you get the cousins. And for me, the bikers are like the cousins that visit on Christmas and New Year's. You though are a bit more familiar with the bikes. Do you like bikes though? Why do people like bikes so much, Sean?
Why do you need 4 wheels?
See what I mean? Now we're having the family argument at the dinner table.
2 less wheels, a little bit more fun.
Yeah. So, and do you find that what's it like riding a bike on the track? Is it fun?
It's very different to the road. You can't really compare the two. You'll find that a lot of guys that race on track don't have road motorcycles at all, and vice versa.
Wow. I think the safety thing is such a big concern, because you think racing a bike on track is not safe, but you're in a safer environment. The ambulance on standby, you got all the safety gear and equipment ready to go. So I think this is, if anywhere you want to go racing on a bike, this is the place to go.
This is the place to go for sure. I agree with you, Ernest. You know, if you are afraid of getting hurt or anything to that effect, I'd say come to the track, learn proper skills, and this is the place. There's no other vehicles involved, poles, lampposts.
Oh yes, those things stop you quickly. You just see the traction boys pulling in with their Subaru Impreza, their first time out in Clubman's as well today, as Zaki Hendricks, Class B champion, comes into view. There he goes. Trying to be professional here, guys. Come on now. Zaki Hendricks, Class B champion. And the Sports and GT guys, I think, are just off now. Yes, Sports and GT qualifying is happening right now, and that's where the big boys are out to play. Some of those cars doing as low as 1 minute 10s around here, and I'm excited to see what some of these guys do. And if you can watch on your screen now, you can see those times. Unfortunately, we don't have our screen here in front of us, so we'll be reaching over to the timing sheets on the phone over here, and also going through this document here as I try and search for the Sports and GT. But there are other categories here as well. We've got Trustees, Peugeot Trustees fine cars. We've got the Formula Libres here today, which is the single-seaters. We've got GTI Challenge, of course, and much more. And then, Shante, when it comes to the bikes, there are quite a few categories. I'm sad. See what I mean? We just got to wave it in. Speaking of bikes, HSC over there. HSC, very much involved with bikes, rallycross, etc.
Yeah, absolutely.
But when it comes to the bikes, why do you guys have so many classes, Shante?
I think it's the CCs of the motorcycles.
Okay.
That's a one thing. And also the bikes handle differently depending on the type of motorcycle. Same with the cars, you can't compare the one to the other. It's a similar aspect in the same way.
To keep them separated as the song goes, and also to make sure that the racing stays close and tight. And that's exactly what we've come to expect from the bikers over here at Killarney. And especially today, I think that the bikers today are quite a bit more excited than normal, because it's the final race of the season. But yesterday, we had qualifying. The bikes had qualifying yesterday, so a lot of the bike guys got to qualify. The GTI Challenge guys had qualifying yesterday. And if you want to see those qualifying times, you can check them out at mylaps.com. That's one place you can go to check out those qualifying times, mylaps.com. Just search for Speed Hive. That's where I go to get my lap times from. And you can see the qualifying results from yesterday. It's going to be a mega day today because the guys have been qualifying. And speaking of qualifying, it's someone that I know for a fact doesn't usually do interviews. Yuri Swan will be joining us. Yuri, please grab a seat. How's it? We got Chante, Yuri, and myself here. Yuri, you don't historically do interviews, but here you are. I mean, the producer got you over here. What's going on?
Yeah, are we pitting there by the alert pit? So we got an hour to go. There's nothing else to do. So
Yeah.
I thought, you know what? I'm not one for interviews too much, but I've got the nerves on it high today, so any distraction is good.
Awesome, and that's something that I've been chatting to Claudia Piazzabusa about. Sitting in a corner sometimes for an hour before the race isn't necessarily, you think you want to get into the zone, but that's not necessarily the best thing to do, is it?
No, you know, sometimes you get yourself out of the zone by too many things, too many variables that you worry about that you never even dream. You just dream up these unnecessary situations in your head. And I think the best thing is to just, as soon as you get on the grid, all these theories you made up just disappear. Yeah, they don't exist anymore. And I think that's the best thing to do. Is you actually should just not think about racing, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Think about, you know, getting yourself in a good mental space in general.
Yeah, Shante, anything from you?
How are your nerves feeling right now, being the last race of the season?
Look, it's a close title fight between Clinton and myself. You know, it's only 1 point in it, so it's whoever wins on the day. I'm fourth on the grid, he's fifth, so we both had a terrible qualifying. I've been circling with car issues all week. You know, my mechanic Ozzy was gearbox in and out like 6 or 7 times on Thursday, so you know, it's not an ideal situation. Look, the pace is very close. It's genuinely anyone in the top 5's race to win. I mean, there's 2 tenths between all of us. There's nothing. It's going to be tough. The main objective is to not DNF, is to not finish, and then race 2 is going to be, I think, the deciding race.
Sure. To finish first, you must first finish. But you've been historically very successful in high-pressure situations like today. How many championships have you racked up over the years in GTI Challenge and others? And today, Class A, it's the pick of the field at the moment. Class C is usually where the dices are happening, but today Class A is jam-packed.
Yeah, no, for sure. Look, I think we have 3 or 4 Class A titles at the moment, but in the end we race just to race, and whatever the points are at the end of the season, as long as you can look back and you enjoyed it, that's really all that matters. I mean, 20, 30 years from now, you just want to look back and remember it. That's all. So on the day, I just want to have a nice race and do my best, and if it's good enough, it's good enough, and if it's not, we'll look back and see what we can do better next time.
Well, that's the championship mindset right there. I love chatting to Yuri about these kind of things because you've got the mindset that I think inspires a lot of young drivers. The thought process, it's all well thought out. We wish you luck today. We wish you Godspeed today. And good luck with the driving, man. I'm sure that your performance will be as good as always.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was Yuri Swart, and a multiple champion in GTI Challenge. Just an example to me of how to perform. It really comes down to the performance on the day, and not to put any undue pressure on him, but he's historically known to perform. But Jason Kutsia is not going to make it easy. Jason is also a Polo Cup champion, and the 2 of them are further down the field. You would think they'd be qualifying 1 and 2, but as he said, they're 4 and 5. That means there's battling. That means there's 3 other cars in the mix there. They want to make sure that those 2 don't end up on the top spot.
Absolutely, but he's confident, and he's saying he wants to be distracted by just sitting and focusing and getting too much in his head. You wouldn't say he's that nervous. He actually looks pretty chill and ready for the day.
I think the champions certainly know how to deal with it. It's not that a combat athlete isn't afraid. It's not that the competitor isn't nervous. It's how to deal with those nerves in those high tension situations, and that's what separates the champions from the also-rans, as they say. As Davi Joubert today not having it all his own way. He is currently in second position. Steve Humble, who has now come out to give Davy some hassles, is currently in first place. If you look on your screen with the time of 1 minute 10, I mean, that's kind of like what the bikes do around here. That's bloody quick for a car, isn't it?
It's very fast, and I think the battle's really going to be on. It's so exciting when the final race of the season is so intense.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah. That's what we need right now. We need some intensity. That's Class A for Davy, Class S at least. Class A, Clinton Thorne, Gary Kisbert, a multiple champion over there, and Francis Carruthers. All these names are familiar. So if you like sports cars, sporty cars, then this is the class for you. Now, I've already said that we've already spoken to a GTI Challenge champion. I don't think we need to speak to any more GTI Challenge champions. I don't think we... Oh, we got another one here. We got another GTI Challenge champion over here. That doesn't get older.
No. I love the way you say it there. Champion.
I told you I'm going to call you champ for the next year, eh? I'm calling you champ for the rest.
That is fine. I don't mind.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
Definitely a good feeling. Definitely.
Zaki Hendricks over here, Class B champion. But Zaki, the shift has focused. The focus has shifted. It's now champ status is what you're after, or are you? There's a potential to clue everybody up. Zaki's already clinched the Class B championship. Dylan van Eerden has already clinched the Class C championship. Class A is up for grab, but there is an overall championship that everybody's been playing down the whole year, and now all of a sudden that's all we're talking about.
Well, okay, as you guys know, I only came on the championship now this year, half of this year. So then I discovered that the overall championship has been done away with. Okay, I'm a little bit upset about it, but it's still there in the air.
Yeah.
So everybody's talking about it, everybody wants to do it. So about 2 weeks ago, Monday, I discovered that I am leaving the overall championship. So we kind of go into the overall championship, even though there's not an overall championship.
Nice.
But we want to try and see if we can get it. Dylan van Eerden is also in it. Umpi Swart is in it, also as well in it.
Yes.
So, it's a theoretical championship, but we want to win it. Of course. Everybody wants it number one in their class. I'm going to try and see if I can get the number one in my class for next year.
Yeah.
But it's so exciting because Umpi and Clinton are one either.
I know.
Dylan is just racing for specs and bunches. I'm racing for specs and bunches. But the third place man, number 2 in the number 3 in all the classes are not decided yet. So that's why this is such an important race for everyone.
Kalpi's in the mix there as well.
He's so fast. My guy that I actually literally took around the track one day, showed him where the lines were.
You took him under your wing?
I took him under my wing, and now the guys they come in and show you the lines. I said, yeah, damn it, but I love it.
Between us, I saw Kalpi's in-car footage. He's looking good out there, man. He's driving. He's so smooth. His driving is leveled up so well. It's good to see. And again, isn't it nice to bring somebody into the sport?
Oh no, definitely. I brought so many guys that asked me, can we join GTI Challenge, and we went for it. I took him under my wing. I showed him how to drive. We took the race, and all of a sudden now they passed their master. You can call it that way. But it's nice. I love it. It's an amazing feeling. They still look up to me and they still respect me. But when they come to the track, I think they don't worry who I am anymore.
Shante.
I just want to know, we spoke earlier about mechanical problems, just before the race. Have you experienced any mechanical issues just before the last race of the season?
Yeah, you talk about mechanical. I just found out I had a right front puncture right now. So luckily I have another tire available, so I took the tire off, put a new tire on. I didn't want to go out with a new tire, but unfortunately they had to scrap now a new tire in this race.
Wow, a new tire for the last race of the season.
These brothers, they don't like brand new cars. No. They want
it takes a little bit of time. Yeah. But at the same time, these are the kind of things you'd rather know before the race day starts.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, I had a puncture, other guys had power down and too much power and mechanicals and cams breaking and cranks.
If there's anything you'd rather have a flat tire.
I'd rather a flat tire and nothing else.
So back to the overall championship, the thing that we're not supposed to talk about, that has been, historically it's been very prestigious though. There's a board at the Boma with all the names of the champs on there.
Correct, yes.
I mean, come on, man.
The thing about it is, and that's why I love Racing Challenge, is that even though I'm in Class B, I'm racing Class A and C for overall championship. So Maybe we get it back next year. Who knows?
Yeah.
I'm the chairman.
Speak to the chairman, man. Speak to the
I'll try
chairman.
and speak to the chairman.
Yeah.
Twist his arm and see if I can get it back.
Well, the other drivers are going out at the moment. Supercars and fine cars are out. Glenn Phillips leading the way with incredible pace. Zaki, we hope you do the same today. Lead with incredible pace. Good luck for the day. Look, I've got to tell that to everybody though. Eh? So
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
But good luck and
Thank you very much. You too.
Keep that smile,
see you
man.
next time, champ. See you next time. Lekker.
Thank you.
So Dexter Bruce, the man that was out in Clubman's earlier on, he's a little bit familiar. I think he's going to want to take this off me. I think he's going to want to take this off me. He's not going to want to help.
I think he's going to take it off me.
No. I think if we took a vote out there, you're definitely everybody's favorite presenter at this stage. But here he comes. I'm not sure if he knows how to work that mic. Dexter, do you know how does that? Do you know how to work that mic?
Hello, Dexter.
Hello, everybody.
How's it going out there?
Much more relaxed. It's good.
No, we don't care about this year. We want to know what it's like to be racing out there on a day like today.
15 years back in Clubman. The last time I raced in Clubman was 2013.
Do not have to use this. This is called a microphone.
Oh, dear.
Steering wheel. Not bad. It feels good. It feels very good. It's obviously you got to be precise. It's a lot of the stuff that I don't know anymore. So I got to find the file in my brain.
Yes.
Bring it out there and deliver the goods.
Yes.
To the 128.0.
Nice.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
And as the day goes on, the track's obviously going to get a lot better.
Yes,
So we were kind of
yes.
describing the track for everybody.
Yeah.
A lot of dust on the track, you know.
Yeah.
But as with Clubman's.
Did you see how I'm supporting you? You see the Team Crisp? Team Crisp, hey?
When you present well. That's what they say, eh?
Yeah. And your supporters, you guys are in the garage over here. The team's looking solid.
Yeah.
What does it take? You can give us a good insight in what it takes to get ready for a race day like today.
Well, the thing with us is that we raced last week. You and I raced last week. So we had to turn the car around in 6 days from a rallycross car to a Clubman's car, which was a little bit of an effort. But I think if you have the right people around you, it becomes a lot easier. So we jacked the car down, we've got some slicks on the car now, and we're going to run the car as is and see what it does. And the point of the day is there to go, you know what, you can ride a rallycross car in Clubman's and do fairly well.
Say that again.
You can drive a rallycross, you get that watching there, you can drive a rallycross car on the Clubman's track and do really well. And we're going to just survive today. We're not going to win anything. We're not going to take a championship. We're not going to get involved in any fights. Maybe. If you were there, I mean, you know what I mean? We'd have a proper go. You and I. But
my bumper's still broken from the last time, by the way.
The last time.
Yeah.
But it's going really well. So
Nice.
looking forward to today. Some neat and tidy driving. I gotta find that thing. Eh? You and I gotta sit and give me some tips. Eh?
So the next what's going to happen is Shanta's going to ask you a question. You're not going to ask Shanta a question, eh? So just now you keep quiet.
Oh, dear.
Shanta, over to you.
How does it feel like going from this position to that position? Like you said, like you thought this was a steering wheel for a second.
Yeah, like it is. Obviously, this is much more nicer, more
It's
relaxed.
what you're used to.
It's what I'm used to every Saturday, every year doing this sort of thing, and that is quite intense. You know, you got to be at work at sort of 7 o'clock. There, I got to be up at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Get the car ready, and this is clean fingernails. There, it's quite dirty.
Yeah, I don't need to prepare for a week.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they bring the coffee to you. I'm gonna buy those boys coffee.
Didn't I get you coffee earlier on? This is what I'm talking about. Next time I'm racing, I want coffee.
But I mean, it's been really good. It's nice jumping from this to that. And I think that everybody should actually experience it. Clubman racing it's not as intense as what everybody makes it out to be. I know the challenge guys, you got to be in at a certain time and you got to do this. The Clubman scenario, it's very relaxed. So I think from jumping from here, as you asked, to that, it's not as bad as what I expected. I think the butterflies have gone now after qualifying, so now we can chill. And hopefully we're going to be good for 11 o'clock.
Yeah, 11 o'clock is race 1. Clubman's, can you tell us about some of the other drivers in Clubman's? I know that you're focusing on a Dexter Bruce driver here, but what about the other drivers in Clubman's? What's the class looking like today, and what are the storylines running through the Clubman's field at the moment?
Well, Class A is obviously very competitive. I think the championship has been won already. But the drivers to watch out for, Clint Renard, he's back again. He's been on and off season, so that Mark II Golf of his is very quick. Of course, Daniel could see in the E36 M3, never discount him. Just last night they pulled a rally. they change the gearbox, a prop.
Why?
And a diff,
Isn't he supposed to, if he needs, I think, 1 or 2 points to win the
I
championship?
think he's 25 ahead, actually.
Okay, yes.
He's 25 ahead.
What the story is, he's so far ahead that if his competitor gets a perfect race, it needs a perfect race in order to beat him.
Absolutely. But then you got JP Shea. I mean, that's kind of where I would love to be with Class B. He's doing like 125s.
Okay.
And that car's consistently solid every single time. So it's nice to watch that yellow E36 328 guard. But for me, the Class F is very exciting. They're a bit like Class C Challenge.
Yeah.
They're all over the place and kind of finding their feet. A lot of new drivers, a lot of old drivers as well. So we got to go for driver's briefing.
Excuse me.
Are you being called?
I got that thing.
So before you go for driver's briefing, Shante, any closing words from you?
How does it feel like, you know, that whole, that you've got the control here? You don't have control there. Are you okay? Are you, as if you made peace with that?
I'm composed. As long as I'm in the car, I'm good.
No, he's got control. The rallycross has given him good control the last couple of years. And Dexter, if you wouldn't mind, let's do something fun. Would you mind signing us out?
I would. Absolutely. Are we good to go?
Now we're good to go. Let's close the show.
If you at home, make your way down to the track. It's the last round of the Power Series. All the classes, all the bikes, classics, V8s, Clubman Saloons, GTI Challenge. Get here ASAP. I'm Dexter Bruce. This is Ernest Page. This is Shante. Signing out.
Good morning, everyone. And they are on a rolling start at the moment, Frankie. So the Caltron Supercars, led by Glenn Phillips on the pole position. Andrew Moffat alongside Rico Barlow in that group as well. They'll go all first, Frankie. So here come the Supercars now for their start of their race. And away we go on this first lap of the first race of the day. Glenn Phillips will be on the inside for turn 1. On his outside will be Andrew Moffat. Glenn Phillips will take the whole shot, Frankie. I think you take the fine cars here. No, you take them. Okay. All right, so fine cars, I'll take them off the line. The Jetta of Arnold Lambert comes off of the line and will lead towards a turn 1 there. We have Tischendorf, Toscano, Dugmore, Lewis, Appelgrein in the BMW in that section. A bit of a lock-up there, looks like it from the outside of turn 1.
Right, so the Supercars are busy working their way through the kink and into Interceptor. And it is Glenn Phillips that sits out there in P1 with Andrew Moffat in second. Rico Barlow is in that third position in the 81 car as they work their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep. The double right-hander, that is turn number 4. Down the back main they go. And it's still Phillips up front with Moffat second. Barlow sits out there in third. And then behind him you've got the 31 car in there that is flying down the back straight. And that is, we'll pick up the name of that driver now as they head into turn 5 into Pertamina Fostron.
Well, just looking at the fine cars, Frankie, they'll be coming onto the back straight now through Saddle Sweep. And the CLI Jetta of Arnold Lambert goes down the back straight at the present moment. Then it's going to be the 44 of Dave Alexander. That's the Morgan plus 8 that he currently is in. He's under pressure from Robert Toscano, who will look onto the inside for turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, but won't make a move. He's got the E36 BMW behind him, that bright green one of course, Gunther Appelgrein. That's all battling it out for second in class.
The 31 car, that is a Carl Halleck as they work their way into turn number 2 into a Castrol corner, and he's got his nose ahead there of Rico Barlow. That's the first 4 cars working their way through the kink and towards Interceptor, but there's a lovely fight that's coming out of Interceptor now. We'll get to that one, Byron, as the fine cars work their way out of turn 1.
Oh, well, Robert Toscano goes wide in turn 1 and has Gunther Appelgrein come right through. Gunther Appelgrein will be up into third position now and in pursuit of Alexander's Morgan ahead of them. Alexander still keeping into turn 2 Castrol corner. He's keeping that Jetta of Arnold Lambert ahead of him. But look at the leaps and bounds that BMW chews into the Morgan as they go onto the kink now. Down the back straight, Frankie, I see the supercars are coming into turn 5.
Yeah, they're coming down into turn 5 drive into Fostron now that Keltron Supercars working their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. And it's all about Glenn Phillips that makes his way towards the City of Cape Town Bridge with Andrew Moffat in second. Been hassled here by Carl Halleck, followed there by Rico Barlow. But Halleck looks up on the inside. Carl Halleck looks up on the inside of Andrew Moffat and makes the move. No, he does not make the move stick coming out of turn 1.
Well, going down the back straight towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, we have there the BMW of Gunther Appelgrein, almost on the inside of that Morgan of Dave Alexander. He comes right close up there, and look at how they're closing up to Arnold Lambert, who's not sprinting away at the moment. Arnold Lambert comes through the kink now, and they run towards the line underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge and start another lap of the race over here. Just taking a look at the times over here as they do cross the line. A 1:38 for Dave Alexander, 1:37 for Gunther Appelgrein. He's much quicker than the two ahead of him as Robert Toscano and Natasha Tischendorf come through the picture into turn 1.
But going into turn number 3, there's a fight a bit further down in the supercars, and this is a lovely one as they work their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. That's the cars you see in view there, and that is Alistair Brown, Yassine Damon and Stefan Norkier that's involved in that fight. Down the back main they go. That's for the mid-pack in the supercars as they head down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron corner.
Turn 3 now for the fine cars. The blue Jetta makes its way through Arnold Lambert, but behind him, that's the big battle to watch at the moment. Dave Alexander in the British Racing Green Morgan, and then the bright green BMW right behind him of Gunther Appelgrein, a man who has raced in Gymkhanas, who's been racing in fine cars for quite a while now. All of them have, as a matter of fact, come through Sardel's sweep onto that back straight. Will he be able to make a move now down towards turn 5? Pertamina Fastron, it's anybody's guess now. I don't think he's close enough to be exact, but well, we'll see what he does towards turn 5 Pertamina.
The leaders of supercars are working their way out of turn 2, out of Castrol corner, through the kink and towards Interceptor they go, and it's Glenn Phillips followed there by Andrew Moffat, Carl Halleck, and what has happened to Rico Barlow? We have lost Rico Barlow. That group of supercars working up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4. They picked up the back markers of the fine car category as they head out of turn 4 Sarl sweep.
Yeah, the guy's going to be coming through fairly shortly over here. Natasha Tischendorf, she's 5th and last in that class at the moment. No Chris Champion, no Jaco Oosthuizen. Of course, Jaco Oosthuizen would have been in the Toyota Conquest, but going down to turn 2 now, Castrol corner. And there goes Arnold Lambert one more time, and Gunther Appelgrein goes onto the inside of the Morgan in turn 2, Castrol corner, and will exit that little section through the kink as he does go, and then towards turn 3.
Yeah, that was the fine cars that Byron was talking about, but across the line, as you can see on your screen now, is the leading supercars heading into turn number 1. As they work their way out of turn 1, it's Glenn Phillips from Andrew Moffat from Carl Halleck. That's 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Then it's a couple of fine cars. Then we see coming through there is Yassine Damon. He's got his nose ahead of Alistair Brown and Stefan Norkier, followed by Craig Hume as the leading fine cars are heading into Fostron corner.
And Gunther Appelgrein in 2nd position in their bright green BMW is closing in leaps and bounds to the sky blue Jetta CLI, the 2nd generation Jetta of Arnold Lambert. Yeah, they come down the straight now. They're leaving the Morgan behind, who was in 2nd for a while. That's Dave Alexander down the straight as they go now towards turn 1 underneath the City of Cape Town, Castrol and Wingfield Motors Bridge into turn 1 on the brakes, but not going to be close enough yet for Appelgrein to make any sort of inroads.
The leading supercars are heading into turn 5 into Pertamina Fastron, and that is Glenn Phillips from Andrew Moffat from Carl Halleck. They literally nose to tail as they work their way out of Fostron corner. Here they come towards us under the Wingfield Motors, Castrol and City of Cape Town Bridge. It is Phillips from Moffat from Halleck, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and Halleck is not far behind Moffat as they storm down into turn 1 into holes.
Turn 3 now, and we have the battle for the lead in the Bijou Trustees fine cars. And yeah, a stab is going to be made into turn 4 now. Your watch coming onto the inside into the Jetta. It's going to be Gunther Appelgren. Not going to make any sort of a move over there. The double apex right-hander at Sarl sweep now. And then I'll open up onto the gas, onto the straight over here now. And then rocket it down towards turn 5. And it looks like the legs at the moment are on the side of Arnold Lambert, who's leading the class at the moment towards turn 5. Bertamine, the fast run they'll go. When they cross the line, Frankie, 3 laps left to go in this race.
There will be 3 laps left. Yes, I'm trying to pick up the supercars. They're making their way out of turn 4. They're coming out of Sidle Sweep, heading down the back straight. And that is Phillips from Moffat, from Halleck. Down the back straight they race towards turn 5. Into Fostron corner they go. That is the overall leader and class leader. That is Glenn Phillips. That's working his way out of Fostron corner. Followed there by Andrew Moffat and Carl Halleck. And then there's a massive gap before we see Yasin Darman go down the back straight towards turn 5 as the leaders come around to start their penultimate lap. And the quickest man out there is Glenn Phillips with a 126.975.
I just want to go to turn 2 now as well there as the battle hottens up. Of course, there was a lockup into turn 3 now, onto turn 2 first for Arnold Lambert. But he still seems to maintain the gap between himself and Gunther Appelgren. Now they're going to start growing horns as they go through that double apex right-hander at Sarl Sweep and onto that back straight for the penultimate time, as Frankie has been saying. So the supercars will have their last lap very shortly as they come now.
The leading supercars are heading into turn 3, into Interceptor corner. All 3 of them in the same frame. You should pick them up as they work their way out of Interceptor. It is Phillips from Moffat, from Halleck. Into turn 4 they go now. Through turn 4, that is the 3 cars you see on screen there. That's working their way through Sidle Sweep, that double right-hander. Look at that body roll of those cars as they work their way down the back main. They've got a lap and a bit to go. They've got a couple of fine cars that they are picking up into a Fostron corner, and Phillips, Moffat and Halleck will be in between them shortly as they work their way out of Fostron, and they will then be starting their final lap.
Well, coming into turn 1 now, going past a few back markers, a few late additions here. Chris Champion in the MGA. There's the MGB out there as well. I think that could be the Ryan Cat car. But what happens is now onto the short Joubert straight now towards turn 2. We will run. It's now or never for Gunther Appelgren. Can he come now towards the back there? A little bit tighter line through Castrol corner. It's going to be this last bit of the lap that's going to be all down to it, Frankie. But we watch those supercars coming around to complete that final lap.
The leading supercars are making their way into turn 2. Into Castrol corner they go. This is the last lap. 126.815 by Moffat is the quickest man out there, and he is going to pick up Robbie Toscano through the kink. He picks up the MX-5. Toscano moves out the way and allows him through into Interceptor. They go with Andrew Moffat in second, Carl Halleck in that 3rd position. Up the Tigerberg straight they move now towards a turn 4. Through Sidle Sweep they go. They've got that fine car of Robbie Toscano in between them as they work their way down the back straight. Now, this is interesting. There are 3 fine cars heading into turn 5, into Fostron, and right behind them is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for the supercars as they race down towards turn number 5. But across the line comes the leading fight, Byron, for the fine cars, but we'll pick them up shortly as the supercars are heading towards the checkered flag, and it's going to be Glenn Phillips that comes home in P1. Andrew Moffat will finish in 2nd. 3rd across the line will be Kyle Halleck.
I just lost count of laps there earlier on, Frankie. Onto the Joubert straight now towards turn 2, Castrol corner. Now it's the now or never lap for Appelgren. He'll come up alongside the Arnold Lambert Jetta. Will go wide, a much tighter line through there from Arnold Lambert. They'll go through the kink now towards turn 2, turn 3, Interceptor corner. There is a bit of a gap between them still over there. It looks like maybe through the turns over here that Gunther Appelgren will start reeling in the Jetta ahead of him. him. He'll be using every little bit of power out of that straight 6 BMW to try and get himself past that Jetta. Now they're going to go into Saddle Sweep. Now look how beautifully it looks over there. Hope the photographers are getting some good pics there. Down the straight we will go. I personally believe that number 61 Jetta might have the handle on the BMW ahead of him, but anything can happen towards turn 5. Pertamina Fastron on the brakes. You can see the brake lights glowing over there into turn 5. With the banking is quite steep there. It's steeper than you realize when you're actually standing there. And now towards the line we'll then run out of Pertamina Fastron onto the main straight. This is the last gasp attempt for Gunther Appelgren. I don't think he's close enough. They'll go underneath the city of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge with Wingfield Motors as well. He flashes the lights to Arnold Lambert and takes victory ahead there of Gunther Appelgren. Alexander in the Morgan +8 will come down in 3rd position. Very classic motor car that, in British Racing green, number 44. And then he'll be the last on the lead lap as far as things are concerned. Robert Toscano will get 4th position. Natasha Tischendorf will get 5th position. And I saw Di Dugmore in the MGB join the British Racing Green MGB, and Roger Lewis in that bright red MGA.
Yeah, and on the final lap, Kyle Halleck also posted the quickest time there with a 1:26.730 by Kyle Halleck in car 31, and he finished 3rd. Then Yassine Damon finished 4th in the supercars, followed there by Alistair Brown, Stefan Norkier, and Bradley Fenner finished there in that supercar category. But yeah, the quickest man on the last lap, 1:26.730, was Kyle Halleck.
Well, Frankie, we came in here very quickly, of course. We have to catch our breath a little bit. That was race 1. And if you're just joining us now, welcome everybody. And this is the last round of the Power Series, powered by Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. And thank you to all of our sponsors over here. My name is Byron Height. I've been joined today by Frankie Ennis, who you just heard, Gary Fleming, of course, our eye in the sky as well, and of course Francois Butler, a bit fashionably late, but we all know Francois is a fashionable guy. But the great thing about today, Killarney, there's no manhole covers to worry about, you know, on the track. There's no Ninja Turtles going to climb out anywhere. There's no Vegas lights. It's pure racing here. That's what it's about. And that's what we love to do at Killarney in this late, or coming up to mid-November now. We are going to move on now to the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. And of course, Frankie, you were saying to me earlier on, some real championships still to be settled here today.
Yeah, I've got the championship standings here. Class B is clearly won by Zaki Hendricks on 98 points. Mohammed Kalfi with 59 in 2nd. Mark Thompson 43 in 3rd. That means Zaki Hendricks, he's the overall Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge champion for 2023. Class C, Dylan van Eeden has won it on 90 points. Now, Matthew Rowe sits 2nd on 60, and Nur Abbas sits 3rd on 59. So there's 1 point between Matthew Rowe and Nur Abbas for 2nd in Class C. But let's go to Class A, because that's where the action is. Nathan Victor sits 3rd on 78 points. But Umpi Swart and Clinton Besaidenout, 90 plays 89, 1 point difference between Umpi and Clinton Besaidenout for the overall 1st and 2nd in Class A. So it's all up for grabs today for Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Bellville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price for my car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our website. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. In
Right. There's a problem with this headset. Right, folks, then for GTI Challenge, they've also got the series partners, which is Dunlop Tires SA, Authentic Autos, Hydrocore Hydraulics, Willworks, ATS Motorsports Suppliers, and Spice Mecca. A big thanks to those people as well. They are the series partners together with Alert Engine Parts, which is the overall sponsor for GTI Challenge for 2023. Right, the gloves will certainly be off, Gaza, as we get ready. One more car making its way out of pit lane just in time. It's a Class C Golf.
Let's touch and go.
And as the rest of the guys are filtering their way out of turn 5, Fostron.
So, for those of you that don't know GTI Challenge, welcome to the world of serious motorsport. Class A, Class B and Class C, pretty much even split between the number of drivers in the classes. Class A, there's 8 of them. Then there is 9 in Class B. And then we have another 7 in Class C. Which of those classes is the best to watch? All of them. Somehow you got to keep an eye on all of those 3 classes, because each one in their own right is one massive, massive battle. And congratulations to Alert for picking up one of the best series at Killarney International Raceway for many a year already. And well, this is going to be just another one of those amazing GTI Challenge races. Coming up towards the line, the Class A guys will have a bit of a gap between themselves and the Class B. The leading the front row is Victor from Van Zyl, from Boosie, from Swart, then Bezuidenhout, Geldenhuis, Kap and Marais. So that's going to be one hell of a battle. Then Colfay with Bishop alongside one another, the man that's leading Class B, and I think the overall championship, Zaki Hendricks in the second row, alongside him the ever-smiling Mario Roux from Fisser, Van Escape, Thompson and the 2 Sundenbergs, and then Ryan van Eerden is the man that is going to be leading out the Class C battle. From Mark Fontini, Volksgenk, Muniz done pretty well. He's the 4th highest qualifier. From Jacobs, Leyden, and Leyden is the new man from Angry Racing that's making his debut today.
Yeah, from the karting section, Zach Leyden. He's coming through. I've done a couple of commentating stints on Zach Leyden, and the youngster is certainly one of the best out there, that's for sure. But an interesting driver here is Jean-Andre Marais that races Polar Cup. He will be in Class A, and he's out there in that 95 car. So the 5-second border's up, the lights are off, and away they go as they race down towards turn number 1. And it is Nathan Victor that's got his nose up front. Bezuidenhout and Swart are side by side. These guys are fighting for overall lead as Class B gets off the line.
Well, the Class A guys working their way out of turn number 1. Let's have a look at Class B as they work their way down towards turn number 1. Look at that. Such a close battle as the angry car leads them through. That's Tate Bishop that leads out that one.
Right, the Class C cars are off the line as well as they make their way out of turn number 1. But let's go back to turn 3. Let's go to Interceptor corner. Look at that long train of A-class cars working their way out of Interceptor corner. And the champion protagonists are sitting in P3 and 4 at this point in time as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep. Through the double right-hander they go. Oompie just wants to stay ahead of Clinton. Oh, they're using the track and more. Down the back main they go. And it's led there by Nathan Victor. Down the back straight they come Oompie Swatson in P3. He wants to have a go. It doesn't matter where he ends, he says, as long as he can end in front of the Bezuidenhout car. And right now, out of turn 5, he is ahead there of Bezuidenhout.
Oompie locks up that right-hand back under lots of pressure from Bezuidenhout. They had problems with that motor earlier on in the week. think it's a rebuild on Clinton Bezuidenhout's motor, and Chase Herald had to go back on Tuesday night after the I-Race to go and continue trying to get that one sorted out. What a brilliant dice down into turn number 1. Victor from Boosie, from Swart, from Van Sale as they work their way through. Bezuidenhout still ahead of Keltnays. But Frankie, let's go back to that Class B battle as they work their way down to turn number 1.
Class B making its way into turn 1, and Class B has been led there by Mohammed Kalfi. Kalfi leads him out at turn number 1 with Tate Bishop in that second position, followed there by Zaki Hendricks as they work their way towards Castro Corner. Right in there behind Zaki Hendricks is Carl Fisser. Fisser sits right on his case there.
Chaos in turn number 1 on the exit of turn number 1, and I think that was Van Eden and Fontini that went off. I think it was Fontini that's right off the circuit.
Yeah, it's Mark.
Oh, that is a big downer for him. We go back to the Tigerberg straight, but no, the big boys, the big hitters are on their way down the back main already.
Down the back straight they go now, and it is game on as they race down into turn number 1, turn 5. Sorry, it's Nathan Victor with Marco Boosie right on his case. It is Victor from Boosie, right behind him as Swart and Bezuidenhout, sitting in P3 and 4. Here they come, Nathan Victor, Marco Boosie, Umpi Swart, Clinton Bezuidenhout, right behind him is Kai van Sale, and right on the case there of Kai van Sale is Bezuidenhout. So Bezuidenhout, he has lost out there to Van Sale as they race down into turn number 1.
Well, some lockups as they work their way down through turn number 1. That Class A battle, that is something else. But we cannot miss out on this Class B battle either.
No, it's a lovely fight there, and there's a challenge. There's a challenge up front, and has Bishop got his nose ahead? Yes, Tate Bishop gets his nose ahead there of Mohammed Kalfi as they exit turn number 1 with Hendricks sitting in there behind him. Then behind Hendricks, we have got Fisser, and Mario Rue was right on his case as well. But where are the Class C cars? They working their way out of turn number 1, and it is Daniel Munna from Nur Abbas, followed there by Faisal Jacobs in that third position as they race down towards turn 2 with Wynand Volskink right on the case of Faisal Jacobs.
Yeah, Faisal Jacobs under a lot of pressure as they go through turn 2, but going down into turn 5, that's our Class A, and the battle is on up front. Look at that front 5, there is nothing much in it. The only problem right now for Bezuidenhout is he's got 4 cars in front of him.
Right, yeah, they come down towards us now. Somebody slowed right down. Is that
could be Keltnays.
No, I think it's Victor. I think it might be Nathan Victor because Marco Boosie is sitting out there. Yes, it is Victor. Nathan Victor slowed right down coming through the kink, which means that Marco Boosie sits out there in P1 as they head towards Castro Corner, the leaders. That means Boosie is in P1, Swart is in second, third is Van Sale, and right on his case is Bezuidenhout as they exit Castro Corner. So problems out there for Nathan Victor.
Oh, not only for Nathan Victor, Clinton Bezuidenhout is just not working for him. Swart's got 2 people between himself and Bezuidenhout, and that's for top honors. Well, looking into turn 2, and that is that leading battle that you see for the Class B, and that looks like it's Bishop that's under a lot of pressure from Kalfi, and then Hendricks not that far behind that either. The man that's leading the class and the overall championship is in the 3rd position, and is not getting closer to them either.
Into turn 3, first, second, third, and fourth for Class C. Look at that fight. They are nose to tail, those 4 Mark 1 Golfs, as they exit the Interceptor Corner. It is Daniel Munna that sits out there in P1 with Nur Bus in second, followed there by Faisal Jacobs, and Wynand Volskink. He's right on his case as they work their way out of turn 4 out of Saddle Sweep. But the action continues out there. Oh, look at that, Gary, coming out of turn number 1. Out of turn number 1 into turn number 2 now for Class A. And Kai van Sale sits out there in P1. Oh my goodness, something must have happened to Umpi, because he is losing out. He's fighting back now. He sits there in that third position, and ahead of him now in second is Besaidenout, the man that wants to be there, the man that Umpi does not want to be there, as they work their way out of Interceptor corner. And Umpi is now fighting for survival as they head towards turn 4.
Well, it's going to be a difficult run from Umpi from here on out to be able to try and tie up that class. We always knew it was going to be tight, having missed one round earlier on, and now trying to fight back to make some other form of semblance at the front end of the field. Front sail is up, dusted and disappeared.
Well, Class B is now heading towards turn number 4 now into sidle sweep, and that's a nose-to-tail affair. Coming out of turn number 4, here they come now, and it is Tate Bishop. It sits out there in P1 with Zaki Hendricks now in second. Then it is Kyle Fisser, and behind Kyle Fisser is Mario Roux, followed by Mohammed Kalfi, as that group of cars race down towards turn 5 Fastron.
Well, I tell you what, it's not going to be easy for Tate Bishop, because Kalfi's been on his back bumper lap for lap, corner for corner. He just cannot get away from Kalfi, but that battle, the two-car battle goes on behind that. That is going to be something else as well. Hendricks and Fisser, neither of them backing out a millimeter.
Turn 5 is heading Class C is heading into turn 5 into Fastron corner, and it is still Daniel Muna that sits out there in P1. Or as he lost that lead, he has Noah Bas is the man that sits there in that first position, but yeah, they come down towards us. This is first, second, third, fourth and fifth in Class C. That's heading into turn number 1, and it is indeed Noah Bas from Jacobs from Volkskenk. Muna has lost out. Remember, he was ahead of Class C, and Mark Fontini is back in the fight again.
Turn 5, those three abreast. Oh, they're rubbing as they go down. That's 180, 190, 200 kilometers an hour onto the brakes. Umpi up on that inside line. How's that for a real comeback up on the inside? Oh, he's off.
Umpi is off.
Umpi Swart is off. He's gone onto the grass. That's going to cost him. You're not going to make up that ground that easily.
Right, here they come under the City of Cape Town Bridge, racing down into turn number 1. It is Carl Fisser, and all of a sudden Jacques Geldenhuis finds himself in that fight. Skull Geldenhuis finds himself in that fight as they exit turn number 1. And Geldenhuis is there. He had the lead for a while, but it goes back into turn 2 into the hands of Van Zyl. Oh, look at Skulk on the outside. He's going to lose it. He loses the tail completely there in turn 2, Castrol.
Yep, that's him off onto the grass. So 2 big hitters that's gone off within 2 corners of one another. It doesn't get worse than that.
Well, that will help Umpi, because that will put him back into that second position again. But now Gaza heading towards turn 2. This is Class B. That's Tate Bishop from Zaki Hendricks in that second position. And it's a side-by-side fight for P3 coming out of turn 2. And I'll tell you what, these cars are right in it as they have that fight for that third position. That'll be between Fisser, Roux and Kalfi. That'll be the 3 cars that's fighting out there for 3, 4 and 5 as they exit Interceptor. And then Class C is also making its way, a whole lot of them, into Castrol Corner. And it's been led there by Noah Bas from Faisal Jacobs, Wynand Volkskenk, Daniel Muna, and right on Muna's case is Mark Fontini.
Going back to the Class A's, it's still Van Zyl that's got a gap between himself and the rest. Besaidenout and Umpi Swart, they are now second and third in class as they exit turn number 1. That is where the real fight is. Van Zyl knows they'll fight one another tooth and nail. He doesn't have a problem with that. A little bit further back, it's Murray and the Cup. It is in 4th and 5th position, and they are now on the last lap.
Oh, Gary, it's on! In the kink they go! It was a bit of rubbing as racing there. This is the last lap. They've got a half a lap to go. And look at Umpi Swart. He's rubbing that back bumper of Besaidenout. And this is for the fight for the lead. Clinton's covering the line. Up the Tygerberg straight. That's the lead for the championship. Umpi goes around the outside. Will Swart hold? Will he hold? I think I saw him sideways. My goodness, they're still side by side. Down the back main. Kazza, this is war down the back, mate. And these are the two Class A champion protagonists heading towards turn 5 fast run.
There's no love lost between these two. They still side by side as they go down into turn 5. This is a last gasp effort. Who's going to go out of that corner ahead? Umpi looks like he's going to lose out. He tries for the classic cutback.
Catch the leader.
It's going to be the leader that's going to come through now and take the checkered flag. He does. That is Van Sale, but here it comes. Here they come towards the line. It doesn't get any closer than this. This is amazing. Oh! Clinton Mercedes is going to get that one. That was utterly amazing last lap by all of those guys. Wow, it just does not get any better. But talking about that, let's go back to that battle in the lead of Class B. It's Bishop and Hendricks, and look at this. It's Bishop with Hendricks all over his back bumper. We just saw it in Class A. It's happening in Class B as well.
Yeah, they come down towards the line. It's side-by-side stuff, but it's going to be Tate Bishop just ahead there of Zaki Hendricks, followed across the line there by Kyle Fisser, and then it will be Mario Rue ahead of Mohammed Kalfi across the line for second, third, fourth and fifth in Class B.
Well, here comes the Class C battle towards the line now as well.
Class C is going to be pretty much game on. We're waiting for them. Here they come down towards us, and they are all nose to tail in Class C as they hit the checkered flag. And it is Nurbus just ahead there of Faisal Jacobs, followed by Wynand Volskink, Mark Fontini, Daniel Muna, and then Ryan van Eden. Wow, what a race out there.
A recovering Fontini only gets a fourth in class.
So not Ryan, Dylan van Eden.
Wow, that was awesome. Leiden does get to finish his race. Unfortunately, Boosie did not get to complete his race. He was 3 laps down.
Well, it's action you wanted, it's action you got from Alert Engine Parts, Volkswagen GTI Challenge Race number 1. This championship for Class A will go down to the final race of the day, which will be the final race of the series, the final race of the year. The Class A fight is not finished yet.
I think we got most of that actually. Anybody know what channel we're on for this? Yeah, two. Is it 2? I'm trying to hear anything. I can't hear much. That was with earlier on.
Race control, can you hear us? Commentators here?
There's a replay. Oh, look at that. Oh, there we go.
Commentators, race control, do you read us over?
The grass. Well, just a few replays just being shown over there. You could.
Commentators here, we are on line 2, channel 2. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so some replays. You can see Mark Boosie going to the line and onto the grass over there.
Yeah, just trying very, very hard to keep up there. But he had a cracked crank yesterday. Ooh. Tiny was letting me know, and they got that car sorted out. So he was apparently, according to Emil Brandt, that did some homework, he was apparently, or is apparently, slightly down on power, and I think they literally had to actually overdrive that thing to try and keep up with the other guys ahead of him. But Byron, still on. Yes, he was beaten to the line by Clinton by 1/100th of a second, but the championship fight for overall honours in Class A will go right down to the final race of the day of the year for Class A. Congratulations to Zaki Hendricks, Class B champion and overall champion. And then there's a fight for second still in Class C. That one has not been wrapped up quite yet. But for Class A, overall, for that class, we'll wait until after lunch sometime when we will pick them up.
Second race after lunch,
yep.
Aiming for about 10 to 2 in the afternoon. It doesn't always stick to those times, but just using this opportunity, Frankie, to just go through the program here. So you've had the first 2 races of the day. We will be moving on to the Pirelli V8 Masters and then a trio of bike races with the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300 motorcycles, followed by the South motorcycles for Clubman's Classic Superbikes and Breakfast Run motorcycles, as well as the Superbike, actually splitting those two, the Superbike Challenge and Masters, as well as the 600s. Single-seater racing, Formula Libres, Lauda classic cars, another great one, of course, with the Thermofires, Clubman Saloons, and then ending off this first half of the program will be the Wild Rose Gin sports and GT cars.
Yeah, there's a couple of classic car drivers that had birthdays this week. Fadi Mouton is one of them that had a birthday, and I think it was Jacques Mouton, if I'm not mistaken, that also had a birthday this week. So happy birthday to those 2 classic car drivers from the commentary team, and we hope you guys had a great day.
We'll forgive you for not sending us invitations, but we hope you enjoyed yourself. And yes, let me tell you one thing, let's see some great stuff coming out as well now. Now it's the raw that you'll get out there of the Pirelli V8 Masters.
And Glenn Aitkenbogard also had a birthday this week. Right, so you...
Right, morning everybody. Welcome to Killarney International Raceway. Mike side, Franz Wattler, to do a little bit of V8 Masters. The APV Mustangs. Been following a little bit of NASCAR over in the US there, likes of Kyle Larson and company. And that championship's heating up, the Xfinity Sprint Cup, really heating up nicely. So we got our own taste of V8s, sort of a mixture between NASCAR, Aussie V8s, and then our local V8s.
Yeah, I must confess, Francois, I haven't really watched NASCAR this year because of the time factor. I mean, they start like at 10 o'clock and then the race ends.
What's the matter? Don't you have time? Always come up with some feeble excuse, a time factor. You make time.
I'll tell you what. Talking about time, that Formula 1 Grand Prix will be 10 o'clock local time there, which will be 8 o'clock our time tomorrow morning. The Vegas Grand Prix.
Well, you don't exactly go to church, so get up.
And these little water drain hole covers have been giving the guys trouble.
What a load of tripe.
Really.
I mean, honestly, you know, Ferrari asked for the drain cover to pop up and wreck the Ferrari. I'm very sure they did. And then if I
you still penalise Carlos Sainz.
No, you can't.
Really.
Like he put the drain cover there. No,
precisely.
I mean that to me is
bad workmanship, and then a team, FIA penalises a team. That's not right.
I think that is the biggest load of bull I've ever seen in my life. Honestly.
Either way, that's for tomorrow. We are now Pirelli V8 Masters, and Fabio Tafani and Sean Moore is on the front row of the grid. Then we've got Jason Ibertson, and right there with him is Marcel Angel. That's the second row. Then the third row is the first of the Class B cars. That is Gary Thompson. And on his outside is the number 9 car, Francois, of Dennis Haiduk.
Yeah, I see Autohouse Angel lockout on the second row. I must admit, Jason Iverson this year has really come to form and has actually won a race or two. So not unaccustomed to lying in the front. Marcel Angel and Sean Moore, we know, together with Fabio Tafani, they've got so much experience. And Brandon Dean going through there, Ken Finneran, Stuart Spooner, Barry Ingle is out there. Barry Ingle, we know, has also won a race, and he sits at the back of the pack, so maybe not a qualifying time, and then we know Barry pretty quick. So we'll have a look, see how that one pans out. But they're heat number 1 of the day. They're behind the pace car. They work their way around the track and put some heat in those tires and brakes and make sure they're ready to go rumble. Well, what a nice temperate day. Not too hot, not too cold, just like a To the public that have moved in and are moving in, welcome to Killarney International Raceway, the home of the Western Province Motor Club. For the Wingfield Motors Best Price for My Car Power Series, it's the last one for the year, as far as I know, unless I've got a surprise in store for me somewhere. But nevertheless, I think we're in for some great racing today. Hopefully we'll have some crowds. There's no rugby and no croquet or anything like that today, so yeah.
Interesting entry, Francois, in car 22, a man we haven't seen racing for decades. Alan Eve is in the 22 car, a man that used to race Shelby Can-Ams back in the day.
And open seaters as well. I mean,
correct.
Alan comes a long way. Yep. That is a name from yesteryear, and I do see him on the program there. So yep. To Alan, he can't hear us, but to him and his team, welcome back to the track.
Right. So the V8 Masters, the Pirelli-sponsored V8 Masters, working their way down the back straight towards turn 5, towards Fostron corner, and the man that is leading them around there is a Fabio Tofani with Sean Moore. Then it is an Autohaus Angel lockout between Jason Ibbotson and Marcel Angel as the field works its way out of Fostron corner. Francois, shortly the safety car will peel off and we'll be away for 8 racing laps.
Yeah, I'm watching that front 2 rows. There's going to be a bit of tussle coming down, and the safety car moves up to the inside of the circuit, into the new pits. Yeah, they come towards us, Stefani and Moore. Oh, there's a lot of talent here on the front 3 rows. Let me tell you something for nothing as they come up towards us. Wait for the lights. Lights off and away they go, and Stefani gets the jump on them. Ibbotson moves up into second, tries to shut Moore out. Moore says that's fine, I'll slide. Oh, there's a big lockup going there. One of the cars on the outside, but Sean Moore, and look at Geiger on the outside there.
That's Dennis Hajduk.
Yeah, he's taken and he's gone straight up to 4 around the outside. Big Cannoni's coming there from Dennis Hajduk. And he sticks it into 4. Marcel Angel trying to slot in. Oh, and someone runs a little bit deep there into Castrol.
That looks like the 44 car of Ken Finneman that's gone wide there in Castrol.
Finneran there goes through, and they work their way out now. Tofani taking them out of Interceptor. Up Tigerberg straight up towards Sorrel Sweep, and he's got a lot of breathing space as he takes that double right-hander. And we've got a spinner out in turn 3. It looks like it could be the Angel or Ibbotson. It's one of those cars.
It is one of those cars. It is...
I think it's Ibbotson.
It's not Ibbotson. The 46 cars going down there. That was Marcel Angel. Yes, Francois.
Right, so down into turn number 5. Fostron, Pertamina Fostron corner. There is still the leader coming out, and that's it's Fabio Tofani, and he's got a healthy lead. He's really pulling hard. Ibbotson pushing hard. Sean Moore up there behind him. Then Dennis Hajduk as they come up towards us. Moore's having a look. Is he going to have a look? Yep. Moore's up on the inside. Is he late enough on the brakes starting to turn number 1? No, he isn't. Ibbotson hangs around the outside and says, stay where you are.
Right, yeah, they go towards turn 2, towards Castrol corner, and it is still Fabio Tofani that sits out there in P1 with Jason Ibbotson right on his case, followed there by Sean Moore, Dennis Hajduk. Then we've got the 17 car of Gary Thompson working his way out of Castrol as well as they work their way through the kink and into turn 3 Interceptor.
Well, impressive work there from the 22, Alan Eve up into 7th. So he's showing all his experience, bringing it to the 4. Marcel Angel, well, down in 11. He will not be too happy with that.
Pulled into pits.
And he's pulled into the pits. Obviously a little bit of undercarriage on that one, or some oil leaking or something. But Tofani is stretching his legs down into turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. And Moore is still sitting up behind Ibbotson. Moore looks up on the inside, tries to pull a carding maneuver on him, but Ibbotson keeps the line in check. They work their way out now towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. And that's still Tofani leading out, but there's a lovely scrap here for second. Ibbotson holding off Sean Moore from Ziegler Logistics. And once again, Moore dives up on the inside, looks into turn number 1. Has he got enough brakes this time? Ibbotson hangs around the outside. Ibbotson gets good drive around the outside. Moore trying to come up, but Ibbotson covers that outside line and forces Moore back to second. Good driving there from Jason Ibbotson.
Yeah, as they head into turn number 2, these two, but coming towards...
Sorry, Frankie, if I can interrupt you. Dennis Hajduk has gone off in turn number 4 and has parked that car. He's smack bang in the wall.
Yeah, right in the outside of turn 4. But let's go back to turn number 2, because going wide into turn 2 is Alan Eve. Nice to commentate on Alan Eve again. And Alan Eve has got the 55 car right in there behind him of Stuart Spooner. And behind Spooner is a 7-0 car of Lynn Jordan, as the three of them work their way out of Interceptor corner, up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4 saddle sweep.
Change of surface flag in turn number 4, down in turn number 5. Moore once again looking up on the inside of Ibbotson. Has he done enough this time? I think he has. He gets ahead of Jason Ibbotson. Ibbotson slows right down as he gets shut out of that corner. And Sean Moore looks like he has been held up because he pulls away from Jason Ibbotson, does Sean Moore in the Ziegler Logistics car, followed there by Ibbotson in the Autohouse Angel outfit.
But the leader working his way out of turn number 1, out of holes. And that is Fabio Tafani. Catch me if you can, Tafani. You normally find him out there in P1 as he goes into turn number 2. And then right behind him is Sean Moore and Jason Ibbotson. That's first, second and third. But heading out of turn 1 towards turn 2, you've got Brendan Dean heading towards Castrol Corner. And then right behind him, we have got Alan Eve. And right on his case is the 55 of Stuart Spooner.
Yeah, like I said, Alan Eve climbing up the ladder, now up into 5, just showing, like I said, he's got a absolute bucket load of talent and lots of experience there that he brings to the fore. Behind Stuart Spooner, Lynch Jordan and Gary Thompson, and then last in the pack there, Ken Finneran. But we go down to turn 5. Leading out there is Fabio Tafani. Sean Moore has now pulled away from Jason Ibbotson, just showing that he was being held up and starting to drop the hammer. But we've still got I think about 4 laps to go, and they'll work their way up over the line. And keep an eye on Sean Moore. He's starting to lower the hammer and is in search of Tafani. It's a big ask because Tafani's not exactly hanging around.
Yeah, 1:16.206. Fabio Tafani, the quickest man out there as he heads towards turn 2 to Castrol Corner. And then chasing him down into Castrol is Sean Moore and Jason Ibbotson. Second and third heading through Castrol Corner now. And then making his way towards Castrol is Brandon Dean in the 7-0 car. He leads the silver class, does Brandon Dean. And right on his case there is Alan Eve and Stuart Spooner as they exit Castrol. But the leading cars are working their way through turn 4 and heading down towards turn number 5. And that is Pertamina Fostron.
Well, for the folks at home, some shots there down the back straight, down towards turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. There you see the back end of them as they work their way down. And that's Sean Moore that goes down into turn number 5. Moore leads out there on in second place over Jason Ibbotson. They're all in search of your leader, Fabio Tafani, who comes down towards turn number 1. Tafani doing exceptionally well.
But there's a lovely fight at the tail end of the field working out of turn 4, and that is Gary Thompson and Ken Finneman. The two of them, Thompson was a lot higher up earlier on. He dropped down. Finneman also made a mistake, remember, in Castrol Corner. And now they are having a fight out there on track into turn 5 Fostron for that second last and last position.
Yeah, as they make their way out of turn 5, your leader makes his way down into turn number 3 already. And behind him it's Sean Moore and Jason Ibbotson. So in turn 3 there it comes is Fabio Tafani. A real Lone Ranger sits at the front end of the field there, and you can see there back in the distance Sean Moore using a track and more to try and collect Tafani. And then coming through in third place will be Jason Ibbotson, chasing as hard as he can. So they work their way out of 3. So 4, 5 is Dean and Eve. They work their way up towards us.
Leader coming out of Fostron Corner, out of turn 5, all on his own. When he crosses the line, you'll have 2 more laps to go. And that is Fabio Tafani, who is the quickest man out there. 1:16.206 by Tafani. Under the bridge he goes, races down towards turn number 1. And then behind him comes Sean Moore, followed there by Jason Ibbotson in that third position. Nothing will change there unless something goes wrong up front. And that is the first 3 cars that's working their way out of turn 1, out of holes.
Well, Sean Moore is collectively creeping a little bit closer, but there's not enough laps in this. Tafani stamped his authority down this one as he goes into Castrol corner. There's comes a Sean Moore. Down into 5, it's Dean that works his way in. Up behind him, Alan Eve comes down into turn number 1, and Eve has got Stuart Spooner up behind him as they work their way up the Uber straight up towards Castrol corner.
But as we go towards turn number 4, just to mention, there is one fight on track that's going on, and that is the one between Gary Thompson and Ken Finneman will go there. That's heading out of turn 1. That's about the only fight on track. Everybody else is pretty much spaced out, and they are fighting for that second last position as they both work their way out of Castrol. But Francois, the leader, is working his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. He'll come around to start his final lap.
Yeah, Fabio Tafani, there he is in picture, works his way up under the bridge. Tafani is, well, we've become accustomed to him. He's at the front, you don't catch him easy, and he makes sure he stamps his authority down. Up behind him, second place man there is Sean Moore, and then third in the Autohouse Angel outfit is Jason Iverson flying the flag high for the dealership. Here comes Brennan Dean doing fantastic work. But have a look at Alan Eva. He's collected up behind Dean, and he's pulling away there from Spooner ever so slightly, and Jordan up behind Spooner as they work their way down into turn number 1.
Right, this is the final lap. The leader, as a matter of fact, is heading into turn 3, going into Interceptor corner. That is Fabio Tafani. He's got a half a lap to go before he sees the checkered flag, making his way now all on his own on your screen through the double right-hander, turn 4, sidle sweep. Turns right and turns right again. There's one line through there you do not rectify. There you can see the Dennis Hadik car that's standing on the outside as he works his way down the back straight, Francois, towards turn 5, fast run for the final time. Race leader, Fabio Tafani.
Well, in the States they say left turn, and in South Africa we say right turn, right turn. So Tafani comes out of Perdamina fast run up, makes a left turn. Well, there you go. Under the city of Cape Town Bridge, checker flag beckons, and boom, heat number 1 in the bag there for Fabio Tafani. Keep an eye there on Sean Moore, who's in second place there for Ziegler Logistics, comes up towards us. Jason Iverson, the man from Autohouse Angel, comes up there. And I said Jason's been doing well this whole year. There he is, 1 foot on the podium once again. And behind him, Brendan Dean. Now, Brendan Dean also posted his best lap of a 1:19. Great stuff there. And not too far behind him, have a look at this. Alan Eve finds himself in P5 and fourth in A class. Stuart Spooner. And then it's Lynn Jordan, who will come up towards, and right up there behind him, Gary Thompson, pressing as hard as he can. And that is heat number 1 for the V8 Masters, the APVs, and they've had their first one there. Hopefully Marcel can sort his car out for the second heat, and it all goes quiet again, and that is basically the last of the 4 wheels, as we're going to be doing a little bit of 2 wheels from here on out.
Yeah, Ken Finneman ended just there behind Gary Thompson, and then it's a pity we lost Dennis Hadik. We lost him in turn 4, the double right-hander saddle sweep. That car's parked up right against the tires, and then earlier on we lost Marcel Angel on the opening lap. So Hadik did 1 lap, 1 and a bit, so to speak, and Marcel did about a half a lap. And that was the end of that for Marcel Angel.
Yeah, a little bit of fluid issues there. I don't know what it was.
And the quickest man with a 1:16.206 was Fabio Tafani, and that was race 1 for the Pirelli V8 Masters. As Francois said, we move on now to the two-wheelers. The bikers will be coming out for the first of 3 races.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today, or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
folks, time for the two-wheel brigade, the knights on two wheels to take to the track. We've got the Super Twin Cup, the 650s and the Super Sport 300s going out there. And I see on pole position there we've got Hutchings, Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall alongside him, second place there. Nice to see Keegan Wasserval and Lance Jonas. Then we've got Garrett Goss and Brandon Hutchings, Maddie van Niekerk and Voda Smith. Then the 390s start up there, Adrian Solomon and then Abigail Bosson, fresh out of Europe after riding ladies Super Sports. Trevor Smith, Stavro Michelle, Peter Hill, Mitch Robinson, Raymond Alexander, Rainer Kotzer, Almi Mostert and Ryan Kutsia. Ryan Kutsia down right at the back of the pack. He obviously didn't qualify, hence he's at the back there. So he'll get things up and running. Byron, you've been at Short Circuit of late. We've been all over the show, been spread like a rama, the lot of us. We just have to try and be everywhere, but and a little bit thin at that too. But I've sort of got a couple of peeks into the Short Circuit, and some of the guys are coming through the ranks pretty quickly.
Well, our pole man at the moment, Francois Nicholas Hutchings, was in scintillating form last Saturday, winning his races on the CBR 150, and he's in a very familiar position. Of course, he's been having a bit of a tough year as well, so it was actually a good way to end off kind of the championship season for Short Circuit before we go to the 8-hour in December. But pole position, a 121.658 compared to the 123.0 of Jamie Hall. Keegan Wasserval will slot into that position as well. Over there, of course, the number 89 machine, Lance Jonas, who also moonlights a little bit as the NSF 100 helper or manager, you could put it like that. He's always helping the youngsters out, and a lot of experience there from the bike himself, and of course helping young Hayden out over the years. Garrett Goss, Braden Hutchings, of course, not having everything his own way in the Short Circuit always, but not like his cousin, but he's always one to watch, as Matthew van Niekerk, Wouter Smit. That's of course that top 8, which is all 650 bikes, and we are already almost away to go for this start. Remember, Hutchings on the Project 60 bike, not on a HSC machine.
Trying to get the whole shot, but Nicholas Hutchings flies down there. He cracks a whole shot entry into holes. The two of them sort of have a half-second lead over the third place man there as they roll out of holes up the U-Bear straight up towards Castrol Corner. Jamie Hall pursuing the back end there of Nicholas Hutchings, and the roll in. It looks like we got Jonas in there in third, and have a look at Hutchings. He's absolutely blazing glory away there, and Jamie Hall is really stretching himself to try and stay in touch with him.
The Black Knight, you could basically say. Jamie Hall on that black machine of him, the Kawasaki ER650, down the Joubert, not the Joubert straight, the Tigerberg straight rather, into that double apex right-hander that is saddle sweep, and down the back straight for the very first time on two wheels today. And well, you thought that Hutchings had a good start, but also Jamie Hall comes down the back straight over here, twists the throttle completely open over there, and then what happens is we go towards turn 5, Pertamina fast run. No move's going to be made yet, Francois, but this is the first of 9 laps to be completed.
I see there's already a little bit of a tussle between Adrian Solomon and Kagan, and someone goes down. Someone goes down in 5. Not down, it looks like they're holding. Oh, there is a bike down. Someone in the dirt come up towards us. They're going to cross the line, and it's Hutchings. Oh, up behind him it's Jonas. Then it's Brandon Hutchings. It's Maddie van Niekerk. It's Smith, Garrett Goss, Keegan Wasserval. Then Adrian Solomon and Abigail Bosson are having a titanic battle alongside each other.
Oh, that's magnificent to watch in the 300 class there, Francois. They'll be coming onto the Joubert straight right about now, and towards turn 2. And Abigail Bosson has had some international experience this year, and she's putting that to good use from Imola. You'll see her in that pink and black leathers as she comes around there as well, and that is in the 300 class on the Yamaha.
She's doing exceptionally well. Ryan Kutsia has gone down in in turn number 5, so he's out of this one. Very uncharacteristic, so maybe just trying a bit too hard there in lap number 1.
It's unfortunate over there. Hope he's all right, getting back on his 2 feet. But we're now well into the second. His yellow flags will still be waving down in double wave yellows into turn 5 Pertamina fast run as our leaders come through. Of course, Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall still on each other over there. Still nothing between them as they ruck to the line. And Lance Jonas will find himself in a very confident 3rd position at the moment there, Francois.
Braden Hutchings, Mary Smith, Gary Goss and Keegan Wasval all follow suit there up behind, and that's behind Lance Jonas. But Nicholas Hutchings and Jamie Hall are at it. They're really scrapping with each other now as they work their way up the Bear Straight up towards Castrol Corner. Jamie Hall electrifyingly close there to the back end. Nicholas Hutchings, and Hutchings can't really take a nap right now. It's just not going to work for him as they work their way through the kink. And Lance Jonas in 3rd. Braden Hutchings in 4th. Braden doing well. Is that Van Niekerk? No, it's Matthew Van Niekerk. He's in that comic strip 650. He works his way through the kink down into turn number 3. There's Maddie on screen doing a sterling job there in P4.
Talking about Braden Hutchings there, Francois, only half a second between himself and Matthew van Niekerk as they cross the line. That's a man who needs a stroke of good luck, is Braden Hutchings, and at 4th place at the moment, 5th place at the moment, and challenging for 4th is just what he needs at the moment. Going through turn 4 there, look at how they go through the sweep onto the back straight once again, a 1:22.467, the fastest lap of the race by Nicholas Hutchings himself, and he still maintains the gap between himself and Jamie Hall at the moment. Jamie Hall, a 1:22.5, a 1/10 of a second between them.
Very nice there on screen. You see there comes Nicholas Hutchings on the Project 60 bike. He's been followed there by Jamie Hall. Coming out of 5 is that whole group there up behind Braden Hutchings, Garrett Goss, Rhoda Smith, Keegan Wasval. And then behind them Adrian Solomon and Abigail Bosson in that little Super Sport 300 tussle. It looks like Solomon is pulling away from Bosson. Adrian Solomon has got one very good advantage, a very light young man and a good rider, take nothing away from him, great little rider, but that weight advantage. Abby now grown into an 8-year-old woman, and well, she's got to have to stretch that bike's legs to see if she can come into grips there with Adrian Solomon.
Yeah, a number of 650s between Abigail Boss on 2nd position and of course the 3rd position in class, Raymond Alexander at the moment, who keeps it just ahead by 7/10 of a second of Mitch Robinson there, and of course rounding everything off, Rainer Kotzer and Elmer Mostert at the moment. Just taking a look at where we are at the moment down the back straight, we're then running of course Nicholas Hutchings. The last time around, Francois, 9/10 of a second between himself and Jamie Hall, a 10th, actually a few more, about 4/10 of a second faster on that last lap, and getting the fastest lap once again, a 1:22.210.
Very quick for a 650 around this circuit, nothing wrong with that. And Hutchings under the City of Cape Town Bridge leads out there over Jamie Hall. Keep an eye there now for the 3rd place as they come out. Lance Jonas and Matthew van Niekerk is busy closing in on the back of Jonas. And then we got Wouter Smith, who's ahead of Braden Hutchings. So Wouter moving along swiftly. And Keegan Wasserfall, who moves up now past Wouter Smith, back up into P5. And the rest of the field working them out at turn 5.
Well, just waiting now for Adrian Solomon to come across the line. Here he comes now, Francois. Abigail Bosson closed up the gap by about half a second over the Adrian Solomon bike at the moment. Trevor Smith still hanging in there. Peter Hill, Mitch Robinson coming up a little bit, but Stavro Michel having a little bit of a tough time. The man who's retired from short circuit racing and putting all of his focus onto the main circuit.
Stavro Michel, great rider, lots of experience coming out of him. Having a look in turn 2 there, Abigail Bosson is closing down now on the back there of Adrian Solomon. Bones has got his work cut out because the lady's in the house, and she works her way out into Scepter Corner now up towards turn number 4, Sorrel Sweep, and she's closing hand over foot rapidly. She's going to be able to draft him. And
Rider off in turn 5, bike off in the sand there, Francois. Double wave yellows into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. We'll have to see who that is. I see that Ryan Kutsia actually initially rejoined the race.
And he's off again in 5.
and he's off again in 5. So twice in the space of 5 laps there, Francois.
I thought lightning never strikes twice in the same place, but apparently it does. But coming out of turn 5, here is a great tussle in the Super Sport 300s. Abigail Boston is right there on the back of Adrian Solomon now as they come out of the City of Cape Town Bridge. Is she going to draft him down in towards holes? We'll have to wait and see. Down they go.
Well, she took 0.4 of a second, Francois, out in the previous lap of Adrian Solomon. They'll come towards the line now. It is going to be only 0.2 of a second as they charge into turn 1. Francois, this is mighty ding-dong stuff over here. And she's already on the exit of turn 2. Turn 1 had a go towards turn 2 now. Castro Corner. Watch out for that black bike with the pink and white leathers and that bright green quacker right ahead. They are nose to tail through the kink now in the 300 class. Solomon has got his work cut out for him.
He's on a 400 Kawasaki. He's got a 310 Yamaha sitting right up there behind him, and Abby is stroking that pony properly as she works her way up behind him. That is where, I reckon that's where the action is at the moment, Byron, as they work their way into Sorrel Sweep. Brilliant stuff. So it's all happening out there. Hutchings still leads out of a Hall, Jonas and Fanikak, but that 300 battle is going down the back straight down towards turn number 5. Will Abby be late on the brakes up behind Adrian? He's just as late on the brakes. It's a lovely tussle there between the two of them. Abby looks to dive there. Adrian keeps the door closed. Down into 5 they go. Abigail Boston right on the back of Adrian Solomon. We've got 3 laps to go. Oh, she tightens up the line and she gets right onto his back tire. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. I don't see any other tussles as close as this one. Adrian now gets a little bit of breathing space, working his way down to holes.
There they come down towards turn 1 now there, Francois. She's going to have to play the waiting game here a little bit. 3 laps left to go for them as they lean into turn 1, into Holeshoek Corner. She was very close on the last lap, out of turn 1 towards turn 2 now on the Joubert straight. She gets that head down, that little white helmet, really pursuing the man ahead of her, but there is still a little bit of daylight between them. If I look at the gaps there, Francois, it is 0.4 of a second.
Oh, she comes right up behind him. She actually let the gas go, otherwise she would have rammed into the back of him. She's got fantastic corner exit speed, does Abby. And that's a lot of short circuit experience coming to the fore there. And as you say, a little bit of international experience, but it pays homage to the sport when you bring that with you because you're there with the world's best.
Hutchings comes across the line now there, Francois, and Jamie Hall is still keeping it within 2.2 seconds, 2.1 seconds. Lance Jonas, though, I saw a little bit later on, of course, coming. There's a fight for the lead coming into turn 1. Actually, that's the fight for second, I think, as well, that is adding in there as well. But Lance Jonas comes across the line. Actually, Matthew van Niekerk comes across the line now into turn 1. Keegan Wasserfeld comes up. Voter Slip, Garrett Goss, Brandon Hutchings. Brandon Hutchings actually coming up now into 7th position, Francois.
Yeah, I know. Lots of tussles and plenty around the circuit. We're going to try and pick up once again on those 300s because that has absolutely been where it's at. There they go down now into turn number 1. Still very much the same. Have a look there on screen at turn number 2. A couple of the back markers in the 650s working their way down into turn 3. But coming out towards Castrol Corner, Abby and Adrian are at it, hammer and tongs as they come up towards turn number 2.
Yellow flags are waving in before turn 4, Francois. Somebody has gone off of the circuit. There's a rider down by the fence in the sand at Sorrel Sweep. Bike 32 for the 3rd time today, Francois.
He's got problems. He's got problems. Brian Coetzee got major issues. No matter how many times he picks that bike up, it keeps going down. So he might have a tyre issue or something to that extent, or a brake issue. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, they'll have to be cautious through there. That cancels that section out for a passing opportunity, Francois. Where are our leaders of the 300s? Down the straight we go now, in the slipstream towards turn 5. I think Abigail Bosson is going to have her moment now. She looks towards the outside, but he's keeping the racing line over there. Onto the inside for Abigail Bosson.
Abby dives up on the inside. Is she going to shut out Adrian Solomon? She goes to the front. Abby goes to the front of the 300s. Oh, this is going to be a one down to the wire. Look, I can tell you something. Adrian's going to come back. He's got the drive. He's got a little bit more in the tank there as they come up towards the line. Adrian goes back to the front. He goes back to the front. Like I say, he's got a little bit more power, less weight. He's just got that slight advantage. But Abby must be clever. When she comes out of 5 and she's ahead, she must just shut all the doors. Use the line. Keep him there.
It's a very veteran ride from her. She's going to come on the exit of turn 1 now, Francois. She's not close enough maybe to launch anything into turn 2. Yeah, that was a superlative move as we watch now for our leaders coming through into turn 5 now. That will be Nicholas Hutchings. He's been inch perfect in this first race today.
Abby up on the inside, and Adrian comes back on the outside. This is all happening in the Power Sport 300s, Super Sport 300s.
Yeah, Hutchings wins there, Francois, but let's get back as Jamie Hall comes in second. Of course, Matthew van Niekerk has broken the gap from Lance Jonas. Let's get back to the 300s, though.
Coming up into Sarl sweep, Adrian Solomon ahead now. Can Abby get close enough now to draft him down to 5? She's going to have to come up with a bit of a different strategy if she wants to stay ahead of him.
Behind us.
She's not close enough to draft him. She might leave it late on the brakes. The flag is coming. Abby has been giving Adrian an absolute crackerjack race here. Adrian holds the up end into turn number 5. He's got the lead. Abby's not close enough to manage it. Can she draft him up towards the flag? Can she get close enough to draft him towards the flag? Let's have a look, see. Here they come up towards us. Adrian Solomon leads out. No, he's got the drag on her. He'll take checkers. Adrian Solomon over Abigail Boston. Man, what a race. What a race. Coming out of the Super Sport 300s. And the rest of the field coming up towards us. I think it's going to be Wouter Smith and Peter Hill. And Trevor Smith. What I'm saying about Trevor Smith over the line. Then the rest of the brigade come. Peter Hill. He's on the 650. And Raymond Alexander and Mitch Robinson over the line. Stavro Michel, Rainer Kotze, and Almi Mostert. Right, so that was the first of the year. Motorcycles, and wow, what an opening race. What great fighting and amongst the riders. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Choose from. We'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Right, just a big thanks to those sponsors, but a big thanks to Porsche as well for the main straight. Big thanks to Castrol. A big thanks to the City of Cape Town. Big thanks to King Tony Tools. And also a big thanks to Smile 90.4 FM, playing more 80s music than anyone else in Cape Town. They're the official media partners of the Western Province Motor Club. So a big thanks to those on board as well.
gentlemen, we're going to continue our program with the MC Superbikes and GTI Challenge and Masters. And on the front row, we've got the likes of Killarney Steyman, and the man from up north, Alan John, AJ Fenter, as we know him, the man that's done the Isle of Man TT, Tristan Pinard, Slade Felipe, David Enticott, Jason Lineker, Brad Bodsworth, Quinton Weening, Sean McCrill, Mark van den Berg, Dion Ebel, Gerard Frey, Daniel Frost, Johnny Schwerin, Wesley Hendricks and Wayne Aronson. Oh, I would say this is a sort of a star-studded field, having a look at some of the names up on the top end of the field there. And behind the 2 liter bikes of Steyman and Fenter is the 2 600s of Pinaar van Niekerk. Then the man that we all know, David Enticott, sits there on 5 with Jason Lineker alongside him. Brad Bodsworth and Quinton Weening, the 2 gents that have come up through the ranks. Sean McCrill and Mark van den Berg. Nice to have Bergs out there. He'll be on the 96 Suzuki. Dion Ebel, Gerard Freyer there, Danny Frost and Jonathan Schwerin down in Schwerin down in about 14th. He's on the Liter Quacker. He should be a little bit higher up. Where's Hendricks is there, and then the man himself, Mr. Two Wheels, Wayne Aronson, brings up the back end of the field. And this should be a crackerjack race. Nice to see all these riders out there.
Yeah, sponsored by Triumph, the motorcycle Superbikes and Masters, as well as the 600 class. Tristan Pinard, very high up there, of course, on the front row. In the 600 class, Slade van Niekerk, main challenger. David Enticott, who was on the motard last time out, of course, last Saturday. I did see Brad Bodsworth walking around the short circuit pits, but he was not racing at all. Quinton Weening was out there on his 150 CBR, but the likes of Sean McCrill, Mark van den Berg, Dion Ebel, as Francois has all been mentioning over there, all well and truly out, and a good full field of almost 20 machines out there. But it will be Kewan Snyman that will be on pole position, a 1:13.375 in qualifying, joining AJ Fenter, Alan John Fenter, 1:14.403, 1.1 seconds, I should rather say, faster was Kewan Snyman in that qualifying session. The Fireblade, though, will get on to that first grid hatching, and then the 39, beautiful in gold, the Truvine, Volt Markets and Lacquer Racing Kawasaki of AJ Fenter.
AJ Fenter shows he's from Gauteng. He brings the gold with him. So the rubber starters on his way they go. AJ gets a good start up in Kewan Snyman. Have a look on the outside. Is that it looked like Bodsworth. Tristan Pinard around the outside. Pinard goes into the whole shot there with Kewan. Kewan chasing hard there. Alan John Fender sits there in P3 and he lights that machine up as he chases Kewan. But Tristan on the 600, and we always say this is a 600 circuit.
Yeah, we have said that many times before, Francois. Let's see now, and Tristan Pinard to boot as well is a mighty talent here at Killarney. They go through turn 3, Interceptor Shoes corner now, a good clean start from everybody, looks like it, onto the Tygerberg straight. They will then run on this very first of 9 racing laps in this Superbike and 600 class race through the double apex right-hander at turn 4, and down the back straight we will then run, and well, let's see them go towards turn 5. I can see there AJ Fenter in 3rd position. Is Tristan Pinard trying to make another move back now into turn 5?
Well, you saw the liter bike of Kewan Snyman light up there, but Tristan let those brakes go at the last minute, and Snyman couldn't get through, so Pinard still leads out up under the city of Cape Town Bridge. Tristan Pinard on the Yamaha, but here come the 2 liters. It's Enticott. It's Enticott and AJ Fenter. AJ Fenter and Enticott. Snyman down in 4. David Enticott lining up the circuit on that 76 machine, and Alan John has gone to the front. Yeah. AJ Fenter from Lacquer Racing leads out there over Enticott, and still in 3rd place there, Tristan Pinard with Kewan Snyman clouding his mirrors, as they would say.
Pinot's going to have a go out of turn 2 there, Francois. A little bit of a wheelie from the second place man, of course, David Enticott, going through Interceptor corner turn 3 now onto the Tiger Milk straight. Look at that battle for second place at the moment there, Francois.
Snyman pops up in front of Pinot. Will Pinot come back at him as they exit Sorrel Sweep? It's AJ Fenton now widens the gap slightly, and side by side it's Snyman and Enticott. Snyman and Enticott side by side. Will David Enticott let up, or will Kewen dive across his bow? Kewen dives across his bow. He's after Alan John Fenter. But AJ in the lacquer racing machine, Volt Balkets, comes up towards us. That beautiful gold bike, fresh out of the mines in Gauteng, as he comes up, and he's cracking on the pace, and Snyman on the Honda from Missile Motorcycles is trying to close him down. And can he do it? He's getting closer, and David Enticott is hanging in there.
Well, a 1:14.487 for AJ Fenter compared to the 1:14.626 of Kewen Snyman. 2/10 of a second between them, but 6/10 as they cross the line into turn 2 now. That gorgeous in gold lacquer racing bike of AJ Fenter runs it out of turn 2, but inching towards him is that bright red Honda Fireblade of Kewen Snyman. They'll start leaving behind David Enticott. They'll start leaving behind Slade van Niekerk, who's currently at the moment the leader in the 600 class. Tristan Pinot not having a particularly good lap over there, and he's now 5th overall, 2nd in class.
Yeah, I think Tristan want to come back at Slade, but Slade's pretty quick out there on that machine. Alan John Fenter leads out over Kewen Snyman. They make their way down towards Perdamina Fostron corner, turn number 5. And Snyman late on the brake, slides it into turn 5. Alan John holding out there on the lacquer racing Volt Balkets machine as he comes out. He's pushing hard the Missile Motorcycles machine up behind him. David Enticott sits there in P3 and he's lagging a bit. And Tristan Pinot and Slade van Niekerk cross the line.
A full second faster Kewen Snyman was on that last lap. A 1:13.7, sorry, not a whole full second, it's a 1:13.7, excuse me. That's now going to be 5/10 of a second faster than Alan John Fenter. That is a 1/10 of a second between them. David Enticott still holds 3rd at the moment, but now going on to that main towards turn 2 now, it's going to be Kewen Snyman that runs it around and into the turn 2 section, turn 3 section.
Alan John trying to hold off Kewen Snyman. Kewen's right up there behind him now, making their way up towards Sorrel Sweep. You can see Kewen right there on the back end of Alan John. David Endicott's there. Then it's Slade van Niekerk, Tristan Pinot. Look at those 5 machines roll out of Sorrel Sweep down the back straight. They go towards Perdamina Fostron. Here comes Snyman, but Alan John's got a lot of experience. He closes all the lines. Alan John knows his way around any circuit in South Africa. He's a national rider. It feels like a bit of a national here with a bit of Gauteng presence. But here comes Snyman. Snyman up on the inside of AJ, and Snyman goes to the lead.
AJ will come back here, Francois, on the inside. Puts the leg out, does Kewen Snyman. But the young lion will hold the lead into turn 1.
Yeah, he does. Kewen's doing just enough to hold Alan John. Alan John will not hold behind. He will chase. He's not going to take this one lying down, is AJ.
Bike 28, that's Frost that is down in turn 5, I would think it is. And he's up, thankfully.
Danny Frost down there, but we're keeping an eye on the front end there. Snyman locking out the front end there now with AJ Fenter up behind him, down into Interceptor corner. Now they make their way up towards Sorrel Sweep. Hard on the gas. Snyman leads out. Alan John right there with him. We're going to watch what's going to happen now down the back straight. Are we going to have a bit of drafting taking place? I think the possibilities are endless if he's close enough. Alan John chasing that Honda. Here goes AJ Fenter. Oh, he's loud and proud going down towards number 5.
Yellow flags are waving there, Francois. Sorry to interject over there, but that's not a passing place.
Yeah, but the thing is, the yellow flag came out as they were on the marshal. It's a slow marker that went down. So Alan John's let Kewen go. He's let him go. So he understood what happened, but the yellow flag came out very late.
Well, you'll have another go, Francois, into turn 1. Sorry for jumping in there, of course. And Alan Young Fenter will take the lead right back into turn 1.
Yeah, AJ's got enough experience. This man has been around the Isle of Man, and he knows what it's like to ride at high speed. He's got, coming up behind him, there's Enticott and Slade van Niekerk together there with Tristan Pinot. Pienaar right there on the back end of the Slade Fanikak. That 600 battles also going to turn out into something special going down towards the line.
Yeah, it was 95 thousandths of a second between them on the last time crossing the line there. Francois, Slade Fanikak, Tristan Pienaar. Mark van den Berg is a little bit further back, of course, a different class. That's the Superbike class. Looking at the Superbike Challenge at the moment, Quinton Weening leads that class at the moment from Dion Ebel and Gerard Frey, as well as you go a little bit further down will be, of course, the man Daniel Frost, who dropped it, unfortunately, at turn 5, Pertamina Fastron.
I'm watching Mark van den Berg down in P6. He is absolutely hammering that Suzuki down into turn number 5. But here come your leaders. Here come your leaders. And AJ Venter leading out over Kieran Snyman. AJ down into holes and makes it look very easy. Alan John just leaning in there, queuing all 4 wheels up.
Yeah, they make their way through turn 1 onto the Joubert straight now towards turn 2, and closing up, under-braking heavily over there is Kieran Snyman right on that back wheel of the Kawasaki ahead of him. And now it's going to go out of that section through the kink. They will then go towards Interceptor corner turn 3, as they are now got this lap and 2 more left to go, Francois.
Great stuff. Hey, look at the 600 battle between Fanikak and Pienaar down in Interceptor corner. They'll be coming up towards Sorrel Sweep, and they are literally nose to tail. There they come into your screen now. There's Fanikak and Pienaar literally nose to tail. That scrap is going to go right down to the wire, and Pienaar is going to look to try and draft Fanikak. No, he isn't. He's sitting on his outside. They're having a drag down to the line, and I think Fanikak's got the upper hand. He'll shut Pienaar out on the outside. Green lights, all's good to overtake down in 5. That bike's out the way. So there's a lovely battle ensuing now. Alan John Venter crosses the line ahead of Kieran Snyman, makes his way down towards holes, and is followed there by Enticott. And here come the 2 600s. Oh, the leathers are flapping. These guys are even holding. Look at Mark van den Berg. He's closing on those 2. Bergs is absolutely murdering that bike, and not too far behind him, Brad Wadsworth.
Oh, that could get him some places as well there, Mark van den Berg. But looking at that 600 battle, they come up towards turn 2 now, and well, it will still be Slade Fanikak right ahead of Tristan Pienaar, who briefly led this race, remember. He took that whole shot into turn 1, and look on the acceleration now, out of turn 2. He won't make it work there. He won't make it go through turn 3, Interceptor corner, as we have this lap and the next one left to go.
Well, Mark van den Berg's trying to reel in those 2 600. There he's in picture. He comes up and he's trying his utmost to try and close on those 2 600s. There's Fanikak and Pienaar. Not too far behind them into picture. Mark van den Berg comes and he is chasing hard. He's got 2 laps to go.
Turn 5, we're going to have a change here. Are we? No, that gold Kawasaki lies ahead and stays ahead of AJ Venter. Kieran Snyman is going to have 1 more lap to have a go at him as they rocket it down now underneath the Wingfield Motors Castro City at Cape Town Bridge. It's going to be side by side towards turn 1. Kieran Snyman is on the inside, but he crosses the bow, and of course that means AJ Venter, gold member, will keep it ahead.
Have a look there on the 600 battle, and it looks like it's Fanikak that's going to hold out over Pienaar, and Mark van den Berg is closing up. Mark van den Berg is closing up on that Suzuki. He's leading out the Masters. Fanikak holds out over Pienaar, going into 2. There they're coming to screen, and they literally nose to tail. Mark van den Berg using everything in that liter bike to try and close down the 600s, and we've got a lap to go.
David, he's got nobody to play with for David Enticott there. He'll have a confident 3rd position.
Checkered flag. Checkered flag is coming out. Right, here we go. We're going to wait for the leaders. There they go. Alan John and Kieran Snyman, last gasp effort down into Pertamina Fastron. Alan John, the man from Lekker Racing and Vault Markets, leads out on the Kawasaki as he comes out of Pertamina Fastron. Checkered flag beckons. They're going to be a drag to the line. Snyman's going to look to come on the inside. Here comes AJ Venter. AJ Venter's going to bring it to the line ahead of Kieran Snyman. 3rd place is going to go to this man, David Enticott. A great ride from David. And here come the 600s. Fanikak and Pienaar. Fanikak takes it from Pienaar. And then first in the Masters coming across the line, Mark van den Berg.
There was 65 thousandths of a second between Slade van der Kek and Tristan Pinot for the 600 victory there, Francois. Mark van den Berg, Brad Bodsworth comes across the line. He's not in the challenge class anymore. Quinton Weening will take the win in the Superbike Challenge class. Jason Lineker, that will be actually third place in the 600s coming across the line now. Dion Ebel will get second in the challenge class. And then Gerard Frey will get third in class. Sean McCrill, we didn't speak much about Sean McCrill, Jonathan Schwerin and Wayne Aronser, but they'll be on their last lap at present. But just to show you, Francois, how hard AJ Fenter was pushing over there. A 1:13.777, fastest lap of the race, 0.2 of a second faster on that last lap than Koen Snyman. What was the gap between them? 0.2 of a second.
Now, Byron, I'm going to take you back about 5 years, okay?
Bike 26, unfortunately, Sean McCrill putting it down in turn 5. So the second rider in this class to do so as Wesley Hendricks and Wayne Aronson come through. The rider is up though, so Sean McCrill is up on 2 feet.
Right, so I want to say to you, I'm taking back about 5 years. They were doing 113s, we thought it was quick. And the likes of Clinton Seller, Matthew Scholz do 109s. Now you get the idea of what international. There's Mr. Van den Berg on his back wheel down the back straight again. We know him, the Wheelie King. But yeah, so 113 quick, but still a bit off the older national pace. And those are 6, 7-year-old bikes that did that. Yeah, we're going to have to look, see how the heat number 2 goes. The track is quite optimal for good racing. So we'll take it from there. See what happens. But yeah, lovely bike racing, I must admit. It's been real good scraps all around the field.
And as I was saying, Francois, yes, we had a battle for the lead in the Superbike class. We had a battle for the lead in the 600 class. David Enticott had nobody to play with. You know, he needs to get a little involved maybe, you know. There's a couple of guys ahead of him. It's going to be a bit of a tough ask, but wow, I need to sit down for a brief moment now because that was some mega bike racing.
Yeah, having a look at the South motorcycles coming up, so that's the next class.
Your stress ECG, you just passed it. Did I? No. Okay.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price for my car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price Check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car Price Check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Right, we're going to go on to the South Motorcycles Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run bikes. And out there, Shannon Thompson, Leighton Thomas, Conrad Meyer, Willem Lowe, Jason Balterman. Nice to see Jason out there. Chad Thompson, JB Shermers, Laverne Sabotka. And that man on the Ducati, Sharif Reynolds, is out there on the Classics with John Kosterman. And Augustine de Toire is out there. Mario Ferreira, Willem Morris, Matthew Reynaud, Tyler Weber, and Philip Rimmer.
Well, yeah, so Shandon Thompson and Leighton Thomas, Conrad Meyer all together. Mario Ferreira out there. And, well, if anybody's got a bit of news for us on young Julian, who took a tumble at short circuit, it would be very appreciated. I don't know, I haven't been putting my ear on the, what do you call it? Ear on the... On the socials, yes. My eye and my ear. I thought I was just listening to Wood or something.
You can put your ear on the socials. Just put the phone next to your head. That's very easy. But
I always get that wrong. You know, what happens is I don't know where to put the phone. I always have to be reminded by my wife to put it by my ear.
Oh God. Yeah. Okay. Well, we won't go there. Right. So yeah, they come up towards us. Nice to see that man, Sharif Reynolds, out there on the Ducati 996, the Cole Fogarty special. This man is very passionate about his Ducatis, and let you know something, folks. It's not easy to race a Ducati. It's a very different kind of bike to ride.
It's a beautiful, beautiful red number 7, of course, there, that Ducati.
John Kosterman on the pre-sling Suzuki in the 81 machine. Nice to see him out there.
Love that 1100 Suzuki of John Kosterman. France, a good classic bike. I know in the short circuit, of course, we have the super single of Alan Westman, classic little Yamaha, so it's always good to see the classic bikes come out.
Jason Balterman out here on the F800 GS. Jason's a big guy. He's lost half of his, he's lost a person. He's half the man he used to be. So Jason Balterman on the 90 machine sits there. Willem Lowe on the 80 Kawasaki there alongside him. And the pole sitters move into their respective positions. I must admit, Byron, some nice liveries on some of these motorcycles.
Oh, especially that number 63 JP Shermer's black Honda Fireblade. Well, here we go. John Green will move out of the way, Francois, and away we'll go shortly when the lights go out, and away we go as the second place man gets off of the line. Is that Conrad Meyer that split through over there into turn 1 for the first time in this race, and first of 9 laps.
Oh, you got to watch around the outside. Going up into second on the BMW, the F800 is Jason Balterman, ex-short circuit motor rider, but he's going to get licked up a bit by the leader. No, he doesn't. He says, hey, bly waar julle is. Yeah, and he's on the rechterkant. And he's looking up on the inside. He's going to take is he going to take a lead? It looks like it's Grace and Balterman back up. Oh, I tell you something, this is brilliant. Red flag.
Red flag.
Oh, there's 2 riders down here.
Oh.
2 riders have gone down. One of them looks like Morris.
Does look like the BMW Boxer. The Francois, that mustard-coloured machine.
We must have just gone out of sight on that one.
And then there's another one lying on the SA flag on the apron on the runoff tarmac section. Turn 2, Francois, always on these first laps as well, can cause quite a bit of trouble. And the rider, there's one rider walking, both riders walking, maybe need a little bit of a helping hand, but nope, they're both walking unassisted, which is absolutely good news.
Pieces of motorcycle strewn all over the circuit, so that is a bit of a problem.
And yeah, there are more, some bruised egos in there as well, and the fun stops so suddenly. Both riders are walking unaided, which is magnificent over there, but that is a red flag. Race stopped on this very first lap of the 9-lap race.
Oh, well, we missed out on that one. Maybe we'll get a replay, but they definitely are coming together. Pieces strewn all over the road. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate about that one. Oh.
Just to confirm, of course, we will be getting you the numbers of those bikes over there as well. And one did look like a BMW Boxer 1100, but we need to just confirm exactly who that was. That's Dr. Neil Gargan. That's on the scene for precaution. And of course, our SA paramedics are well and truly here in full force as the marshals and cleanup crews all descend or all come towards the scene.
Well, it's nice to see. I see Donnie Moritz is out there as well on the 84 or the 64 machine.
I see the Mario Ferreira 44 is on the grid.
So it's Maurice.
So it must be Maurice, yes, as you said.
4-3 is one of them.
4-3, that is the that's Natwari. Augustin Natwari is bike number 43 on our list.
So it's Natwari and Maurice that went down.
1-3, it is confirmed, Frankie. Thank you very much. It is William Morris, as you said there, Francois, and I can see the Natwari bike getting pushed off to the side at the moment by the marshals. So 2 riders unfortunately out of this very first race, and Francois did point out the 64 on the grid at the moment of Donnie Moritz. And that's usually in the classic bike class, of course, on the Gixxer.
Donnie Moritz. I think I stand corrected, but I think he's 60 already. Yeah. He's older than me. No,
no, he is 60 years.
Yeah.
I think it was this year that he actually had he turned 60.
Yeah.
And he's probably got 60 million laps around Killarney.
Probably something like that. There's who's counting.
Replay. Okay, let's take a look. The whole gang goes in and already losing it before the corner. I think Natwari lost balance and hit the Morris BMW. We'll see again, rolling over the curb there was, I think, William Morris. And we'll see another replay once again here, Francois, hopefully.
There we see again. Watch it mid-pack.
So watch that mid-pack.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's a back wheel clip. So he drove into the back wheel of Morris, and that's why they went down.
Oh, it just shows you how quickly, of course, in the gang.
I call that a bit of a rookie mistake, not maintaining your line, Byron. We know that when you go into a corner, you maintain your line. Don't try and change your line going into a corner, because then inevitably you're going to knock someone alongside you.
But thankfully, as we said earlier on, both riders are fine. Of course, the BMW 1100S, the R1100S of Billy's Service and Ovs Motards, and of course Natwari, that was the other rider involved there in the Clubman's motorcycle class. And Natwari on the Yamaha R1.
Sorry to interrupt. I see the board is out. It's an 8-lap race.
So we'll just knock 1 lap off. It'll be a brand new race. And only the rest left now, 2 knocked off. I think we only have about 17 out there at the moment now.
8 laps, guys.
8-lap race it will be.
Sorry, mathematical correction. 16. Not 17, 16.
16, thank you. You're much better at maths than I do.
I just counted them, that's all. I have to confess.
I see your abacus over here as well, that has been giving you that counting.
My daughter has a joke about that at college. Their teacher said to them, if you can't get the calculator, you can use an abacus. In the class at this time, what is an abacus?
I thought that was a Greek surname.
Yeah, anyhow, it's an abacus. An abacus, yes, the little balls with Roman numerals. Right, yep. So all the riders down there on the start line, they'll soon get the instruction to get their motors running. They're just clearing up the circuit there on the entrance to Castro Corner. A little bit of debris down on the circuit. Having a look down here, Byron, Jason Bolterman lying over his tank, contemplating, now how do I get that whole shot again? Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Take 2.
Take 2.
It will be, and sometimes we need a few takes
and
just
Sharif,
to get off the line.
And Sharif on the 996 saying, I ran right through the field and I got a bit bogged down. So do I take a different line? What do I do? Well, who's to know? But good to have all these riders out here in the Classic Clubman's. John Costerman rolling back the years there. He's on the 1100 Suzuki. Nice to have some classic motorcycles. And Donnie Moritz there on the 64. Also a Suzuki. Different, have you noticed the different fairings? Costerman's got the round nose, Moritz has got the old flat nose fairing. Very much the same period bike.
Yeah, I love those classic fairings there as well compared to the modern ones. I'm being a bit biased there, Francois, but those classic ones just have something about them.
3 minutes and turn 2 should be clear.
3 minutes and turn 2 should be clear. You can still see some activity.
There's an echo in the commentary box.
It's echo. Right with me. It's my conscience. It's my
I
conscience
heard
speaking.
someone say something and I heard it get said again. I'm very confused.
Well, you can still see some brims out there as well. Lots of sweeping to do thanks to our Killarney cleanup crews, our Killarney marshals, and our SA paramedics, who are quick on the scene and quick to work and spend their whole day in the sun, in the rain, in the wind, and waiting to, of course, spring into action. But, of course, we are now within that 3-minute period that we will be starting again, and it will be a brand new race, albeit 1 lap down from the original 9-lap race. This is the last of the trio of bike races that we'll have, and then we'll go on to some more car racing, and then after lunch we'll commence the second trio of bike races. All right, so that was the sighting lap for the new race. And we get now back down to the grid. John Green, this man with the 5-second board, he's always in position. One of the bravest men in motor racing, as he picks a side and runs to it. Usually it's to the grass on his right-hand side, but back, of course, on pole position will be Shandon Thompson. And then the 55 Kawasaki of Leighton Thomas. As the revs rise, the lights will reflect shortly, all red, all out at the same time, and away we go for the start of this mile. And Shandon Thompson, a much more conservative start from everybody now. Shandon Thompson will get the whole shot surely into turn 1 here, Francois, on this first of 8 laps in this new race.
Yeah, having a look there, see at Jason Balterman got a bit of a wheelie start, not the one that he was expecting. He'll be chasing hard now. I see he's gone up to 3rd. He looks like he wants to go around the outside. Oh my word, around the outside of Castrol Corner, and he slots up into 2nd place. Head there of Shannon, and he works his way through the kink down towards Interceptor Corner. So Thompson and Balterman are in there trying to have a look at Sharif Reynolds lying in about 6th place on the Ducati. He'll want to work his way through, but already the Liter bikes sort of blow up, and Jason hangs onto that throttle, gets a bit slow, and then gives it a good bit of a crank on the handle. Now they work their way down the back straight down towards Pertamina Fastron. You can hear the Liter bikes going, and the Liter bikes all coming to their own now as they all blow past Balterman down towards turn number 5. But Jason will be very late on the brakes. He's on the 800. It's a F800 machine. It's a Rotax motor, and not a boxer motor, but he's having lots of fun out there. Right, they're coming up towards the line. You can see all the bikes there behind each other, all jostling for positions. Up over the line they go. Shannon Thompson, Leighton Thomas, Chad Thompson, Willem Lowe, Jason Balterman, Conrad Mayer, JB Simmons, Donnie Moritz up to 8th position, and then Sharif Reynolds up behind Donnie with Matthew Reynard, Wayne Grace, Laverne Sobotka, John Kosterman, Tyler Weber, Philip Rimmer, Mario Ferreira, all work their way around the circuit now. But your leader, Shannon Thompson, taking Castrol Corner a little bit wide, and so to Chad Willem Lowe with Jason in there.
Yeah, Chad Thompson getting a bit of a stab from behind there, out towards turn 3 now, Francois, from Willem Lowe. Jason Balterman, look out for him on that beautiful black BMW. Just taking a look, 15 of them out there in all, or 16 out there all. Mario Ferreira rounding everything off on the BMW, but leading the classic class at the moment, Francois, none other than Donnie Moritz by a 1/10 of a second over Sharif Reynolds' Ducati. They go down the back straight now towards turn 5. Could there be a change of lead here? Leighton Thomas looks like he's gone on the inside and should take the lead away there on the 2nd lap of the race.
There's a move that you didn't see. Taking 3 bikes down the back straight is that man, Donnie Moritz. He's gone in front of Willem Lowe, so he'll be up to P4. Well, Donnie, there's your first 2 bikes. Here comes Donnie. He's going to be 3rd over the line. Donnie Moritz rolling back the years as he crosses the line in P3 and leads out the classics by a huge margin.
Yeah, well, 60 years old. I thought it was 30 years old. Come on, let me tell you. Fastest lap as well, Francois. A 1:19.618, and that's considerably faster than everyone else. 0.8 of a second faster than our leader at the moment as they're going to turn 2, Castrol Corner. Leighton Thomas trying to break off the gap now. A second between himself and Shandon Thompson as they crossed the line earlier on, but Donnie Moritz cutting into that now at the moment. 1.7 seconds between himself and Shandon Thompson, leaving Chad Thompson behind 0.2 of a second still when they cross the line.
Yeah, and having a look there at Conrad May, he slipped up on the inside of Baltimore going into Interceptor Corner. So we watch now as they all work their way through Sorrel Sweep. The leaders making their way down now towards Pertamina Fostra, and it's still going to be Leighton Thomas, Shannon Thompson, but I think Donnie Moritz is up there. Donnie Moritz has possibly gone into second already. So Donnie van Killarney, there he is in screen, working his way through.
Well, we watch them now coming up towards the line. Francois, there'll be 5 laps left to go. 4 laps left to go, excuse me. And Donnie Moritz, a 1:18.965 fastest lap of the race. Half a second faster than Leighton Thomas as they cross the line. Going into turn 1 now. So Leighton Thomas, 55. Of course, the Kawasaki Ninja that he is currently on. 1.2 seconds between himself and Donnie Moritz. And Shandon Thompson now left behind by a second in that third position.
Yeah, so Leighton Thomas pushing that Kawasaki as hard as he can, but that pre-sling of Donnie, well, we don't know quite what the engine capacity is. We think it's an 1100. I think it could be a little bit more. With lots of power there, but Donnie showing all his expertise, bringing it all to the fore now, up towards turn number 4. There's Leighton, there's Donnie up behind him. Then it's going to be Shannon Thompson, then Chad Thompson, then Willem Lowe, then Jason Balterman work their way through down towards Pertamina Fostron. Donnie Moritz is charging after Leighton Thomas. Leighton Thomas is lighting up the circuit, but Donnie is closing up hand and over foot.
Well, Thomas still leads, of course, not only overall, but he also leads the Clubman's class. Moritz in second, 1.2 seconds the last time. He comes onto the main straight now, and he should have closed that gap up ever so slightly. 1.2 the last time out. We see them as they come across the line and charge towards turn 1. It's actually a bit quicker from Thomas this time around, who leads overall. Donnie Moritz leads the classic class, and it will be Tyler Weber down in what is his 12th position. They currently leads the breakfast run class on the 750 Suzuki. Philip Rimmer in 14th position. He's second of bike number 8.
Only 2 of the breakfast class there now. The riders working their way now towards turn number 3, Interceptor Corner. Donnie Moritz is throwing that bike of his around with some gay abandon as they work their way through Interceptor Corner, and Leighton Thomas is leading out. Thomas up towards turn number 4. There on screen he comes up towards you, Leighton Thomas, and look at Donnie Moritz on that aging, almost a 30-40-year-old machine that he's chasing with. Trust me, the internals were only 30 or 40 years old, but he's got that Suzuki absolutely flying as he makes his way down into Pertamina Fostron Corner, and he's closing down hand over foot there over Leighton Thomas. Leighton Thomas is going to have his hands full within about a lap and a half as Donnie starts to close.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 laps left to go now, Francois. They come towards the line. 1.3 seconds the last time out between Thomas and Moritz. They cross the line, and it should have shrunk over here a little bit. 0.6 of a second now. So taking now a whole 7/10 out of Leighton Thomas. A 1:18.383 for Donnie Moritz. They go onto the Joubert Straight now towards turn 2. That is the battle to watch on the penultimate lap of this race, Francois.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a little bit of a squabble there, and Leighton Thomas holding out of Donnie Moritz. He doesn't want Donnie to get past him. He'd like to win this one on the Clubman side of things, but Donnie is just all over him like a cheap suit going into Interceptor Corner. Leighton Thomas has got his hands more than full. As a matter of fact, I think they're overflowing at the moment because Donnie is right there on him as they work their way up towards Sorrel Sweep. There's Leighton. There's Donnie right behind him. Down the back straight. He hold the line. Leighton's got to hold his line. He's just going to make sure that Donnie doesn't get past. But Donnie's going to slingshot behind him. Leighton winding up that ZX10 as he makes his way down towards Pertamina Fostron. He takes the inside line. Very defensive. Good call from him there. Donnie sits right up on his back wheel. There you see in picture They're working their way out now. Will Donnie get that grunt coming out there? That ZX10, I can assure you, has got lots of power. It can hold its own as they work through. Donnie's looking up on the inside. Leighton is having none of it. He goes down. He's going to be late on the brakes. It's modern brakes versus yesteryear brakes. Donnie sits there with him. They're on their final lap. Final lap now for Leighton Thomas, Donnie Merritt, Shannon Thompson in third, Conrad Mayer, Chad Thompson, Willem Lowe, and Jason Bolterman down in 7 crosses the line.
Yeah, coming into turn 2 now for the last time in its first race, going a little wider there now. On the exit is Shannon Thompson, and just cuts across the front bow there as now Donnie Moritz goes into turn 3. Leighton Thomas, sorry, not Shandon.
Leighton Thomas leading out there over Donnie Moritz. Leighton trying everything now as he tries to secure that position for the final time into Sorrel sweep. Can he hold on to that? All the folk in the Boma watching this excitement as he works his way out. Now, Donnie's going to wind that Suzuki up for one final time down towards Perdamina Fastron. Leighton has got his wheels on there, and he's going to be late on the brakes down into turn number 5, Perdamina Fastron. Can he hold on? Donnie is there. This is a monumental effort coming out of Donnie Moritz, chasing a very modern ZX10 now as they come up towards the line. I think Leighton might have the drive as they come up towards the line. Donnie drafts him. Leighton does enough. Donnie Moritz second with almost, I reckon, about a 40-year gap in those two motorcycles.
Well, Shandon Thompson, that's the man I was actually mentioning earlier on, will come third overall, and that will be second in Clubman's. Conrad Mayer will come home 4th position. Chad Thompson, Willem Lowe, Jason Bolterman down in 7th position. 8th will be Laverne Sabotka. All Clubman's class bikes, JP Shermers. We wait for JP Shermers and Matthew Reynard. Will they come through now? Yes, they will. And then Sharif Reynolds will get second in the classic bike class, and then the winner of the breakfast run is Tyler Webber. John Kosterman comes home down outside of the top 10, and in the classic bike class he'll be third in the classic bikes, ahead of Philip Rimmer, the second in the breakfast run class, and then Wayne Gress. We didn't speak much about Wayne this time. Francois will be third in the classics class, comes across the line right now. Mario Ferreira, the only man still out there on bike number 44. And here we go. Yeah, John Kosterman, sorry there, that's third in classics. Yes, Sharif Reynolds is, of course, the second man in classics. And then, of course, we have, after that, Mario Ferreira. Wayne Gress will be 4th. Mario Ferreira will be 5th in the classics class. Of course, that will be the 15 of them, or 16 of them, I should rather say, completing the race. And Atuaria Morris out, of course, on the first lap in the first start. A very small field of Formula Libres today. One of the classes at Killarney that does require a sponsor. One of the few classes that does not have a sponsor. So if you're thinking of getting involved in motorsport for 2024, I think that's an ideal way to get involved here at Killarney. We, of course, celebrate all of our sponsors. You'll see on our screen if you're watching online, Castrol, Smile, 90.4 FM, Wingfield Motors, the City of Cape Town, best price for my car, Interceptor shoes, you name it, it's all around here as well. So we really love our sponsors and we love having them on board. But looking at the grid over here, a bit of a topsy-turvy grid. Zayna Munson in the Repsol Lantis, currently at the exit of pit lane and not able to get the car out. Or is he? There we go. He makes it out onto the circuit, and well, Zayna Munson in that familiar orange Lantis, as we have another machine come out onto the circuit. That is the number 61 of Cyril Somerville, Class C entrant. I see Byron Mitchell's name is down there in a Formula V today, not in his Reynard Formula VW. But DJ Boyson is registered for Class S, usually in that Formula VW Reynard. But Andre Lariche, I saw that black machine go out on there, that black Formula V in Class V. And Class V is the class to watch in the Formula Libres. Class V standing for the Formula Vs. The 1400cc Golf motors that they use, of course, Weber carbs, and of course the Super Vs, you have fuel injection and 1600 cc's at your disposal, and there's been talk of those coming and joining the Formula Vs, or Formula Libres I should rather say. But yeah, the twin Weber carbs there for the Formula Vs with the 1400cc motor. No wings, of course, rear or front, unlike the Reynards and the Formula GTIs. But Luan van Heerden in there, Ricky Anderson. I saw Hayden Elwood in that Swift, that Formula Ford, come out, and I remember speaking to folks. Of course, he's got no engine cover on that car. He's of course was talking to some people about getting himself an engine cover fabricated. Of course, that's fiberglass, but he'll get some extra cooling for that motor of his. You see the exhaust pipe coming out there through the back, along the side and out the back. Here comes Zayna Munson in the Repsol Lantis in the second grid position, alongside the Dyco Racing Formula Reynard, or Reynard I should say, Andre Lariche on road 2, the 65 car over there as well of Renault Paints, former Formula M runner on the second row. And we should be ready to go racing here for 10 laps. So it's a 10-lap race. We used to do 8-lappers. Wind slightly coming up here. The revs rise and away we go. A lot of wheel spin there for Zayna Munson as we run towards turn 1. Andre Lariche gets up into second position. Watch out for Hayden Elwood in that Jordan Homage car into the 4th position ahead there of Zayna Munson, who went from second down to 5th in a blink of an eye.
I think he's got a bit of carburetor issues, or possibly accelerator cable issues, and didn't get the greatest of starts there. So Andre Lariche sits currently in second place. DJ Boyson will ease away in his car. He's got lots of power underfoot there, but Andre Lariche doing well there in second place as they work their way through Interceptor corner up the Tygerberg straight up towards Sarl Sweep, which is turn number 4. DJ Boyson exits full and makes his way down the back straight. Andre Lariche has got a whole gaggle of cars up behind him. He's going to have to want to keep them behind him if he wants to hold on to second place. And right there with him is Renault Pence. Renault Pence sits there with him. Everyone trying to get through. Andre comes under attack there. Renault Pence gets past him. Pence goes through. And can Pence hold on to that second place as they enter Pertamina Fostron corner? And well, seeing there that Hayden Elwood is in there as well, so he'll be causing a little bit of an upset.
Down to complete lap 1. It was DJ Boyson that crossed the line, but look at Hayden Elwood challenging Reino Pence. They are side by side down the straight. Well, they go onto the inside of turn 1 and take the place right away up into second for the Swift. Of course, the Swift is running in Class C, and then Reino Pence in the 3rd position. But look behind him now. It is Byron Mitchell that is carving through into what is 4th position. Past Andre Lariche. That's also a Formula V car, a Class V car, and that's a ding-dong battle there between Mitchell and Lariche, as Kelly Fletcher up in 3rd position at the moment. Donovan Ramsey now ahead of Zayna Munson, but Zayna Munson is just being snatched up by everybody that comes along. The next man to come around will be Ricky Anderson.
Yeah, he's got a bit of, as I say, he's got some accelerated issues. DJ up ahead, Reino Pence in 2nd, Hayden Elwood 3rd, Andre Lariche, Byron Mitchell there with Andre Lariche having a bit of a fight there. Kelly Fletcher not too far behind him. Kelly's having a look-see, she can close down and join the party. Andre and Byron side by side as they go down towards turn number 5. Kelly sees the goings on in front of her and she tries to close up. She's doing well. She's pulled away a bit there from Donovan Ramsey. Kelly Fletcher is joining the party, the lady equestrian, as she's well known on social media. Kelly closing up there now on the back of them. Andre Lariche and Byron Mitchell are having a ride. And Byron is enjoying this because he likes to have a bit of a race. Look at Kelly. Kelly is closing and Kelly is sitting right on the back end there of Byron. And that's, we call that a lover's quarrel because, as we know, the two of them are in a relationship. So there'll be a nice little bit of a tiff going down there.
Well, they come out of turn 1 now. You can see the wind coming from the southeast here a little bit, actually, through that section. Actually, more from the northwest. Sorry, my left and right hand around there. But, well, they go through turn 2 now. It's nose to tail, though. Andre Lariche leads the way through that particular section. And then towards turn 3 now, you'll see Hayden Elwood will just be ahead there of Reino Pence at the moment. It will be about 0.2 of a second between the two of them when they cross the line last. Going through Saddle Sweep now, Hayden Elwood still keeps that 2nd position overall. Leader of Class C from Reino Pence. Then it's Andre Lariche from Byron Mitchell. Kelly Fletcher hanging in there. And then Donovan Ramsey, Zayna Munson, Ricky Anderson, Cyril Somerville, and Luan van Heerden.
Byron Mitchell having a look at Andre Lariche around the outside. Lariche is going to cover the inside, but have a look at those 4 cars going in there. What a squabble as they enter turn number 5, and Reino Pence has got Andre Lariche up behind him. Hayden Elwood's got this whole gaggle of cars. There's actually about 6 cars in this as they work their way under the Castrol Bridge now, City of Cape Town. And Elwood, and here comes Byron Mitchell and Andre Lariche. Then it's going to be Kelly Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey. They all cross the line down into holes. It's a lovely scrap. DJ Boyson is way down the road. He's checked out. He's gone out of town. But Reino Pence leads out on Hayden Elwood. Yes, Pence coming into Castrol Corner. Reino Pence, Hayden Elwood, Byron Mitchell, Andre Lariche. Then it's going to be Kelly Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey as they work their way out of Castrol Corner. Lovely squabbles here. This is what we come to see. Close, tight racing, and it's anybody's game.
Well, DJ Boyson, a 1:17.007, the fastest lap by a continental mile. And, of course, that's understandable. He's got a 2-litre VW fuel-injected engine, now a 1:16.390. He's got wings, he's got slicks, he's got it all out there, and that will be a massive gap between himself and Hayden Elwood. Hayden Elwood, Reino Pence, still in that battle between each other. 74 thousandths of a second between them as they come down the back straight now.
Hayden Elwood goes up to 2nd head of Reino Pence. Andre Lariche moves up into P4 head of Byron Mitchell, and Kelly Fletcher stays ahead of Donovan Ramsey. They're all coming out of Pertamina Fostron Corner. Here they come under the City of Cape Town Bridge. And Elwood leads out of a Pence. Lariche, Byron Mitchell, Kelly Fletcher, Donovan Ramsey. Line of stern stuff as they make their way down towards. And Mitchell having a look up on the inside of Lariche. Mitchell slides up Lariche and makes one place and goes up to P4.
Yeah, that'll be the leading Class V as well as the battle rages on. But Lariche will come right back at him into turn 2 now. Looks on the outside. And well, it's going into turn 1 as well there, Francois, a little further down in the mixture. Of course, we have Zayna Munson trying to fight his way back through, and I think he's made his way past Ricky Anderson there, and Cyril Somerville will still hold it behind them, just the three of them going into that turn 2 section. But then, of course, on the end of that will be Luan van Heerden out of turn 2.
DJ Boyson exits holes. He makes his way up towards Castro Corner. Like Byron said, he is a Continental mile ahead of everybody and some. But we have a look at this scrap going down into Pertamina Fostron. It's Reno Pence who makes his way ahead of Hayden Elwood. Then it's Byron Mitchell and Andre Lariche and Kelly. And oh, look at this. It's an absolute, it's peak hour traffic coming out of turn number 5, and they're all over each other, squirming for positions as they work their way through. Reno Pence stays ahead of this whole pack, but here they come. It's Andre Lariche, Byron Mitchell, and going in there now, it's going to be Donovan Ramsey, Kelly Fletcher, Hayden Elwood, Ricky Anderson. Oh man, I tell you what, you cannot ask for better racing coming out of holes at the moment.
Amazing stuff over here. Onto the Joubert Straight. They'll then run towards turn 2, and this is allowing Reno Pence to streak away from everybody else as the Formula V gang behind him rages on. And then, of course, like I said, Andre Lariche coming out now through the kink towards turn 3, having a stab at it though now is going to be Byron Mitchell. He takes a look on the outside a little bit, not going to make it work over there. Donovan Ramsey, he's the dark horse here. He comes through so nicely up into that position, 3rd place in class, ahead of Kelly Fletcher.
Little bit of action behind the circuit. The SAPS helicopter circling around the noon there, but in the meantime, we're back here, and DJ Boyson leads out very far, but Reno Pence has pulled away from the likes of Andre Lariche, who sits there behind him. Byron Mitchell, then Donovan Ramsey and Kelly Fletcher. Fletcher's having a look up on the inside. There's no place there for her now as they work their way through. Mitchell leads over Lariche, then it's Ramsey, then it's Fletcher as they work their way out. It's a lovely little squabble here coming up towards us, and still Lariche trying to chase down Pence. Pence is there, and Lariche on the outside of Mitchell. Lariche on the outside of Mitchell going down into holes. Will he make it stick? No, Byron has the inside line. He'll hold out.
Oh, there we go. Coming right through then, Francois. You'll get the inside line. Did he did. Onto the Joubert Straight now towards turn 2. Is Andre Lariche going to go on the outside and take him back? And he'll look on the outside. Not going to make it work there. It looks like Donovan Ramsey just falling off the back of them there a little bit. Kelly Fletcher just hanging onto the back there of Ramsey, and unfortunately the ailing Hayden Elwood in that Formula Swift, Formula Ford is trundling around through turn 3 at the present moment.
Yeah, he's lost a little bit of grunt there. Now have a look further behind him. It's Amundsen, Anderson, Somerville and Luan van Heerden all working their way now into turn number 3, up in turn number 4 now, the last of the Howard going through, then the rest of them making their way down the back straight. Reno Pence has solidified himself there in 2nd place. He's got a healthy lead there over the others, and Byron Mitchell and Andre Lariche are still at it now as they go down into turn number 5, side by side. They're not letting up. They're being very gentlemanlike, holding their lines. Mitchell can shut out Lariche if he wants to, but he holds his line. It's good racing, offers a good challenge to each other as they come up. Pence up over the line. Here comes Mitchell towards Lariche. Lariche over. Hey, Kelly Fletcher. Fletcher has to look up on the inside of Ramsey. Kelly sniffs a little bit of a take there, and she moves up 1 position and puts Donovan Ramsey behind her.
Yeah, that's 3rd in class there, Francois, and that will be 5th overall as Donovan Ramsey will just hang on by his fingertips here towards turn 2. Meanwhile, Lariche has now got the inside line into turn 2, Castro Corner, but he will go a little wide over there, maybe leaving a bit of a gap and a glimmer of hope for Byron Mitchell. Remember, this is the penultimate lap of the race, only this one and the next one to go.
Ramsey came back at Fletcher, but Fletcher's right there with him. Kelly will give him a go to the line, and they're having their own little scrap. So a lot of little dices in between this race now. As you see all the drivers come up there into turn number 4, Sorrel Sweep. You see Reno Pence leading out there with Andre Lariche, Byron Mitchell, Donovan Ramsey, Kelly Fletcher. Then Hayden Elwood works his way down the screen as they go down into Turn number 5, that's Bertamina Fostron corner. DJ Boyson is way down the road. He's probably going to start lapping some of these folk as that whole procession works its way now out of turn 5. Here they come towards us. Reino Pence. Andre Lariche puts Byron Mitchell up against the wall. Keeps him behind him. Kelly Fletcher and Donovan Ramsey are side by side. Kelly's giving it a good go. There's DJ Boyson right up behind him. He's going to possibly put a lap on all these people. And be careful he doesn't lap himself.
Well, it's one more lap left to go then for him. So what happens is he's shortening everybody else's races. So everybody's overpaid here for their races. But look at that ding-dong battle, Francois, like you're pointing out now through turn 2.
Kelly Fletcher up on the inside of Donovan Ramsey there in Kestrel corner, making it stick proper. And Andre Lariche up on the inside in Deceptor corner alongside Byron Mitchell, and Lariche gets through. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff there from Andre Lariche as he regains that position. And they're having squabbles aplenty now as they come out. It looks like DJ Boyce is trying to get through. He's going to go after Andre Pence and Andre Lariche and Byron Mitchell. Mitchell up on the inside of Lariche. Mitchell up on the inside of Lariche now as they go down towards Pertamina Fostron corner. And DJ Boyson puts a lap there on Reino Pence. So DJ is going to come up towards the flag. The checkered flag will be beckoning, and they're all coming out of Pertamina Fostron corner. Here comes your leader and winner of heat number 1, DJ Boyson. Second will be Reino Pence. Great take, but now Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell gets the upper hand on Andre Lariche here, and it's a dice still. And Andre's got a problem. Ramsey and Fletcher. Well, right in the closing stages, Andre gets a problem.
Well, there was yellow flags waving on the exit of turn 5 there by the kink, Francois, because Hayden Elwood Swift has given up the ghost. And what happens is it's now parked at the entrance of the pits. So there was a pass just before the Andre Lariche started slowing there, but Byron Mitchell will get the Class V win. The Class C win will go to Reino Pence in second position. Donovan Ramsey comes across the line, second in class, ahead of Kelly Fletcher, who gets third in class, fifth overall, that's Class V. Andre Lariche will limp just home in fourth position. Zayna Munson, who started on the front row, will get the 7th place overall, but will be 5th in the Formula V class. Ricky Anderson, second in Class C. For most of the race, it was Hayden Elwood that was running second in Class C, but unfortunately coasted to a halt at the entrance of the new Joubert pits. Luan van Heerden in 9th overall, and then 10th will be Cyril Somerville. Both Class C entries, 3rd and 4th in class. That was the first Formula Libre race of the day. We move now to the Lauda Classic cars.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price from our car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price Check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car Price Check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
We now commence with the Lauda Classic cars, and it's a bumper field as per usual. As we go down the lists, it's a hell of a lot of cars out there of all shapes and sizes. That's why we love them so much. But well, it's going to be Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang that will lead them around, and then Franco Donadio in the Ford Escort Mark I Cosworth powered, and the man to catch usually at these men today. Usually it's Cosworth, but somebody says Cosworth, then somebody says Pinto. Pinto powered, and then of course for Franco Donadio, and then the 66 of Glenn Ayton Bogart in the Ford Granada Piranha. That is the Class A section. Quite a number of classes here today. Class B be headed there by Ferdy Mouton in his Mustang, Trevor Momberg in the Capri, Andrew Honeywell in the Porsche 944 Turbo, and Bruce Avon-Taplin heading the front-wheel drive cars there in the Toyota Corolla. So Wayne Lotter, Class C 120 Ford Escort, Killarney Spares car, and Brian Evans will be starting there with him as well. And that's the Cape Eye Laser car, also a Ford Escort, the 44 of Van Nell, the Angle Box, the Ford Anglia, and the two Hutchings, of course, father and son pairing, Lane in the second generation Golf, and his father in a first generation Sirocco, the bright orange one that is coming through on the main straight now. There is the Sabat Nissan Skyline of Kerry Blows, Dave Rowley's Beetle, Flat 4 Racing Beetle in the Golf colours. And look there, Vance Kearney right behind him, your good friend, Francois.
Yeah, just getting a correction there. I think Kerry Blows is sitting up there behind Jean-Ray Boertes, who's in the Sabet Skyline. So Jean-Ray's in the Skyline with Kerry Blows up behind him. Yeah.
Now Blows, okay, there Gary just points it out, Blows behind Boertes. So yes, Francois, you've been correcting me a lot today, I know. But you are like a senior figure to me.
No, it's only I follow social media better than you do.
I sleep a lot.
Yeah, I know you do. I do. But anyhow, Jean-Ray Boertes there in 13th, Dion Conradi's there, Kerry Blows, and then Twitter sits there in the 125. Then it's going to be Rob Rowe and Dave Riley in the Beetle. The golf-coloured Beetle is Dave Riley. The Cockers in the Escort, that's that maroon and white one. So yes, and it's nice, absolutely nice to have Vance Kearney here with us all the way from the United Kingdom.
In the camel coloured Jetta, that's a classic camel yellow that he's in. He's ahead of the Honda CRX of James Mateer, the man all the way from far off places, well, just as far as the UK, Stellenbosch. Depends on how you get there. Of course, if you walk there, it feels just as far. And then Theo Klaassen, that's the GTX Skyline that I was looking at. Melt Carstens in that classic Ford Cortina. Oh, apparently for sale, I hear from Frankie after today's race meeting. I'm going to go to the bank.
Well, then Malcolm Pfeiffer there in the Alpha. Nice to have Malcolm out there. And Malcolm Pfeiffer absolutely enjoys himself. He's actually a mechanic for many of the drivers out here. So nice to have him racing there in a race. It's good that the mechanics also get a blow at it. And I'm sure he'll enjoy himself. That car be prepped properly.
Well, that was Trevor Hutchings for many years. He actually was looking after Sandra Bicari, and then he said, oh, well, Sandra, you've had a lot of fun. Let me get out there a little bit. And he's not only on the main circuit, he's also on the rallycross as well with son Lane in their HSC Racing Golf. And Lane Hutchings goes past our position now, alongside his old man in the Mark II Golf.
Yeah, it's lovely to see some of these cars out there. There's a couple of Ford Capris, there's a couple of Datsuns. Nice to have all the Datsuns out there. Kerry's brother's also out there. He's Craig Blows. He's the Datsun. It's nice to have him out there. And very original racing colours that a lot of them are using, which is also pays homage to the era in which they raced. So good to see.
It's amazing because the original Datsun name went defunct in 1983.
Yes, to Nissan.
To Nissan, and of course the Datsun name has been brought back through some parts of the world, not all parts of the world, Brazil, South Africa, so on.
But not doing it any justice with a load of nonsense that is on the tarmac.
And it's a very different kind of Datsun.
It's not actually a Datsun, to be honest with you.
That is true. We have a lot of times, of course, with the Renaults, with the Dacia connection from Romania. So automobile manufacturing today is very different than it was 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years ago.
I want to say this with tongue-in-cheek, but I find a lot of the automotive engineering nowadays is very bastardized in the sense that we're using a bit of you and a bit of me. It's, I would say, only some of the more expensive marques that have stayed to themselves. The rest all borrow from each other, and I don't know. I just don't think it does any good to the brands. So yeah.
Yeah, there's no uniqueness anymore, or like, for instance, everything's put into a computer nowadays, and everything is basically looking very similar. But yeah, that's just building on what Francois was saying. The Renault that will take them around will be the safety car driven by none other than Philip the Dolphin Herald, or Dr. Phil as we like to call him nowadays. But wow, look at this, Francois, down our back straight now, some lovely motor cars from various different decades here. It is 70s, 60s, 80s. Oh, that's looking so beautiful over here. That 414 at the back there as well. That's Ad Verkeilen, excuse me, in the Ford Capri.
I just want to add something here. Many folks my age and older, it will say, even you guys like Frankie, Gary, it just takes you right back to your childhood.
I think it's a Ford Model T. They were out there, Francois will have that, a bit of childhood memories there for some.
Yep, I'm sure.
All right, we will see them come around now as the Renault will pull into the right-hand side. Of course, that will be the old pit lane or the traditional pit lane. And we'll have an angry storm of classic cars make their way across the line and to turn 1. So it's going to be on the inside through the kink. It's going to be Hitchcock in the Mustang. On his outside, it will be Donadio in the Escort. That is the front row of the grid. They slowly make it through towards Cape Town, City of Cape Town Bridge, Castrol Bridge. Wingfield Motors there as well. The lights will surely go out soon. They'll try and anticipate a little bit here when it's going to happen, but it will only happen now. And away we go for the start of this first classic car race of the day. Michael Hitchcock will get the whole shot into turn 1. Then it is going to be Glenn Ayton Bogart on the inside of Donadio, but Donadio will come up right across the nose there, back up into second position. Light and nimble is that little Escort compared to the grunt of those V8s and V6s as well. But on the outside into turn 1 there will be Donadio once again, but doing good for himself in that Mustang is Michael Hitchcock.
Hitchcock using that Mustang to his advantage as he forces Donadio to the outside. Franco Donadio trying to look up, and Donadio up on the inside. Does the switchback on Hitchcock, but Hitchcock uses that muscle to stay ahead. Donadio tries to come in. Hitchcock closes the line as they come down the back straight. And Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang Coupe sits up front there with Glenn Ayton Bogart, Trevor Momberg. And then it's Michael Hitchcock, Andrew Honeywell, Bruce Evan Taplin. And then it's going to be, I think it's Boston that comes through there. Wayne Lotter. Wayne Lotter in the Escort sits up there behind him. Brian Evans, Wynand Nel, and then it's the two Hutchings that work their way through now. But there you can see Bruce Evan Taplin has got Wayne Lotter there from Killarney Motorspares right up behind him now as they work their way out of turn number 5.
Well, now you'll see down the straight as they complete lap 1, Francois. There goes the Granada Piranha of Ayton Bogart up into second position. But under braking, it will be that little Escort that will brake later and slingshot himself into that first turn. And it's going to be an absolute treat to watch. If you're seeing anywhere on the screens or at the track, you're going to see a man go sideways out of turn 4.
Glenn Ayton Bogart's in trouble. He's going very slow. Glenn Ayton Bogart has got an issue as Trevor Momberg and Ferdy Maton work their way around past him. So Glenn has got a problem. It's either gearing or something, but he's not going the way he should be going.
Well, you just look a little bit behind them there, Francois, through the kink and towards turn 3 now. Bruce Evan Taplin starting to break the gap away now from Wynand Nel. Wynand Nel was taking quite a bit of curb into turn 2 there as they went through on the second lap. Wynand Nel, we had Brian Evans in there as well, but I saw coming up the field quite nicely. But if you look at it, Wayne Lotter is the leader currently in Class C. Momberg is now the leader of Class B, having gotten past that bright red Mustang of Ferdy Mouton.
Well, Andrew Honeywell's going backwards at a rate here as well, so he's probably got an issue as well, that Porsche. So coming up towards us now, it's Michael Hitchcock. Hitchcock leads out over Franco Donadio, and then it's Trevor Bomberg, then it's Ferdy Mouton. Ferdy Mouton coming up towards it. Looks like Glenn Ayton Bogart has got things going again and works his way up over the line. But have a look at this. Bruce Evan Taplin, Wayne Lotter, Wynand Nel, then it's going to be Brian Evans, Lane Hutchings, Trevor Hutchings, and then Witters ahead of Conradi. Oh, they're having a fantastic squabble out there, all these cars. Some great racing taking place.
Yeah, there, especially in Class B on the exit of turn 2 now, that beautiful blue V6 Capri leads the V8 Mustang of Ferdy Mouton. Look at the gap they have between themselves and the next man, of course, that is Glenn Bogart, who holds 5th at the moment. Wayne Lotter carving through the field. He currently leads not only Class C, but he's ahead of a lot of Class B cars. Wynand Nel through turn 3 gets ahead of Bruce Avon-Taplin. Bruce Avon-Taplin got Brian Evans and Lane Hutchings to keep him company now as they charge up towards turn 4, towards the back straights.
Yeah, no, there's lots of racing taking place. Let's pick up on the leaders, the exit 5. It's going to be, have we lost somebody? Have we lost? I think we've lost Michael Hitchcock. We've lost Michael Hitchcock. No, he's in turn 1.
He's actually been closed up. He's actually got the fastest lap. Sorry, Francois, 1:22.887.
Sorry, I didn't see him. Was you all in the way?
My big head's in the way.
Yeah, so Michael Hitchcock leads out there over Franco Donadio. Hitchcock in the Mustang, keeping it all together there from Cake Forklift Services. And Franco Donadio sitting up there behind him. Now, they've actually stretched their legs, but have a look at this. Ferdy Mouton and Trevor Momberg. Momberg dives up in front of Ferdy. Ferdy holding it inside line. Those two, there's the V6 versus the V8. They're having a great time there. And Glenn Bogart just keeping that Granada going. Wayne Lotter ahead of Wynand Nel, Bruce Avon-Taplin, Brian Evans. Then up behind him it's Lane Hutchings. Then it's Kerry Blows, Trevor Hutchings, Jean-Ray Brutus in the skyline, looking up on the inside of Trevor Hutchings. He goes through the kink and works his way down towards the interceptor corner. Jean-Ray Brutus having great fun in that Sabat skyline. He's the mechanic and he gets even the chance to drive. What a pleasure.
Well, we got an escort coming to the pits as well, Francois, with the bonnet open. I don't know if it's Steve Tritter, perhaps. I know Derek Truscott. Is it Steve Tritter? Deuce Tritter into the pits. So his race has unfortunately been run. Meanwhile, Michael Hitchcock comes across the line now and starts another lap with Franco Donadio, 2.4 seconds off, but you'll see the battle behind them. And then the battle behind them comes towards turn 1 now. Down the main straight on the outside will be Ferdy Mouton. On the inside of turn 1 will be Trevor Momberg, but Trevor Momberg will hold that place at the moment. That's the battle at this time for Class B.
Yeah, and the front runners, Michael Hitchcock's going to catch a couple of slow drivers. He'll be there behind Craig Blows and Badin and the rest, so they're working their way through. They're going to be lapping, and Trevor Momberg seems to have the upper hand there on Ferdy Mouton. Glenn got a bit further back. Then keeping an eye there on Wayne Lotter. He's head of Nel. Then it's Bruce Avon-Taplin, then it's Brian Evans, and look at Jean-Ray Brutus working his way past Lane Hutchings. Jean-Ray Brutus is having fun. He's working his way through the field. The skyline coming into its own.
Yeah, that's in turn 3, Francois, that you were referring to over there, and that lovely Sabat skyline now splitting Brian Evans' Escort and Lane Hutchings' Golf. They've kept to the head there of the Datsun 240Z that they're having ahead of them at the moment, and while they'll come onto the back main now. Meanwhile, going a little bit further down the straight, Bruce Avon-Taplin is still chasing Wynand Nel at the moment. Wynand Nel doing an outstanding job in that 6th position in the Anglia.
Yeah, sorry, I can't help myself here. I'm watching Jean-Ray Brutus in. Oh, and Hitchcock gets out of shape there in turn 2. What happened there? And that has put Franco Donadio into the front. Hitchcock squirming, a fishtail of note there as he works his way through. But speaking once again of Jean-Ray Brutus, he's working his way through the field. I think he's got the upper end of the skyline now, and he's firm on his way to the back of Bruce Avon-Taplin.
Just going onto the back straight now is our leader, Franco Donadio, coming out of turn 4 onto the back straight. Pinto power going down the back straight, but the power of that Mustang reels him in so nicely. They'll run now towards turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. They've got that Alfa Romeo that they will lap shortly coming up, that Alfa GTA. And that I just forgot who's behind the wheel of that GTA, but he comes now onto the main straight, and they'll start what will be the second to last lap.
They're passing Malcolm Pfeiffer as they go down towards turn number 1. Malcolm in the Alpha, just having a lovely outing. He's just enjoying himself. And Franco Donadio ahead there of Michael Hitchcock. So Hitchcock has got his work cut out. Having a look at this drive down the back. Jean-Ray Boertes closing up on the back of Bruce Evan Taplin, and Boertes finds himself up there in 8th place. He can still get 1 or 2 more places, because when they cross the line they've got 2 laps to go. Glenn Bogart still got that full Granada going. There's Ferdy Maton, and he's lost a bit of touch there with Trevor Momberg. So Ferdy Maton trying. There's Glenn Bogart, there's Craig Blows going in there. Here comes Wayne Lotter, and look at that Sabat Skyline up on the inside of Bruce Evans. Oh, and Jean-Ray just avoids having his nose chopped off. Good little bit of driving skill coming out of Jean-Ray. Now they make their way up towards Castrol Corner. Van Arnel, Bruce Evan Taplin, and Jean-Ray Boertes with that lovely Datsun Skyline. And he's sitting in there, he's having a lot of fun. It's nice when you can see when someone's having so much fun. And he's sitting up Bruce Evan Taplin. That Corolla really is very quick.
Well, the last lap is going to commence now as the leading pair make their way past James Matthias, CRX Honda, and it's now the only lap left in this race. Meanwhile, going defensive will be Franco Donadio into turn 1. Coming and following him, the power on the straights he will have then will be the Michael Hitchcock Mustang, using biofuel as he has informed me as well in the past. Then he runs it towards turn 2 now. There's not close enough yet to make any sort of a move. Remember, more nimble, more stability through the corners there for the Escort. It's a little bit more tricky with the Mustang. That's why a straight line is his friend at the moment. But Francois into turn 3 as we speak.
Oh, the leader's having the end squabble. I'm watching this one. This one's just so enthralling. Van Arnel, Bruce Evan Taplin, Jean-Ray Boertes, Kerry Blows, the 2 Datsuns in there. Kerry wants to work his way through. He's the Quicksley 2.8 Nissan, and he's going through. But the leaders now make their way down towards Pertamina Fostron, turn number 5 for the last time.
Oh, the last shot for Michael Hitchcock into turn 5 now. I don't think he's close enough. I think pretty much it's going to be Donadio, the man who started second, beating the man who started on pole position. They'll run it now on the gas for them out of turn 5, past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes. Then they're going to run it to the line now. It's going to be a dead heat. It's going to be Michael Hitchcock that will take the win just.
There's no replacement for displacement.
99 thousandths of a second. I couldn't even say that properly.
Yeah, Michael Hitchcock bringing it to the line. Good to see, using the muscle. So, right, we're waiting now for third place man coming up towards us. That's going to be Trevor Momberg, Suburban Spares. Momberg, no, it's Emini Auto, then Ferdy Maton in the Cross Cape Forklift, and then it's going to be Glenn Bogart in the Granada, also Cross Cape Forklift. But have a look here now, see, look at this, Jean-Ray Boertes bringing out that Nissan Skyline. He's worked his way through that whole bunch of cars. This is a great drive coming out of Jean-Ray Boertes as he crosses the line, and then it's going to be Kerry Blows. No, it's Wayne Lotter, then it's Kerry Blows, then Evan Taplin, then Blows, then Nell, then Lotter, then Honeywell, and then the 2 Hutchings.
Yes, they come down to the line now. The Datsun that runs the number 51 Datsun, of course, by young Blows, the number 51 and 23rd. Mount Carsten stuck on the inside of turn 4 in the Ford Cortina. Yeah, the Ford Cortina. And that will need to be cleared up as the GTX Skyline of Theo Claessen's comes through. And of course, a man I temporarily forgot the name of early on, Malcolm Pfeiffer in the Alfa Romeo. I saw Francois giving me a look over there. It's like, how can you forget Malcolm Pfeiffer? Yes, the man in the Alfa GTA yellow and white. But that was the first of the classic car races, the louder classic cars. We'll have more of that after the break. We've got 2 races before lunch, and it's going to be first the Clubman's class, the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons, and the Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT Cars. There we go. I'll radio next.
Oh, then also big thanks to Portabina Fostron for turn 5, to Castrol for turn 2, the spinning pitch, the bridge, and of course race control. Big thanks to the city of Cape Town, to King Tony Tools, and then as well to Smile 90.4 FM. And then a lot of other people that we want to say thank you for. Afritech, Drizzle Environmental, want to say thank you to those people. Hyundai in Milverton for providing the shuttle around here, and all the other sponsors that are involved. Work Tools, there's just so many of you guys. Thank you so very, very much, because without sponsorship here at Killarney, we'll never ever get it right. Wingfield Motors, 10 years in sponsoring. A big thanks to Mr. Johnny van Niekerk Jr., who he likes to call himself Mr. Johnny Wingfield. And we hope that Johnny will be involved for many, many years to come here at the Power Series at Killarney International Raceway, our main series championship. So yeah, a big thanks to everybody, as well as all our class sponsors. We will go through all the class sponsors again, and all the product sponsors that are on board in the program, as well as the other sponsors that's on board with the classes, not only just the main sponsors, but the other sponsors on board as well. A big thank you to all of you people as well. Without sponsorship, you can't go racing anywhere in the world. It is very, very, very important to have those sponsors. And talking about that, talking about sponsors, the Thermofires, Clubmans, the Saloon cars roll out onto the track for their opening race of the day. It's this race, and then the Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT car racing that will be out after that. Then we'll go to the lunch break. There'll be a couple of fan walks. I know that Supercars and Fine Cars will be doing one fan walk. I know the motorcycles will be doing another fan walk. That's according to what I heard in the week, so I presume it'll still be that way. So here we go, because Mr. Faisal Jacobs, that races GTI Challenge Class C and Rallycross, will be out with a Rallycross Subaru in a Class X. Mr. Dexter Bruce, that races Rallycross, will be out there with that Rallycross car also in Class X, that's the BMW. And then we've got Charles Fisser in the Super Cup car that's also entered the Clubman's today. So all three of those guys will be in Class X. Zak Groenewald was supposed to enter the BMW in Class X, the E36. I don't know if he is out there. We'll have a look-see when all the cars do come out. They're still making their way out onto the circuit, but he was supposed to be in there in Class Class X with the E36. So we'll have a look and see he's all there. And yeah, it's going to be entertaining stuff, to say the least. Jess Huggett, that wasn't sure if he was going to enter or not, eventually did enter, and that number 70 VW Jetta 2, the Rico Barlow Racing and Full West VW machine, is out there in Class A. So joining me on Mike's side will be, Byron's going to join me on Mike's side with this one. Okay, I was expecting to see Gazza with the mic in his hand, but Byron is going to join Mike's side. So, Byron, here we go. This is race number 1 for the Thermofires Clubmans. I want to say a big thanks to Thermofires as well, to Stephen House. They are going to get on board for the 2nd of December, the CHD event. They're going to do and sponsor some money for the pink stocks. That's the ladies class, but we'll get... we'll punt that one a bit later on, because that one is a massive one coming up on December the 2nd. Just before lunch, we will go through that lot, because that's a race event that you people don't want to miss. But we'll tell you people around the track and at home a bit more about that one a bit later on. So here we go. Here's the first car, Class X car, up to the line, and it is Oliver Hintenhouse. That's a brand new Beamer there of Oliver Hintenhouse, and that is an E46 BMW that Oliver Hintenhouse has got there. Lovely, lovely looking motor car. I remember seeing him when Gary and myself were at Scribanti, when they had the 4-hour, and he had that stock standard BM that he raced Clubmans with, and he did that car in the, I think they did the 4-hour, and only certain cars did an hour. And well, we didn't stay for that when we had to fly back to Cape Town, so I do speak under correction, but I think he did the hour, and then the other guys kept on with the 4-hour. But that car is obviously parked somewhere, because that's a brand new E46 that Hintenhouse has got out there on track, and he's qualified that car in P3.
Yeah, he's also been on the short circuit scene as well, and his brother Hintenhouse, the name escapes me at the moment, Oliver, I think Andre Hintenhouse. I speak under correction there again. I have commentated on him in the past, but yes, in position, Class X, new driver, car combination, Jess Huggett, back in the Generation 2 Jetta, and then that 68 car alongside him of Gary Smith, the Truckport logistics car. I saw Minnick in there as well, Paul Minnick in his VW Golf, the Audi VW Auto Clinic car. And well, there is of course that Ford Falcon that is in position behind the Chrysler.
Now that's 2 blocks of flats. That's Evert de Toy, that's in the Falcon, and Andre van der Merwe, that's in the Chrysler 300. So here we go with the Clint Renard, that's there in pole position as the cars move towards us, with Daniel Coetzee, that's there on his outside. Then we've got Oliver Hintenhuis and Barcy Berger in the Ittel-Oven Mark II Golf, Jess Huggett and Gary Smith, then Paul Minnick and Alvin Gaspar in that 95 car. Kiara van Niekerk, lovely, she sits there just behind Paul Minnick in the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Golf.
But also Class X, Frankie, we also have Faisal Jacobs in the Scooby in Pretzer.
I want to have a look and see where is Mr. Dexter Bruce. Did he come out onto the track? Yes, there's Dex. There is Dex in the 143, the crisp vehicle air conditioning Beamer. He sits there just on the outside of Kiara van Niekerk as they roll into turn number 1. Behind the safety car that's really making its way into turn 2 Castrol.
Gemma Olen, I see rounding everything off in Class X as well, Frankie. That's the E36 number 36 car. Zak Groenewald entered, number 43 Caltron car. And, yeah.
Right, yeah, that's a bit better. Just got to turn the volume a bit down here for the people that are around the circuit. We do apologize. A touch too loud. This PA system has been turned down slightly, so we just hold the mics a bit further away and then we go. So we hope you people at home can hear us clearly on your TVs and computer screens and cell phones and tablets and cell tablets, whatever you guys are watching us on all around the world. I know that there's a lot of people that sit overseas in other countries, Byron, that watch us as well. So we welcome everybody wherever you are in the world watching this production here. The final round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series for the 2023 calendar year.
Yeah, the internet is a global community, and thankfully we can reach the far ends of the earth. This little race meeting, wink wink, at Killarney.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've had some big names in motorsport that's come down here to Killarney and say this is a little gem that is lying down here in Cape Town under good old Table Mountain. And we've had some serious international drivers that have said what a lovely racetrack. They never even knew about it, and being here, they say it is, and I repeat, it's a gem that we've got here in Cape Town. And we are now also part of the Historical Society. We've got the Blue Dot, and that's lovely and awesome to have City of Cape Town aboard as well at the Killarney International Raceway.
Down the back straight, they'll then run behind the safety car, and this is their warm-up lap. A rolling start will be in the near future once that Renault turns into the pit lane.
Right, so the safety car will work its way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner, and then it will disappear into the pit lane. And we'll have a look and see when they come out R5. The safety car peels off into the pit lane, so it is now in the hands of Clint Renard that sits there in pole position. He's got the Daniel Coetzee there on his outside as they roll towards the Castrol and City of Cape Town Wingfield Motors Bridge. The lights in pit lane is on. All 5 lights are on. All 5 lights go off, and away we go as they drop the hammers and work their way down into turn number 1. It is Clint Renard. There's a pit lane starter. That is Charles Fisser. That's a pit lane starter in the Polo Super Cup car. But it's all about Daniel Coetzee that makes his way into Castrol corner. Coetzee sitting out there in P1. He's got Renard in second. Internaus is there in that third place, followed there by Barcy Burger. Jess Huggett's on the case of Barcy Burger. Paul Minnick slides through up on the inside of Chiara van Niekerk, followed there by Gary Smith. That's that first group of cars through the King Byron as they work their way through turn 3, Interceptor Shuwe.
Interceptor corner coming right up to the back of Paul Minnick. There was Chiara van Niekerk onto the straight now between 3 and 4. We go for the first time in this Clubman's race. All of these cars going through the double apex right-handed saddle sweep. Down the straight we go then now. And right towards the turn 5 section to come towards the end of this very first lap of the race.
Right, Cedric Berger sits in there as well in that fight as they race down towards a turn 5 into Fostron corner. Have a look at those cars coming through Fostron. Minnick is in your screen there. There is Gary Smith in your screen as well as they race across the line. Heading into turn number 1. It's nose to tail. All these cars racing down into turn number 1. And out of holes they come. It's Daniel Coetzee that sits out there in P1. He has got Clint Renard in that second position, followed there by Oliver Hintenhuis. Then it's a bit of a gap before we see Barcy Burger and Jess Huggett as they work their way into turn number 2, and that is the first 5 cars out of Castrol corner.
Well, Gary Smith in turn 2 now, Frankie, was all over the back of Chiara van Niekerk. She comes in now towards the back of Paul Minnick.
Now that group that you see coming through there now, that's been led there by Paul Minnick. Behind Paul Minnick through the King towards Interceptors, Chiara van Niekerk. Then we've got Gary Smith, and look at Charles Fisser from Stone Last. Fisser sits there just behind Smith and ahead of Cedric Berger. Wow, he came from absolutely nowhere, followed there by Ogan Gasper as that group works its way out of turn 4 out of Saddle Sweep.
Yeah, down the back straight though, Frankie, everything is a little bit more spaced out as far as things are concerned. The big battle, there comes Charles Fisser now, coming past Chiara van Niekerk on the back straight, past Paul Minnick as well. There's nothing holding the man back in that Polo Super Cup car, and he'll go into turn 5. But Chiara van Niekerk's also going to make a move, Frankie, into turn 5.
Oh, she locks up, right? She gets ahead and stays ahead of Minnick, who stays ahead there of Gary Smith. But that was a suicidal move there by van Niekerk, and that worked awesomely for Chiara van Niekerk. She's got Minnick and Smith behind her, followed there by Berger and Gasper as they work their way into turn number 1.
And 12 is Dexter Bruce at the moment,
yes,
Frankie. And that is, of course, the 143 car. Looking at far as things are concerned, he's 3rd in Class X at the moment.
Well done there to Dex, our man that is involved in the rallycross. He is the last car that's making its way into Castrol corner, that white BMW, but picking up the group now that's working its way into turn number 4. Out of turn 4 they come. This should be the leading group. It is a leading group going down the back main. Daniel Coetzee from Clint Renard, from Oliver Hintenhuis, from Barcy Burger, from Jess Huggett. Down the back main they go. Then it's a bit of a gap before we see Charles Fisser. And Fisser is not too far behind Jess Huggett as they work their way into Fostron, into 5.
No surprise, the fastest lap for him as well, for Charles Fisser, Frankie, a 1:21.489. If I look at the 1:22.131 of Daniel Coetzee at the moment, they make their way down the backstretch. Chiara van Niekerk, though, a little further down, battling it out for Class C. She's ahead of Paul Minnick's Class B car, the only Class B car there in the top, and then that's still ahead of Smith and Berger at this present moment in time. Yeah, they come onto the main straight now, towards the line, and cross the line they do, and run it. So Chiara van Niekerk going defensive into turn 1, and on the outside that bronze Golf of Paul Minnick.
But we've got to go to turn 2. We've got to get the cameras on turn 2. It's a lovely fight. Oh, there was slight contact there between Oliver Hintenhuis and Clint Renard, but no harm done as they worked their way through Interceptor corner. They were very tight at the exit of Castrol corner. They still sitting 1st, 2nd and 3rd with Barcy Burger, followed by Jess Huggett and Charles Fisser. But now working its way into turn 3 is this other little battle that's been led there by Chiara van Niekerk. Behind van Niekerk, we've got Paul Minnick Behind Middock is Gary Smith, followed there by Cedric Berger and Algan Gaspé. And not far behind them is the BMW of Dexter Bruce as they work their way into turn 4.
Somebody off in 5. There's somebody going off. That is Hintenhouse. Hintenhouse is in the dirt at turn 5. That's now going to allow everybody up. Berger, Huggett and Fisser all up. Fisser 3.5 seconds off of Huggett at the moment.
Yeah, but as this group of cars work its way to turn, look is there behind Huggett. That's Fisser. Charles Fisser, that's in Class X. With the Super Cup car, sits right on the case of Jess Huggett as they work their way out of holes. So the leading group, as you see, Jess Huggett hanging in there to try and keep Fisser at bay. It's not going to happen. Going into turn 2, Castrol, it is Charles Fisser that gets his nose head there of the Jetta of Huggett as the leaders work their way through turn 3, Interceptor Shuwe.
Well, I don't think all is well for Clint Renard as well. He has a little bit of issue. He's actually handling issues here, looks like it, through some of the turns, and we'll keep an eye out on that. He still holds second at the present moment, and Berger will be 1.3 seconds off of him as they go through turn 4, double Apex right-hander, as we always say, the sweep, saddle sweep. Meanwhile, Fisser is ahead of Huggett now and in pursuit of Berger, but Huggett, try as he may, tries to keep right on the back of that Fisser Super Polo.
Right, so where are the leaders? They should be coming out of turn number 5. Yeah, they're coming out of turn 5, coming down towards us. I'll pick them up on the screen as well as they work their way into turn number 1. That is Daniel Kutsia from Clint Renard, from Barcy Berger, from Charles Fisser and Jess Huggett, as that group works its way out of turn 1, out of holes. That's that shot that you see on screen at home coming out of holes.
Oh, a blown motor here, Frankie.
That's the leader. That's the leader, Daniel Kutsia. That's a massive blow up and a massive seize. Well picked up there as they go into turn 2. Well spotted there, Byron.
Oh, that seized up big time there. That's why the back end stepped out, Frankie, and there'll be yellow flags in that section, and the car will be on the side of the circuit, and well, his heart will be in his mouth, Frankie.
Well, I can say, as we watch the race, the driver's climbing out the car. That's Daniel Kutsia, so the driver's fine, but there could be a possibility of oil on the circuit. However, let's have a look at this fight going down the back main. That's the lead battle. Down the back main they go. That means that Clint Renard is back in the lead again. Charles Fisser is in that second position. He's Charles Fisser from Barcy Berger and Jess Huggett. So that's the first 4 cars overall working their way out of a turn 5 out of Fostron corner. They will be followed there by Oliver Hintenhouse as we have a look at this group of cars working its way into turn number 1 with 2 more laps to go. And Charles Fisser, 120.641, is the fastest man out there.
Well, that Clint Renard car, Frankie, is going to be overtaken now, but that whole body, the whole wheel alignment is so skew there on that machine, and he's still doing a massive job to keep it ahead there of Charles Fisser on the outside. Hopefully no oil has been dropped down there at this time, but he still does a great job. That's Clint Renard in turn 2 at the moment. Look at him, what a legend.
Well, I'll tell you what, as they come out of turn 2, Jess Huggett is crowding the back end of the Barcy Berger Golf as they make their way through the kink. Here they come onto the screen now, through the kink. That's Huggett all over the back of Barcy Berger. Huggett's got the inside line, and Huggett makes a move stick there on Barcy Berger, coming out of Interceptor Schubeck corner, turn 3.
But Clint Renard, look at this man. He's been around for many years, Frankie. He's got a car that is not looking great at the moment, but he's doing his utmost to keep it ahead of a brand new Super Polo. Going towards the line, towards turn 5, Frankie. This means that there is only going to be the next lap left after this one.
Well, we'll have a look and see when those 2 cars come out of Fostron corner. Let's have a look and see if that car is indeed crabbing. That one of... no, it's crabbing big time. It's crabbing heavily as they race down into turn number 1. So not all well with that car. It's got a heavy grab as it races down towards turn 1 for the final lap.
But never count a crab out, Frankie, I can tell you that much, because he's going to fight tooth and nail and pincers and all, because he comes up now towards turn 2. But I'm afraid to say it's a foregone conclusion here as Charles Fisser heads up into the lead of this race as they are lapping cars towards the tail of the field.
Right, this group making its way through the kink now, and Clint Renard slowed down a bit, I noticed, but he's back up on pace again. There's no ways he's going to hang around. He's battling out there, that's for sure. Is Clint. Jess Huggett could even catch up to him as they make their way into turn 4. Through turn 4 they come now. Down the back straight they go. You're not going to catch Charles Fisser as he works his way down the back main. He's going to pick up a back marker. He's going to pick up Azar Davids as he works his way into a Fostron corner. This is the last lap in for this race. Jess Huggett has gone up into second. Yes, Renard is really battling there. Huggett's gone up to second. The checkered flag is out, and it's going to be Charles Fisser in the Super Cup car that comes over in P1. Jess Huggett will finish in that second position across the line, and Clint Renard will limp home in third place in a car that is crabbing very, very, very badly.
Yeah, but look at that, a valiant effort nonetheless, Frankie, and gets it home, gets it up in the top 3, and here comes
Oliver Hintenhouse.
There we go, but yeah, Oliver Hintenhouse.
And he's the winner of Class X, Ollie Winterhouse, and coming towards us now, this should be Gary Smith. Yep, Gary Smith will cross the line just ahead there of Kiara van Niekerk, followed by Paul Minnick. And Barcy Burger slowing right
there
down.
He goes.
He goes into pits as Ogan Gasper in the BMW Silver Dream machine, or Silver Dream Race as I like to call it, finishes his race in that BMW. Few more cars still working their way out of Fostron corner, turn 5 towards the flag. Is this
Dexter
Mr.
Bruce.
Dexter Bruce?
Top
It
10.
is. Well done, Dex. Well done to our man from Rallycross. And here comes Andre van der Merwe in that block of flats. And he'll get to the flag just ahead there of Charles Opperman and Evert de Toy. And right behind de Toy will be John De Silva.
Yeah, Zahir Phillips will come across the line here as he did in car number 107. And then it's Olin that comes across the line now, number 36, Class X runner. That will actually be 4th in Class X. Faisal Jacobs gingerly trundling across the line in that 4-wheel drive Impreza.
Yeah, I want to say big thanks to Faisal. Well, he won't hear us now, but if he watches the stream, he'll hear it. A big thanks to Faisal Jacobs, allowing some of the KPL driver Ninja Midgets to do a display there by CK Century Karting, and by that kart, by his kart club. He's the kart club, the concession karts, that's the word I'm looking for. So a big thanks there to him. They had 2 of the CHD karts there. They had Claire and Dane Ruthenberg's karts there. And a big thanks as well for him for some sponsorship money for the 2nd of December. Right, Byron, before we get to our final race before lunch, December the 2nd. But you can have a look at the replay here before we get there for the people at home. That's that big blow up on Daniel Kutsier's BM. And lucky nobody made contact with him. A lot of cars coming out that cloud of smoke, including Jess Huggett. That's another replay. Oh, it just went bang, and it just veered itself to the right. And he was obviously fighting with that steering wheel not to stick that thing into anything close by. And then already you could see Renard's car crabbing there as the rest of the cars make its way into turn 2 Castrol.
Heart and mouth moment there, Frankie. But as you were saying about the 2nd of December.
Yes, the National Hot Rod Tour hits Cape Town. And we were actually, you know what, it's just coincidental because their final round was supposed to be at Ultimate Outlaws in Vereeniging with the Isak Spies at his circuit. And then that got cancelled for reasons unknown to me. But in the interim, Kwesi Veyes was going to try and organize 10 or 12 cars to come down for the December race meeting. And with that race in Vereniging being canned, Never Loosemore, who's in charge of this entire hot rod tour, said, right, let's do the whole round in Cape Town. Instead of 12 or 10 or 12 cars, let's bring you 26, 27, whatever cars. We have the final round in Cape Town. And it's awesome because there's approximately 30 cars, I'm led to believe, because there's a couple of homegrown drivers that will be taking part there. People like Kwesi will take part, Mike Wilson, Daniela De Souza, just to name three, will take part. So we're going to be close to 30. And then the V8 Flexi Tour, there's about 14 of them that's coming down, including about 3 cars from Mega Oval in Worcester that will be taking part as well in that one. And it's going to, together with all the local classes, and there is drivers from up north, from the stock rods and the 1660s that's coming to join as well. And the gates open 8 o'clock, race starts at 12 o'clock, and we'll probably be done here about 8:30 in the evening. It's going to be absolutely massive. Gary's going to be joining you and I, Mike's side as well for that one. So Gaza is going to be out of the draw, that's for sure.
Oh, look, it's going to be next level, there's no doubt about it. And there is officially 32 of the hot rods, including Michael Wilson. That's now one of the late entries. And he's been loaned a car by Chris Lansberg. And there is 13 Flexi V8s which is being placed on trucks to come down, apart from whatever else joins this side of the world. There's massive festivities that's been planned and set up for Friday. So if you're not working on Friday, or you feel you've got too much sick leave, you don't know what to do with it, definitely come down to Killarney on the Friday and come and enjoy some of the pre-entertainment that's going to happen. Frankie, you did it a couple of years ago on the Saturday when we had 12 hot rods down here with a whole pre-qualifying where they go out one by one. That'll be starting somewhere from around about 1 o'clock the afternoon. But what I can tell you is Tuesday night we'll be going live with Kwesi Veyes on the Second Year Talk Show, and also our chairman Andre Kotze as well. And there you'll be able to get the real deal final information on National Hot Rod Tour down in Killarney on the 2nd of December.
That's about it. Yes, I'll be leaving work a little bit earlier that Friday, so I can come down and have a chat to the guys from the V8 Flexi Tour side, and of course the National Hot Rod drivers. And yeah, that's going to be huge, huge, huge. With there'll be a braai for the drivers on the Friday evening as well here at Killarney. So yes, there will also be live streaming done by Andre Oosthuizen. And he's going to be doing the live streaming through Motorsport ZA TV. So if you can't be here, you can watch it live there, but preferably if you are in Cape Town, you have to be at the racetrack. That is the place to be.
All the rounds for 2023 have in fact been done by Andre Oosthuizen, so guaranteed that you're going to have some amazing footage of that one. So folks, as you do your grade 9 to 5, is if anybody from the committee of KPL drivers approaches you and asks you for any form of assistance, believe you me, this would be the right time, the right place to come on board and assist the KPL drivers to grade 1 massive, massive event down here on the 2nd of December, right here at Killarney International at the Castrol Oval.
And also big thanks to Smile. They've also been punting this one on Ryan O'Connor's show, and John Williams has done a lot of punting for CHD on that show. I think at least on 2 occasions so far he has done a lot of punting. So yeah, that is going to be the one to come to here at Killarney on the 2nd of December. Well, this is the Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT Race. The guys are out there on their warm-up lap. There's a car that I can actually see on the monitor that is standing. It's on the exit of turn 1. It's standing dead still. So it's just in a position. Oh, I can just pick it up here. I can see the back end of it. Looks like a pull beam. I do speak under correction. It looks like a pull beam. It's either Steve Humble or Francis Carruthers' pull beam. I can actually see the car through here behind For the Win Motorsport, the karting race control, and the car is standing dead still. The driver has climbed out, and the rescue vehicle is there by them. Fire 1 is there by the car. So the driver's out, driver's fine, but for whatever reason that pull beam is going nowhere. We'll have a look and see when the cars get to the line which of the two pull beams it is. It's either the 91 of Steve Humble or the 69 of Francis Carruthers. It's in such a position that where we are in the commentary box, we can see the car, but we can't pick up the number. It's Steve Humble's car. It's a good confirmation. It is the 91. It's the pull beam of Steve Humble. So the cars roll through once again behind the safety car.
Going around the second time because they in the circuit.
So the car's going around the for a second time. Just waiting for that 91 Steve Humble pull beam to be pulled out the way. Right, the car's fired up again. Byron just gave us some information that the car is going again. Well, the car isn't there, so it's definitely on track. We'll have a look-see. Yeah, it's making its way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. So now Steve is going to have to pedal a bit with that car to catch up to the back end of the Crocodile that's working its way out of turn 3, Interceptor Shoeway corner. Behind the safety car, working its way now towards a double right-handed turn 4. Malmesbury Sweep, also known as Saddle Sweep. Well, it is actually now called Saddle Sweep. It'll always be Malmesbury, but it is now officially called Saddle Sweep, or from almost a year ago. So it is indeed the Wild Rose Gin and Rembrandt Racing Lotus Exige of Davy Hubert. That is the man that is in pole position as they roll down the backstretch. Marco Retta with that red BM of his is also in there. Have a look-see as they're busy working their way around. So, Humble has caught the back of the field, and you'll probably have to start from there. They will not allow him to go all the way through to where we initially qualified as the safety car moves off the circuit. It's now in the hands of Davy Hubert in the Rembrandt Racing and Wild Rose Gin Lotus Exige. Francis Carruthers sits there right with him. The lights are red, the lights go off, all 5 lights, and it is all systems go as they work their way into turn number 1. Through turn 1 they go now, and it is Davy Hubert from Francis Carruthers that's in the first and second positions. Retta's dropped down into P4 as they work down towards Castrol corner. And then Gary Kieswetter, Francois, is also trying to make his way through, but he's boxed there on the outside of Castrol.
There's a couple of coming togethers there. Everyone tends to sort themselves out. Martin Prince is third in that Porsche GT2 Cup car. He sits there in P3. He'll try and get that car lifted up. Retta has got Divan Lismore right up behind him in the 370Z, so he's going to be pushing him as the leaders work their way down the backstrap. But have a look at this gaggle of cars coming down here. Wow, everyone in it. And Steve Humble starting to light up that pole beam as he works his way down. He gets past, looks like, is that Thorn? Yeah, gets past Thorn and he works his way through. So they are having a good scrap. Francis Carruthers in second, then it's going to be Martin Prince, Gary Kieswetter, Marco Retta, Kieswetter, and Steve Humble gets past Kieswetter and goes up on the inside of Prince. Wow, boom, just like that pull beam sticks to the road there like a piece of glue, like it's on rails.
Right, so we'll have a look at this group of cars coming out of turn one. They're the leader. That's second place man that's making his way through Castrol Corner. That is Carruthers, and right on his case is Steve Humble. He's come from Stone last into P3. Then there's a group of cars coming out of Castrol Corner, working their way through the King towards Interceptor, and that group has been led there by Gary Kieswetter. Martin Prince also had a birthday this week. He sits in there as well, just behind Marco Retta. Clinton Thorne wants to come through as well. Then we've got Martin Pugh as they work their way through, and then Divan Lasmore in that 350Z as they race down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
Davio Bay in a league of his own comes through here with the Exige absolutely flying. All the aerofoils doing their job, keeping him stuck to the floor. Francis Carruthers got his lights on, but it looks like Steve Humble is got past him. So Humble goes up into second, and Humble's put his lights on as if to say, I'm coming for you, Davio Bay. Well, you know what? Good luck with that one, because it's going to be a difficult maneuver. Davio Bay is on full flight.
Right, so as we watch this group of cars making its way out of turn one, that is Martin Prince, and he has got Clinton Thorne right on his case as they exit turn number one and work their way up the Joubert Straight towards turn two. Just ahead of them, you saw Gary Kieswetter come through. That is Thorne with Prince. And as they work their way out there, Martin Pugh is the next one, followed there by Marco Retta. Then you've got Divan Lasmore, and behind Lasmore as they go through the King towards Interceptor is Gavin Gorman, and right on his case in the BMW, I think it's a Z4, that is Dr. Mike Verrier.
Well, quickest man on Killarney today at present, Steve Humble, 111.074. Joubert 112.184. Joubert comes over the line, still 112.6. Let's see what Humble does when he crosses the line. Oh! 109.843 coming out of Steve Humble. He has turned up the volume button quite considerably. That is the quickest time of the day so far, and I think we can expect a little bit more coming from him.
Look at this fight that's coming out of turn number 5. That is Mike Verrier, and right on Mike's case is Gavin Gorman as this group of cars work its way into turn number 1. It's a lot of cars coming out of one. It is Prince, it is Pugh, it is Marco Retta, it is the 350Z of Divan Lasmore, and right on his case is Verrier and Gorman. That's a group of cars we just mentioned now that's making its way out of Castrol Corner. Where's the leader? He is way down the road. He's heading into turn 5 already, into Fostron. That is Davi Ubad in the Lotus Exige, way down the road from everybody else, being chased down there by Steve Humble. That's got up into second place from Stone last as they come around to start another lap. 6 more laps to go.
Steve Humble still keeping it in the 109s. He's closing on Davio Bay, Francis Carruthers in third, Kieswetter, 4, Clinton Thorne. Someone going slow down into turn 5. Looks like it could be Pugh. Martin Pugh always seems to have a little bit of issue with that. Martin Prince here in screen here with Marco Retta up behind him. Then up behind him it's Lasmore, Verrier. Lasmore comes through, Verrier there in the Z4. BMW works his way through, but there's lots happening. I just want to see though if Steve Humble's going to close down on your leader, Davio Bay, and he is. He can see him, he can actually see him ahead of him as they go down in towards turn number 5, and this scrap is unfolding into something special. And we have still got 6 laps to go, so it's anybody's game at this moment in time. And look at this, Humble just closes up onto the back of Davio Bay, and possibly we'll have a look at him going down into holes, and loud on the brakes. He sits right up there behind Davio Bay.
And he's just done a quicker lap of a 109.286, did Steve Humble, as they're going to pick up one of the back markers heading into Castrol Corner. So Davi Hubert has been caught there by Steve Humble as they work their way out of Castrol Corner. They are absolutely light years ahead of everybody else. These two, as they work their way through turn 3. Interceptor Hubert still keeping the Humble at bay as they make their way down that back straight. They'll come into our view now. There they go through the double right-hander and down the back main. And Davi Hubert is picking up the pace again. Davi Hubert slowed right down. He's picked up the pace again. They are side by side. The blue flags are out for the slower vehicles. And it is Steve Humble that leads coming out of turn 5, Fostron.
Well, Steve Humble gets ahead of him and starts to pull away. This pull beam has got something exceptional under the head. And Davi Hubert is not going. He's about 3 seconds a lap slower than Humble. So Humble doing a 1 minute 10 here to Davi Hubert's 1 minute 12. So that's 2 seconds a lap slower, and Humble is going to pull away.
Right, so as they work their way around, we'll have a look and see what else. There's a lot of other action coming out of turn number 5. We'll pick them up as they come down towards us as we watch this group of cars head into turn 2 into Castrol Corner. Here comes down the main straight is Carruthers. Behind him is Gary Kieswetter, followed there by Clinton Thorne as they work their way into turn 1. Then there's a big gap. Here we see a lovely fight coming out of turn 5. Oh, it's a lot of them that's coming out of turn 5. All nose to tail. It is Martin Prince. Right behind him is Martin Pugh. Right behind him is Marco Retta. Right behind Marco Retta is Mike Verrier and Divan Lasmore, followed by Gavin Gorman. So it's a lovely battle. It's a 5-way battle making its way out of turn 1.
Lovely stuff there. But having a look here. Here comes your leader already under the City of Cape Town Bridge. It's Steve Humble. Cross the line, 1 minute 10.1. And Davi Hubert seems to have lost a bit. He's down to a 1 minute 13. So that car not doing what it should be doing for Davi Hubert. He'll have to go back to the drawing board and try and sort that one out. Right, so Francis Carruthers, who is way down there in third. Gary Kieswetter, Clinton Thorne, Martin Prince, Martin Pugh, Marco Retta, Mike Verrier, Divan Lismore, Gavin Gorman, David Kilbride, Emil Buerter, Ray Farnham, and Devin Pillay, followed by Gavin Erasmus, make up the rest of the field.
Right, the laps are, there's 2.5 laps left to go. We're going to watch. Look at this lot going down into turn 5. This is where we have to be. The leader isn't far behind this lot. He's going down the back straight, but we're going to stick with this group of cars that's coming out of turn 5, out of Foster now. And it is Martin Pugh, it's Martin Prince, it is Mike Verrier, right behind him is Marco Retta, and then we've got the 350Z of Divan Lasmore heading towards us, and then we've got Gavin Gorman, who's now been overtaken by the leader to start his second last lap, and that is Steve Humble.
Well, Steve Humble has clearly embossed himself here ahead of Davi Hubert. And they're a country mile ahead of third place.
Big lockup, sorry Francois. Oh. The lockup was by Mike Verrier, and then that's in turn 2 into Castrol, and then Marco Retta had nowhere to go and he slid off the circuit, but both cars back up and running again. No harm done.
Good response and reaction there from Marco Retta to stay out of harm's way. It's back on circuit, but I'm sure he didn't take lightly to that little surprise there coming out of Mike Verrier. So the leaders are absolutely too far ahead. They're going to be starting their final lap soon. And there goes your leader down the back straight, carving through that group. And Davi Hubert seems to be a little bit off the boil. He's still circulating. They're coming up towards us. One last lap to go coming out of Steve Humble. Humble's got his lights ablaze. Now get an idea, he just went past Martin Prince, and that car ain't slow.
No, that car isn't slow at all, but this is the flag lap. Still a 109.286 by Steve Humble, and he's making his way into turn 2 into Castrol Corner. That's the leader, and he's lapped that whole group of cars we were talking about earlier on. The only man that must still lap that group of cars is Davi Hubert. He's gone past Divan Lasmore, but there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 more cars he must catch as there's a half a lap to go for the leader as he makes his way into turn 4, into saddle sweep, and that is the 91 pull beam of race leader Steve Humble. Francois, down the back main for the final time, take them to the line.
To the line goes Steve Humble, going down into turn number 1 into holes is Francis Carruthers, and not too far behind him is Gary Kieswetter. But let's have a look there now at Pertamina Fostron corner. There in picture is your leader, Steve Humble. Started from the back, carved his way through the field, and absolutely obliterated everyone up towards the flag. Checkered flag is out, and Steve Humble takes it. He'll be followed in second place by Darby Hubert. And this group coming here, Hubert is going to go past Mike Verrier, is he not? No, he lets Mike Verrier cross the line, so Verrier will have to complete his lap. And Carruthers a way to go still, make his way down the back. I know that Gary Kieswetter is chasing Francis Carruthers, so we'd like to see what happens at that closing stage. Here goes Carruthers down the back, there goes Kieswetter, and Clinton Thorne right up behind Gary Kieswetter in that little Lotus as he sits up behind him, but it looks like Carruthers is going to do enough coming out of Pertamina Fostron corner, turn number 5. Gary Kieswetter, and check Clinton Thorne hanging in there on his shoulder. Will Clinton Thorne come through? Clinton Thorne's going to put in a challenge, and Kieswetter holds him to the line by a couple of hundredths of a second.
Right, that concludes the Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT race, as this one is almost done. Just a few more cars to take the checkered flag. I think we've got about 3 more to take the checkered flag, and then this one will be completed, and that will conclude the first half of the program. We will now take a break. It's approaching 12:30 local time here in Cape Town. We will now take a little break, a lunch interval, and the fan walk, I'm led to believe, I'm not sure who's going to be where, but I know that the fine cars and supercars will be on one part of the track, and I think, Francois, the motorcycles, all the motorcycles will be on the other side. I think the bikes are going to be down here in front of us on the main straight, and I'm almost certain that the supercars and the fine cars is going to be on the Tygerberg straight. So that, as I said, concludes the first half of the program, and we'll be with you, Mike's side, again for the second half of the program after the luncheon period. Right, for the people around the track, the supercars and the fine cars, they are going out towards turn 3 and 4. That's on the Tigerwood straight between Interceptor Shooter Corner, which is turn 3 and turn 4, Silent Sweep. So the fine cars and the supercars will do the fan walk there. The motorcycles, I'm led to believe, will do the fan walk on the main straight, the Porsche Club straight. So the moment every car and bike is in position, then the spectators, you guys on the track, will then be allowed to go onto the track, but nobody will be allowed on the circuit while there are still vehicles operating around the track.
It's midway through the day and you join myself and Shante here to catch up on what's been happening and maybe to chat to some of the drivers. Shante, I know you've been walking up and down the pit lane. Anything interesting happening? Any interesting stories that you might have seen, or some familiar faces maybe?
Definitely familiar faces, Ernest, but you know what I've noticed about today, it being the last race of the season, you can see that the combination of excitement, nerves, and kind of like, okay, this is the last race, let's just get this
Yeah,
done.
exactly. I've spoken to some of the guys that have cinched up their championships already are just here for the fun of it, and there are other guys like Yuri and the rest of the Class A guys in Challenge that are absolutely fighting for that championship win, and that's all to play for down to the wire, which must be quite stressful. But speaking of someone that's already cinched up wins, we've got Charles Fisser over here that will be joining us in the next couple of minutes. I'm just waiting for my producer to sort out Charles Fisser, and then we'll get him into the chat over here. And to give you guys a little bit of background on who Charles is, He is the current and reigning and soon to be next year defending Polo Cup champion. Of course, Polo Cup, the grassroots tin top series for all up and coming racing superstars. We've seen Kwesi Bayers there, we've seen the Van der Lindes there, we've seen from Cape Town Pasquale. The list goes on and on and on, and of course Tate Bishop also having been there before, Yuri Swat. I could go on and on. That is where talent is bred, and this young driver that we're about to speak to today certainly is one of those talented drivers as well.
It's great seeing younger generations coming out, you know, learning from the past generations and getting to experience maybe their parents up and coming, you know, and now being bred into it, and now stepping in and being the next generation, sort of stepping up to the pace now.
Exactly. So let's get Charles Fisser in here. Charles, just got to make sure that you're good to go over here. There you go. Just keep that real close if you don't mind. Charles, just all the way up like that. There we go. Charles, let's talk. Number one. Why are you wearing this cap over here? Why are you wearing that cap? What does that cap mean?
Last year, I didn't win a national. I always wanted a cap like this. But now I got the cream of the crop. Polo Cup 2023 champion.
That's the one. That's the one.
I have loads of similar ones, but this is the only one I wear out.
Yeah, and that's the one that counts. The Polo Cup is, to me, still to this day, the championship that sets you up for future endeavors. I know you got big plans for the future, but to have that under your belt means that now the next step can take place.
Definitely. I've always believed, you know, all the GT3 series and everything are rear-wheel drive. But I've always believed, you know, if you can race a front-wheel drive car, you can basically race anything. Because that's where most people struggle.
Steve, I'm not trying to interrupt us, don't worry.
That's where most people struggle with driving. But anyway, I mean, I'm super fortunate at being able to drive a front-wheel drive like decently. But yeah, I'm looking forward. So we're gonna have big plans in the following years. But for now, next year we're gonna race Super Cup, and then with Volkswagen. So I'm definitely looking forward to that.
You don't just get to skim over that. So what do you mean with Volkswagen? What does that mean?
So I'm fortunate enough to be contacted by Volkswagen for next year. That was part of winning the championship. I got the championship drive for 1 year. So I'm going to be partnered and teammate alongside Jonathan Mokotsi. It's definitely a dream come true, because I remember when I was a lighty back in the day.
Well done.
I remember when I was a lighty back in the day, walking up in here and I see all the guys with the blue and white Volkswagen like this.
I saw your.
I also want a jacket now, you know.
See, he's earned this jacket. I bought it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a dream come true. Honestly, I never thought this would happen. But yeah, I'm super stoked. Gonna put some hard work into the off season, go gym, go swim, what I always do, and then be best mentally fit for next year. And yeah, we're gonna take it by race by race.
If I may ask, how old are you?
I'm 19. I matriculated last year.
It's
and I'm
ridiculous.
turning 20 in December, so I'm getting old now.
No, because you're talking about like when I was a lighty, and I'm looking at you going, you are a lighty.
No, I'm referring to, when I say when I was a lighty, I'm referring to like when I was 7 years old. So, like.
So you were talking about the mental preparation, and it's interesting that some of your age focusing on that. From your perspective, and I think many people out there will want to know this answer, how much of the game is mental?
95% of the game is mental. My dad's always been my mental coach. I mean, he was a judo champion back in the day and stuff, so he knows what to block out and whatnot, and he's always been training me, you know, to better my mentality and stuff. And honestly, the only reason why I perform is always, if you have confidence, you can basically achieve anything.
But that confidence comes from previous successes.
Exactly.
So you build on that confidence.
Exactly. So that builds up how much confidence I have, but also your self-belief. You don't believe in yourself, you can't achieve anything. You know, you must think you are the best. I'm trying to be confident here and everything, but that's for anyone who's watching this.
Yeah.
If you believe you're the best, you will achieve anything.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's that pilot mentality, isn't it? You're going in there, you're going into battle, so to speak. You got to get your head right.
Exactly.
The other word that you use, performance. My brand is Performance with Paige, and one of the things we focus on is always trying to do our best. If you're leading a race and the other guys applying pressure on you, it's up to you to perform at your best, isn't it?
Exactly. And I have to thank David Robertson for this trick. I used to practice with him last year, and I would always look into my rear mirror, and then at the stage I would miss the corner completely.
Yes.
So then, Swarthoff National Devon literally ripped out my mirror, and he said, "I'm not allowed to look behind." So I don't know who was behind me. I was just going. So I'm glad that he actually did that, because that literally helped me. Like, I just felt so much more calm and all that. And that's one thing I can say is, which is pretty difficult for what I've achieved so far, is still to keep focus in the car and just focus on what you want to do, because at the end of the day, we on the track with so many other people that come here and they also want to achieve what you want to achieve.
Yeah, exactly.
All here for one
yeah,
goal.
all here for one purpose. There's only one first place winner.
Only one guy can win.
But you said something very important to me, Nurse, about focusing this off-season on gymming and eating correctly and all that stuff. You know, for your age group, it's so phenomenal to see that, because most kids, I'm going to call you a kid, I'm so sorry. Most people your age, you know, it's like, yes, December and it's parties and it's all that stuff. And yeah, yes, there's time for that too. But the fact that you didn't even mention that, you were just like, in this off-season, I'm preparing for the new season. You already won next season in that mentality.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, me and my friends go out sometimes, but like I'm focused on my career. This is my career at the moment, and this is what I give everything into. My parents literally gave up a lot just to put me in here, so I'm obviously not gonna, you know, go party in December and waste away. I'm in such a good space at the moment now,
of a lifetime,
and I can only get better now. So that's obviously what I want to do, and obviously I'm trying to help my brother as well. He's also racing.
Yeah, that was my next question. Let's talk about let's shift focus. Talk about you enough now, okay? Let's talk about Kyle. What's Kyle been up to? I know he's doing the junior category for VW at the moment, and he did well. I was commenting on the Facebook post there as he's winning.
Yeah, my parents said, I must sign help Kyle, but Kyle, I always ask Kyle, do you see me? He's like, no, I just drive fast. So I'm literally going here and sign to everything, and he's like, but at the end of the day, I'm very proud of him. Obviously want him to achieve what I achieved or even more, because like I'm always scared, you know, and it's being unfair that I'm always scared he will live in my shadow in a way. Wow. So I always try and help him so he can path his career just as well as me.
And that's what's happening. That's what I met you guys.
He's younger than me now, so I can make it better than me.
But that's the thing, the information. I love generational motorsport, because you get to pass the information that's already packaged, and all the knowledge you get to pass it on to the next one.
I thought about it the other day when I was racing go-karts, when I won the Senior Max Championship. A few years ago, I was a young kid riding Minimax and all this and that, and I was a little one looking up to all the older kids. Now all of a sudden, I'm the older kids telling all the small kids what to do, and it's like just like this,
just like that.
But you can't take the knowledge with you. So why just you know, I'm always here to help everyone. You know, like there's only good to help people, you know?
Nice. So one last question from me. What are the big plans now for the next couple of years? I know you're racing Porsches, you're racing Super Cup next year, the Super Cup car next year, with VW. I mean, it blows my mind. It's
incredible.
What's happening over there? What's the plan, do you think? What can you tell us?
Okay, so we might do some endurance racing next year, which I'm really looking forward to. It's going to take a bit of preparation, and also with the thing again, the mental preparation was yet again having that discipline of driving the car only that hard and stuff like that. You have to pace yourself, and that's even driving at night. I mean, it's going to be a lot of mental strain after that.
But it's training. It's training for whatever comes after that.
And I have massive respect to all the people racing GT3s and the endurance races. Because you're not only driving fast at night, and like anything can go wrong, you know?
I remember at the Killarney 9 hour, watching those guys do the same lap times at night was just phenomenal. But we're going to let you go, Fisser. I've always thought that when we met the first time, I sat passenger with you. I think it was your first tin top experience around the track. I sat next to you. Could have been one of your first.
The first car I literally drove a car.
I sat next to this guy the first time we literally drove a car.
I want to say I drove a car illegally or whatever. My mom told me how to drive 6 but anyway.
But even then, we were going slowly around the track, and I got out the car and I realized now there's something there, man. There's something there, and clearly you've lived up to that potential, and there's more to come. And we in Cape Town, I think this is our Cape Town champion. He's our driver. He's from Cape Town, born and raised, and we look forward to supporting you going forward in the nationals and hopefully international as well.
Definitely. even if I make it one day, I'll still always come back here and support all the people that supported me, you know.
So basically, we get the signatures now.
Yeah. I wouldn't be there if it's not for everyone here.
Yeah,
you know, if I was the only guy here racing and I made it, who do I have to thank? I have to thank all my competition because they, you know, push me to my limits.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love the mentality. I love the talent. I love the pace. I love the speed. Everything that comes with it. Ladies and gentlemen, Fisser, remember that surname? Polo Cup champion. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
That was cool. Let me grab that from you. I'll just pop that over here. How cool was that, eh?
It's
How cool was that?
actually scary that I'm getting to that age where 19-year-olds are like kids to me now.
I know, it's pretty crazy, but motorsport, though, you do see that these it's a young man's sport for the most part. It is possible to extend your career, to start late, etc. But these younger guys are just on another level, especially the karting guys. I've learned and developed a new respect for the karting fraternity after having spent a lot of time on that side. And Charles Fisser is definitely one of those names to watch out for. Just incredible.
As I said, that new generation.
Yeah. But speaking of older generations, and someone also to watch out for, someone that raced for the first time in a long, long time. We got Mr. Dexter Bruce finished the first race. How did it go? How was the Clubman Race? The car's in one piece.
The car's in one piece. I'm in one piece. Mommy, I'm okay. Mom. I'm okay.
Ultra reliable. How was it out there?
It was intense. It was very hectic. I mean, the extra G-force on the cars, you kind of feel on your body. I'm not a young cat like the horses anymore. Yeah. So I feel every bump. But I mean, I had
and remember when you're about 6 years younger than me, I think, eh? Remember when I was about 30-something and you used to come from rugby practice and then tease me, why you play with us?
I'm telling you, I'm feeling it now. But I mean, honestly, it was a really good time. The car is really good. I do feel like it needs a bit more power, just to be a bit more competitive. But I think the main thing is showing everybody again, like coming from Rally Crash on, jumping into Clubman's.
Did you say Rally Crash?
Rally Crash. That's your version.
I was going to say, who's got the broken bumper at the moment?
Yeah, exactly.
Apparently.
Last I checked.
My car's in one piece, actually. Thank you. But I mean, it's amazing. It really is. And I would love to encourage other guys as well. Listen, if you've got in a different market, come try grip racing, come get involved with Clubman's fine cars and the rest of it. There's a lot of fun to be had.
Now, this is something that we've been talking about. So Jean said, there's a shout out to Jean from the E36 Cup. Martin. Was almost on a pass. And one of the things he talks about, I went to go pop in the Bakosi Bayes and the other, the Stockholm guys. We got Shante here from the biker side of things. Not only from the biker side, but that's my point. There can be cross-pollination. You can go race over there and then go spend a day there and then go spend another day there.
I think that's the beauty of the motorsport fraternity, is that it's a fraternity. It's like college, you know. Everybody speaks to everybody. We all play ball, and the ball is the race car. You know, no matter what it is, always the bike.
Ernest said it very nicely earlier. He was saying that you were saying the racing family, and he said the motorcycle seems to be like the cousins. Always those ones over there.
At the Christmas party. We're always not sure the bikers are
you have to invite them.
But they're very close. I mean, that's true. The bikers are very, very close. You know what I mean? They're actually doing the fan walk right now. And it's lovely to see all their family and friends supporting them.
You get the kids, the mothers, even the stepmothers are here today, supporting the whole crew.
I mean, it's nice to see them out.
I saw Ronald Slummert earlier on. Shout out to Ronald Slummert, his dad working.
The
Red Baron, yeah. His dad working on the bike over there, hiding. But the thing that Ronald was also talking about is motorsport development. They've got an academy there. They've got a bike that they're building for new riders to come jump in. I mean, it's so nice to get new talent in, and even though some of the talent's a little bit older, it's nice to get older, bro. Nice to get new guys in the seat.
Dave Abrams, who's the motorsport media guy upstairs, and he says it wonderfully. He says that we that are racing right now are just the custodians of the track right now.
Oh,
and I mean, that's Dave Abrams. That's your quote right there. Yeah. And we're looking after the track. We're doing the best we can, feeding the younger guys, and we really want to encourage young guys. Century Karting has put down their money where their mouth is right now, and they're actually sponsoring on the 2nd of December at NHT. They're sponsoring some of the go-karts doing the oval track racing. And that is a great development as a social aspect, Century Karting, as you know. But a lot of the guys cut their teeth there and are now in GTI Challenge.
Yes, and years later you see them later on.
100%. But guys, I had a good time. Looking forward to the second heat. it's way later. The only difficult thing is the rest between the two. You know, I'm used to.
I actually want to ask you, Dexter, do you sit and eat lunch? Do you eat like a proper lunch in
Somebody
between?
said they're going to go
you...
jump into the pool. I don't know what to do. I'm rolling my thumbs because with rallycross, every 8 minutes we race.
Every 8 minutes.
Wow.
I'm in this guy's boot. He's in my boot. You know what I mean?
And that's what we spoke about in the week. It's the gap between the race. You got to watch out for that fatigue. But your spirit seems high. The pace seems high. And now we just go and do it all over again.
Oh, looking forward to seeing you guys later.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dexter Bruce, come say hi here. The racing is still happening. It's only lunchtime now, so the first half of the day is done. The second half is about to start. And speaking of other halves, when it comes to commentary duos, there is one half that is more half than some of the others, and that's our man Frankie Hinnis. He'll be joining us very soon. But before he does, Shante, any thoughts on the fan walk and what people can expect at the fan walk? Have you been to any of these fan walks yet?
I've never personally done the fan walk myself.
We're always working, eh?
Every time I'm here, I'm either somewhere by somebody in the pits and catching up, like what's happening with their bikes, and you know, all those, usually being the ones in the back of, you know,
I seldom get to go as well. That's why I thought you might have gone, but I also don't get to go. I'm seeing it from there now, and I think people can see it on their screens. You basically walk through the circuit, and all the cars and bikes are parked on the circuit, and you can get a real close look at what it's like. I love what the stock car guys do before the final. What they do is they park on the start line, you do the fan walk, and then when the fans leave, it's go race time. And that they did that with GTI Challenge the other day, so I really love what they do. We've got Dan Frost over here is going to be joining us. Dan, pull in. We've got Frankie standing by. Frankie will be joining us soon afterwards. But Dan Frost, look, I'd love to speak to you under different circumstances, Dan. But unfortunately, in case you didn't know, Dan had a bit of a coming together with something. Dan, what happened?
So, the start of the race felt pretty good. I was on pace, like where I was before we went on that long break. And coming down the back straight, hit the brakes, like shaved off quite a bit of speed, but then the
just keep this a bit.
Faded completely. And I went straight off the track, front wheel tipped underneath me, and yeah.
God.
All we saw, I was actually, when that had happened, I was upstairs in the commentary section and just watching the whole display. It was quite interesting to witness it from way up there. And all I keep thinking, what goes through your mind in that instant when you realize, oh dear, this is coming to
worst case scenario. Worst case scenario.
Well, first, you don't realize what's happening initially.
Yeah.
Until you like realize, oh wait, I'm sliding, and then you stop in the sand, like, where's all this dust coming from? And then you're like, oh wait, I'm just separated from the bike.
Oh no!
So yeah, it was quite a scary one. It's actually one of the worst ones that I've had so far.
But are you physically alright? Did you get injured somewhere?
Elbow's a little bit swollen, and it actually tore through my levers.
Yeah, we just got to, I think we've just gone live on the PA system, so they've just got to cut that down. But for those that are wondering who's talking here, we are doing the lunch. There we go. So yeah, you were saying?
So elbow, bit bruised. Got a hole in the back of my levers.
You're the guy with the hole. I saw the video.
Yeah.
It's a hole like this big on your back.
Yes.
But you were smiling when they showed us the video, so I was like, okay, at least he's smiling. Shante, you've ridden bikes around here before. Is there a concern for new riders, your first time, let's say, that the brakes aren't going to work?
Of course, I mean, I think with any vehicle that you're racing or driving on the road, you know, brakes is a big thing, you know, even if it's car or motorcycle, that is something you're thinking of all the time. It's why the pre-checks through the bike is so important to go through before you head out there.
Yeah, but definitely. Even when it works, when you're going, all of a sudden things can go wrong. I've got a handbrake in my car, which I use for sliding, but it's also just nice to know that if I do need to stop. And you guys, you've got front and back brakes as well. So I think it was the front one that went.
Yeah, the front brake takes most of the beating. So, but there is a thing called brake fade. So you brake, and over time, the brakes start to fade away, and that's exactly what happened over there. So initially a bit, and then it just completely faded out.
But that to me is quite weird that there was brakes and then it kind of went away. And have you guys been able to sort the problem out?
I've called it a day. Yeah.
Okay.
I've looked at the bike and the front end looks a bit skewed. So.
Okay.
Rather play it safe and sorry with the bike. You know, Ernest was asking me earlier, like, why bikes? You know, and I was saying, well, you know, why 4 wheels? But I actually got to witness.
You guys want to start your own lunchtime show?
You know what? There was actually a big sticker up on these stairs in front of us that actually says 4 wheels move the body and 2 wheels move the soul.
Oh, yeah?
And that is exactly the case. And you can tell, I mean, this man is smiling. He just had, this is the last race. He came down.
If my brakes
It's the
faded
end
on
of
my
his-
car, I wouldn't be looking
end of
like
the
this.
race. And he's like all smiles. Why?
No,
'Cause
it's
you're on
just
the
a matter
bike.
of getting the bike fixed for next season, and then I go again.
So, and that was going to be my next question. So next season we're in it to win it. We're going to go again. So tell us a bit more about your category and some of the other drivers in your car, riders.
The season start, I was actually in the Clubman group, and then that was the first race of the season, and I got kicked out into the Superbike Challenge. So since second race of the season, I've been part of the Superbike Challenge. I've actually been fighting for third place.
Okay.
So I've been sitting in fourth up until now, but obviously it's the lead has just disappeared away from me with the crash.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
then next year. What's the plan for next year then? Same bike?
Same bike, yeah. So I ride a Honda CBR 1000.
Nice.
And that's absolutely love the bike. It's something that's I've always loved the 5 blades. It's always been on my heart.
Yeah.
So I think just fix it up, race it again, just carry on.
Well, there you heard it, folks. Fix it up, race it again, carry on. I think that's something that we can all apply to life. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Dan the man over here. Dan, good luck for next season.
Thank you,
good luck for the fix. And thanks even after an incident like that. Thanks for joining us and thanks for sharing it with us. We appreciate it.
Pleasure, no problem. Thank you.
There you go. Dan, after a interesting day today.
Oh, shame, man. You feel so bad for the guys.
I know.
I actually saw him earlier walking around and in the pits, and he was his leather's only off on one side. I could see the hole in the back, and I was
a hole.
This guy is smiling, walking around. I would probably have been lying there going, "Take me home."
Yeah, same.
The confidence.
Same. I would have been feeling sorry for myself, but the bikers are a different breed, and again we're back to that other half. Frankie Hinnis, the other half, maybe third of the commentary duo at the moment. Frankie, if you wouldn't mind joining us.
Waiting so patiently.
We missed you this morning, man. You normally come and join us in the morning to give us the update. What's been happening?
Jeez, dude, don't ask me any fast questions, eh? It was too early this morning. Jeez, I left the house at 6:30 this morning.
The
Gee
last
whiz,
time
eh?
you guys were catering the night before race day. This time though, were you catering again last night?
No. The whole world's hearing you say this. That was there. No. That was just. I'm not sure what time I got to this morning. I think it must have been just after 7 to be honest.
It's an earlier start than usual, eh?
Yeah, but it's 20 races. So we would normally have about 16 or 18 races. So it's 20 races. Full program started 8:30. So yeah, and from what I've seen so far, it's been fantastic stuff out there.
Yeah,
it's been one of the. I think they've kept the best for last.
Yeah.
And tell me, how does your voice? I mean, I was up there earlier in the commentary box, and you know the excitement that's happening. You know, you constantly you just going for it, watching the guys. But does your voice ever get tired at close to the end of the day?
Not so much the voice. Your brain gets tired eventually because
your reaction time.
It's literally the reaction time is fine. You've got to remember. And remember, if you start commentating 8:30 and you end at 5:30, it's literally wall-to-wall commentating. Whatever the guys are doing out there, you've got to take what they're doing and put it into words. And so literally you do tend to get tired, but then again after 29 years I think I'm used to it by now. Yeah,
the stamina's there.
I'll never forget when I started commentating way back in April of '96.
Wow, I was a year old.
It was actually March '94 that I got involved, but April '96 I started the commentary, and I would literally come home after a day's event, and then you got no voice on Sunday, and then no voice on Monday, and then here by Wednesday the voice is back again, only to lose it again on Friday after the race event.
You learn how to look after your voice.
And then you learn how to pace yourself and how to look after it. So
don't shout for every corner.
No, there's actually been days, a couple of years ago, where you do 2 race events alone. I would do a karting event on my own, and that's about 26 races. Then you climb in the car and drive to the old Tygerberg Raceway and do the whole race meeting alone there.
Yeah.
So you've got to learn how to pace yourself. Believe me, by the time you get back home, you don't want to know about motorsport at all.
Talk about anything. I normally go quiet.
And on Sunday you hate motorsport, and then the Monday again you love it again.
Here we go. So Frankie, one of the reasons we love having you down here, you watch every single race. We're running around filming, so we don't really get to watch every single race. Give us the update. What were the key moments of the day for you?
So far, I think it's GTI Challenge.
Why is that?
And the reason why I'm going to say that is in Class A, there was 1 point between Umpi and Clinton.
I know.
Going into the fight for Class A.
When I saw Umpi come past, his bumper was hanging off.
We know Zaki Hendricks has won Class B and he's won overall. There's a fight for second and third place in Class C. But the Class A fight is not finished yet.
Yes.
They were working each other over.
Yes.
I push you out the way, you push me out the way, I rub you and you rub me, because rubbing is racing. And
I think they rubbed a little too much here and there.
They did rub a lot, the two of them. They're not going to give up this fight, that's for sure. I just don't hope it ends ugly before the day is over.
Yeah, of course.
Between the two of them, I hope that it just ends in good sportsmanship and that it doesn't end ugly, Ashante, on the track.
Yeah. I know it's. I think it's sometimes hard, mate. I don't know if it's where you experience it, but being a commentator, do you experience ever having favoritism when commentating?
Actually, no. You know everybody. You get to know everybody, especially GTI Challenge and the Clubman's guys, classics as well to a certain degree. You get to know all the drivers, and in the rallycross, you get to know everybody. So, as a commentator, knowing everybody, it doesn't matter who comes first, second, third, sixth, or last. You are up to speaking terms with everybody. So, for you, it's... you run through, so look, there's 10 star-studded names. You don't say, well, there's 9 Oaks and this guy is the guy.
Yeah.
It's 10 quality car driver or rider bike combinations. So, personally, no, I don't have a personal favorite.
I must say,
unless I watch Formula 1, but that's a different story.
and who's your favorite in Formula 1? Who's your favorite?
Max.
Okay.
Always
Max, unfortunately, he didn't qualify first today for the first time in how long?
It doesn't matter. He'll come through. Now the boy will come through.
So who else are we? What other categories can you highlight for us that you find interesting? Incidents, things that happened, good racing, etc.
Look, the Clubman's race was pretty good. The motorcycle racing was good. Sports and GTs was excellent out there today. The bikes was very close. I was Francois and Byron were doing the bikes, and I was manning the radio in Emil Tiny Brunt's absence of Tiny's pit box. Poor guy's got to work today doing stock taking. So what a time to do stock taking, the final round of the main circuit championship.
He's pick up all the big boxes. He's the only one that can move it.
And so I was on the radio, and I must say that the bikes have been very, very close today. The racing has been excellent. I actually feel sorry for Ryan. Could see he put the bike down 4 times.
Gee whiz.
3 times in turn 5 and once in turn 4, and then he decided, no, it's enough now.
That's amazing for the fact that he got up 3 extra times. That's phenomenal.
He put it on twice in 5, then he ran wide and continued, and then it ended in turn 4.
Yeah.
That's just no more now.
I actually got to speak to him just now for a brief second, and he was pretty much done. You could see it in his spirit. Like, I tried and I tried and I've tried 4 times, and he's like, my race is done for the day.
Yeah, well, I think, sometimes Mother Nature is telling you something.
Yeah.
Stay away. Don't continue
Today's
for the
not
rest
your
of the day.
We will try again tomorrow.
Just go and park it and come back next season.
Someone that doesn't have to try again tomorrow is Brad Bodsworth, having cinched up the championship. And I chatted to Brad as well. Yuri started racing at the almost halfway through last year.
He did, and he's done very well in that year and a half that he's been involved in bikes. So he's wrapped up the championship. Fantastic for Brad, yeah.
Shout out to Brad Wadley, Brad Bodsworth. Brad Wadley, of course, from the karting side. I don't know why I'm thinking of him. Shout out to Brad Wadley then. When it comes to classics, what's been happening in the classic side of things?
Well, I'm on the Classic Car WhatsApp group, as well as GTI Challenge, Sports and GT and Clubman.
So you know about all the protests and the inside scoops?
No. It's just a social chat group that they're on. And I know Fadi Maton had a birthday this week. Glenn Bogarts has got a birthday as well, and I think Jacques Mouton is the other one.
Okay.
And Eric Mouton had a problem either with the engine or the gearbox. I'm not sure. That's why we haven't seen the Chef de Ville out there today.
Oh yes, of course.
That's all info that you pick up when you're on these WhatsApp groups.
And you need that info when you're commentating, isn't it?
Yes, and but I must say the challenge and the Clubman's group hasn't been that rowdy as what I thought it was. I think after this race there's going to be a lot of chatter as well as on the sports and GT group.
Well, they've got one more race to go, all of them after this category. One more question from me to you, Frankie. When it comes to the qualifying on the Friday, what is your preference? Qualifying in the morning or qualifying on Friday? Because today we had to go through a lot of racing, isn't it?
No, I think the Friday afternoon is better. But yes, then a lot of guys also, okay, it is better on a Friday afternoon, but you've got to take into consideration a lot of people can't get off work on a Friday as well. It would then be better for them. So yeah, you know, 6 of the one, half a dozen of the other. From a racing point of view, from a racing perspective, I would say the Friday, because then you've got more time to put the races in on Saturday. But it's a difficult one. I would say Friday, yes, but as I said, you've got to take into consideration that there are people that can't always get off from work. And then those guys are saying, I can't get off.
What am I supposed to do?
So now I'm going to start at the back.
Now I'm going to start at the back, and that seems a little bit unfair.
That guy could have been somewhere mid-pack or forward.
Yeah.
But you know what, you can't please everybody.
No, you can't, and that's unfortunately the name of the game. That's how it goes.
I always think of the energy levels, you know, from qualifying so early in the morning till racing, and then there's still the lunch in between and racing later. It's a long day for the guys if they're still qualifying in the morning.
Yes, that's why I'm saying the Friday is the best, because then you can just take a break the evening and come back the Saturday. But yeah, it's difficult. The club is obviously trying to satisfy everybody, but as you know yourself, will never be able to satisfy everybody all the time.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be chatting to Umpi Swart over here now about the tumultuous day that he's had so far.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting day, but you know the racing has always been good to watch in GTI Challenge. Whether there's controversy, whether there's processional racing, it's always tight, it's always close, and you're gonna get a little bit of argy-bargy.
Well, as I said, there was a lot of runners racing out there today in that class, and one can understand, especially Class A, it's all up for grabs.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier to you and to Shanti over here, let's just hope that it doesn't end in a heap of unhappiness.
Yeah, of course. No, I don't think that'll be the case.
Because it did get a bit rough at one stage. But then again, it's not for the faint at heart.
No,
it's not for the faint at heart. Otherwise, you must go.
You must go the race flip and electrics or something.
Do something else.
Frankie Hennis, thanks for joining us. We look forward to hearing you very soon.
Thank you.
After the lunch break.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So other categories that we can also talk about include the Makita Supercars, but now they're actually called Caltron Supercars, and Caltron is the main sponsor for the Supercar Cup. Glad to see they're rejuvenating the Caltron series. They had 10 cars on track today, and they're hoping to grow to 12, and I look forward to seeing how that series grows as well, because it was very, very small at one stage, and now all of a sudden they're getting much, much bigger. So let's get Umpi Swart in here, and he can chat to us. How's it, man? Just checking, you guys got me loud and clear over here. Umpi, I don't know how to start this conversation. I just heard that things are getting a bit hectic out there. You guys were fighting a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately race 1 we had a great start, and then halfway through the race the brake pad delaminated, and then I had a brake failure into 5, and that's unfortunately I'd spun backwards into Marco. We sorted it out. It's, you know, it happens.
You spun backwards, and you still managed to come back again.
Yeah, the front left brake pad delaminated, so obviously when I broke there was no pedal and just rear brakes, and the car just spun backwards.
I've had that situation. It's like someone pulling up the handbrake.
Yeah, so luckily I hit Marco at the back of my car, but unfortunately ruined his race. I felt very bad about it. It was his race to win, in my opinion. Regardless, then obviously that got Clinton up to me. As we could see, Clinton didn't have the pace, and unfortunately desperation I feel took over there a lot. He got his penalty, but in race 2 it's a grid penalty for race 2. I don't feel like it's enough. He still keeps his position from race 1, which is extremely unfair in my opinion. But you know what, I'm starting 3rd, he's starting 8th. The only thing between me and winning this is a mechanical failure. So, you know, I think that I've just got to keep my head down, get a good launch, get to the front and just hold my line. And in the end, I'm just very disappointed in the race, like the quality of the racing from a national champion. And I don't mind saying this live. Genuinely, I'm just bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, that of
I didn't
course
expect
is you. Everybody's entitled to their opinion of this. Of course, there are three sides to story. I'm sure he has his side as well, and you have yours, and that's just the way it goes. But end of the day, though, you are now in front. Your team, Gozzi and the guys, are going to be working there.
Yes.
So now to make sure that car is right going into the final.
Unfortunately, a lot of alignment, a few wheel rims were broken, and like I said, just a lot of unnecessary damage. Just not. I mean, in the end, we're racing here at club level. We're just trying to enjoy ourselves, and that was not fun. That's just the end of it.
For sure.
So look, I'm just going to do what I do now, and whatever happens, happens. In the end, it's just want to try and enjoy what's left of the day, because that's in the end why we're here and why we spend the money. We want to enjoy it.
Awesome.
So let's enjoy it.
And that's exactly it, folks. It's all about the enjoyment, competition, family, enjoyment. That's what it's here. And you have that competitive element in spades. I think going into this final one over here, that's a solid attitude. What are the points looking like at the moment?
It's tied.
What is your mentality now, just before the second race, noticing that this is generally like the last of the last?
Just no mistakes. That's all. And if I make no mistakes and something happens that's still not good enough, in the end, after today, it doesn't mean as much to me after that race anymore. It's just it was a bad taste. I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm just going to go race my car for my dad and my sponsors, and that's what I'm going to do.
Awesome. And who are your sponsors? If you just want to mention your sponsors over there.
Yeah, obviously Clive at Bullion.it, always out there supporting me. Any sponsors in South Africa, and every business owners are watching. If you can put anything on the cars for the youngsters, it goes a long way. It means a lot to them. They all look up to guys like myself and other guys, and to get any logo on their car, any amount, entry fees, $500, anything. Really goes a long way for the youngsters, and we've got talented drivers in this country. And
we do.
Unfortunately, a lot of them are on the grandstand, so we need them on
We've got a lot of talented drivers in Cape Town. A lot of Cape Town drivers do well in the nationals. I mean, you yourself, title contender in the Polo Cup Championship, when there was a lot of title contenders in Polo Cup Championship. So a lot of young drivers. What's your plan for next year? What do you think's going to happen next year? Can you talk about it?
No, there's not that secret. Honestly, we'll see. Like I say, I want to get today done, then I'll mentally digest. Because
for sure.
I just want to enjoy my racing, whatever it's want to enjoy it.
So from us to you, we hope you enjoy the rest of your race day.
Thanks,
and
guys.
you enjoy the racing. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks for joining us under these difficult circumstances. We appreciate your time. We appreciate the time. Cheers, Upi. What an interesting turn of events in GTI Challenge. But GTI Challenge has historically been known to have a little bit of argy-bargy. I myself, Piet van der Walt, I don't know if you can hear this over here. The two of us got carded many years ago because we were bumping into each other too much, and we didn't talk for a long time. I didn't like him for a long time. He didn't like me for a long time. But now we joke around, we chat. He waved at me earlier while he was standing in the coffee queue, and it's just one of those things. But on track, though, that's where it happens.
Thing is, Ernest, it's a fine line between that you're putting a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of dedication into it. So when you're out on track, it's going to be competitive. It's a competitive sport.
Yes.
It's as long as it's off track, trying to keep that friendly boundary between each other is so important.
I think it's important. Look, I don't think some of the guys aren't necessarily going to always be friendly, but you don't have to be amicable with everybody. And also, once the season's done or once the race day is done, then it's done. And then we can talk about it or not. We can see each other next year. We start fresh again next year. Just interesting to see that side of things. And I got to say, I like the heroes and villains concept of motorsport. I think oftentimes those conversations are never spoken about. We don't get an insight into that conversation. And there is that side of motorsport, and we get to now peek into it a little bit. So I do appreciate him being as candid as he was.
It's actually very important.
It's refreshing.
Like I say, people you're putting a lot of time into it. You're putting a lot of money into it as well. Your sponsors are watching you. You need to do something for your sponsors as well. So the pressure is on, and it's the last race of the year. And when you're that close in points, you're tied. You're tied at the moment.
And everybody's human. And I was just this week thinking about the, not showing certain emotions. And sometimes it's just okay to say, not express emotions and be emotional, but just be, you know what, this is what happened, this is where we're at, this is where the team's at, etc. And it's nice for us as media to get insight into that for a change.
Absolutely. That diversity of the personal and the reality. Oh, it's crazy.
I love it. That's why we love motorsport, folks. That's why we love motorsport. Well, folks, we're going to wrap things up very shortly and hand it over to the gents upstairs. From your side, Shante, how's your day been? How's the first day on the job been?
Windy.
It has been windy. Yeah.
Windy,
Here's
but
the double
you know
champ.
what?
Champ. Double champion GTI Challenge starting to coming by to say hi. Well, he's saying hi. We're saying bye from us here in the studio here at Killarney Raceway. It's goodbye from us, but not from the commentators. We're going to hand it over back to them. Enjoy the second half of the day. Enjoy the pacing. Enjoy the racing. My name is Ernest Page. This is Shante de Beard, and we'll see you guys at the next one.
We're going to have the first race now after lunch, and it will be the Caltron Supercars, the Formula Supercars, and the Bijou Trustees Fine Cars for their second race. Remember, we open up the day's proceedings, this final Power Series race meeting of the year, and it's going to be Glenn Phillips on pole position in the Formula Supercars class. Andrew Moffat will be alongside him. Kyle Halleck, Yassine Darman, row 2, Alistair Bosman and Stefan Norkier, that will be row 3. Brad Fenner and Craig Hume will be 7th and 8th. Rico Barlow and Ryan Catt, that will be the top 10, which will all be gold class cars in the Formula Supercars. And then we'll have ourselves quite a collection of fine cars. Arnold Lambert in the sky blue VW Jetta will be alongside the bright green Gunther Appelgren BMW E36, Dave Alexander in his British Racing green Morgan, then Robert Toscano in the MX-5 Mazda, Natasha Tischendorf in her Jetta, Di Dugmore and Roger Lewis. Of course, a lot of them coming out in the MGB for Di Dugmore. Roger Lewis in his MGA, Chris Champion will be out there as well. And Jaco Oosthuizen was supposed to be out there earlier on, entered for the race, but we did not see anything of him in race 1.
Yeah, so welcome back after lunch, the people around the track, and those of you that are watching this production from your house or wherever in the country or elsewhere, as we start race 1 after the lunch period. Caltron Supercars and Bijou Trustees Fine Cars, the safety car is in pit lane and the lights are on red. We are about to go racing as the hammers get dropped. Now you hear the revs pick up as they work their way into turn number 1. That is the Supercars, and it's Glenn Phillips, Andrew Moffat, Kyle Halleck is right in there as well. Yassine Darman goes pretty wide, and there's contact between Halleck and Moffat, and Moffat gets sent packing on the inside of turn 1, Byron, as the fine cars get off the line.
The fine cars, that will be Arnold Lambert, who will take the lead through the yellow flag zone, ahead of Gunther Appelgren and Robert Toscano in 3rd position. Then it's Dave Alexander's Morgan in 4th position. We have another gang of cars, or gaggle of cars. Of course, it will be Natasha Tischendorf. That will be followed there by Chris Champion's MGA. And then, or the Austin Healey Sprite, I actually see in there as well. That's actually Di Dugmore, my apologies. And then rounding everything off will be Chris Champion, or is actually Roger Lewis, that is in the MGA. Chris Champion, taking no further part in this race.
Right, going down the back straight is your Caltron Formula Supercars, being led there by Glenn Phillips into turn 5, into Fostron corner. Kyle Halleck is right in there with them. Then it is Yassine Darman and Rico Barlow, I think, is there in that 4th place. We'll have a look-see on the, yes it is Barlow in that 81 car, as the rest of them go through Fostron corner. To complete the lap, it is Moffat from Halleck, from Yassine Darman, racing down into turn number 1.
Well, the fine cars are in turn 5. They'll be opening up onto the main straight shortly. Right after the fine cars, there's the Jetta CLI of Arnold Lambert. Closing up the gap to him, though, that is going to be Gunther Appelgren as they charge towards turn 1. Right behind the fine cars, the tail end of the fine cars going through that section. And then Appelgren is going to look at the gap between himself and the man in front of him. That will be about 0.8 of a second when they cross the line. They'll be going through turn 2 shortly after, going on the Joubert Straight. There is Arnold Lambert running into that section.
Well, I'm watching this group of fine cars going through the kink, and Andrew Moffat is launching one massive comeback as they make their way into turn 3, Interceptor corner. He's now working his way through. He sits there behind Alistair Bosman as they head into turn 4, into Sarl Sweep. So Moffat, that was in trouble in turn 1, is right on the case of Bosman as they work their way down the back straight, and surely he'll get past that 43 car before they get into Fostron corner. He's lining him up as they get into Fostron corner, and he dives up on the inside, and Moffat makes that move stick and he works his way into P5.
Sharp end of the field in the fine cars, heading down the back straight now and into Pertamina Fastron, turn 5. They will emerge onto that the main straight shortly. Robert Toscano coming past the camera position in that particular section in the MX5. Look there on the back of them, not closing up too much though, is the Morgan of Dave Alexander. They're going to be opening up past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes, but Lambert crosses the line. It was 0.8 of a second the last time around between himself and Appelgren. It's now a full second as they break for turn 1. Then the gap between them, as it is going to be Toscano, Dave Alexander. Natasha Tischendorf is only coming out of turn 5 around about now. As I go back to turn 1, it looks like on the outside of Robert Toscano is a move from Dave Alexander. Will he have the run into the next turn, Castro corner? No, he won't. He'll go back onto the outside and make another attempt, which he will be denied.
Right, the supercars are running down the back straight towards Fostron corner, and it's still all about Glenn Phillips that sits out there in P1, Carl Halleck in second, third is Yassine Darman, fourth is Rico Barlow, fifth is a recovering Andrew Moffat as they race down into turn 5, but there's big gaps between them as they exit Fostron corner. Between them, then it is Alistair Bosman, behind him is Stefan Norkier, and then behind Stefan Norkier is Bradley Fenner as this group of cars makes its way into turn number 1 out of holes, and the leader there is Glenn Phillips.
Well, only about 5 fine cars in all, and that will be onto the main straight now, coming out of Pertamina Fastron. It looks visibly closer from our commentary position. Arnold Lambert still holds the lead for now, lap after lap, as he has only 5 laps left to go in this race. Arnold Lambert, though, will just hold it ahead of Gunther Appelgren, and just by a smidgen, about 0.8 of a second. Down the main straight, though, it's going to be a duel versus Toscano and Dave Alexander coming into turn 1 now. Once again, like it was on the previous lap, you'll see them come out onto the Joubert Straight, that Morgan British Racing Green machine right behind Toscano and coming towards turn 2.
Right, the leaders heading into a Fostron corner. That is the supercar guys, the Caltron Formula Supercars, and Glenn Phillips will lead them out of Pertamina Fostron corner. Glenn's also had a stint in a golf in Rallycross. He had a lot of fun there a couple of months ago here at our Rallycross track, and he leads the supercars across the line into holes, followed there by Carl Halleck in second. Yassine Darman is in third, and it is still Rico Barlow that sits there in P4. Moffat is in P5, but he is visually closing up on Rico Barlow as they head into turn 1, into holes.
Well, only 4 laps left to go, Frankie. When they cross the line, everybody's lapped Roger Lewis's MGA. So while we wait for the leaders in the class, they're coming into turn 1 ever so shortly. Here we go, underneath the City of Cape Town, Castro and Wingfield Motors Bridge. It was 0.8 of a second between Arnold Lambert and Gunther Appelgren. It is now... Oh, it shows 0.1 of a second, but it's not that close, I'll tell you that much. Maybe a bit of a timing error, but down the main straight as well. Now another go from the Morgan into turn 1. It will be from Dave Alexander. Side by side with the former champion Robert Toscano. The Mazda will poke the nose ahead now, forcing the Morgan to go the long way around. He won't make it work there. They go onto the Joubert Straight now. The wind still waving quite nicely through that section from the northwest. And now into turn 2, we run Castro corner. It's basically the same every single lap, trying the same move.
The supercars working their way out of Fostron corner, coming down towards us. There's lots and lots of huge gaps between them. Moffat sits out there, still in that 5th place, getting closer, but Phillips leads them across the line from Halleck in second. Then it is Yassine Darman in third. As a matter of fact, Moffat has caught up to Rico Barlow, and we might see overtaking maneuver. As a matter of fact, I'm almost certain that we will see overtaking maneuver, and we do. And it is Moffat going into turn number 1 that gets his nose ahead there of Rico Barlow.
3 laps left to go, including the one that the fine cars will be starting now on the main straight. They got a few of the fine cars, or a few of the supercars still ahead of them at this moment in time. Down the straight, underneath the bridge, one more time. Again, it is still going to be a little bit of time between Lambert and Gunther Appelgren. 1.5 seconds, though, to be exact, coming into that first turn now. Look at the mighty gap they have between themselves and Toscano. Another move from Dave Alexander. He actually makes it stick this time, and the Morgan makes it up into 3rd place in the class before they get into the braking zone, and will then inch into turn 1 ahead of Toscano, who's coming full tilt almost over here, coming quite a hammer and tongs way into the corner, braking quite late.
Supercars working their way back out of turn 5 again to come around and start their penultimate lap. Out of Pertamina Fastron they come, and he's still Glenn Phillips, the man that sits out there in the lead. He's done a 1:26.814. That's the quickest time out there, followed by Carl Halleck and Yassine Damon, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Moffat is in that 4th position now, and is getting away there from Rico Barlow as Moffat and Barlow cross the line. Then the next man coming out of turn 5 in that class, we'll just give them a mention, that is Alistair Bosman. And Bosman sits there quite some distance behind Rico Barlow, followed there by Stefan Norkier, Bradley and Bradley Fenner.
On the main straight we are now. Once again, the tail end of the supercars have the sky blue Jetta behind them, the 61 Jetta of Arnold Lambert of the Lambert family. And Gunther Appelgren is now 2.8 seconds off of him, and still the big gap between themselves and what is now going to be, of course, Dave Alexander. Dave Alexander heading ahead there as far as things are concerned in the Morgan. Across the line we then run now, and well, down the back straight now, Frankie, comes the leaders in the supercar section to complete the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, they're coming out of Fastron corner. They'll be starting their final lap. 1:26.814 is the quickest time out there for the supercars by car 54 Glenn Phillips, and he comes around and starts his final lap. One more lap to go for Glenn Phillips, for Carl Halleck and for Yassine Damon. They've got one of the fine cars in there between them. I think that's Natasha Tischendorf as they head into turn number 1. And then there's a massive gap now between Andrew Moffat and Rico Barlow. Moffat getting further and further away from Rico Barlow.
Down the back main we then run with the fine cars. Then the Jetta, who leads the way of Arnold Lambert, comes into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, right on the back of the supercar ahead of him. He's got a considerable gap now between himself and Gunther Appelgren. Was 2.8 seconds. I would imagine it's grown to more than 3 seconds now as they start their final lap of the race. Then a little bit further down, Robert Toscano coming through into turn 5 now. Oh, slowing. Gunther Appelgren is slowing. Gunther Appelgren, who was running second, is slowing. There comes the Austin Healy of Di Dugmore across the line, still on the, not on the lead lap, he's a lap down. Then the Morgan of Dave Alexander and Robert Toscano coming towards turn 1.
Right, so coming out of turn 5 out of Fastron for the final time, the checkered flag is out. And the overall class, or should I say class and overall victory, will go to this man, Glenn Phillips, as he weaves across the track. It's 2 out of 2 for Glenn Phillips. Carl Halleck will finish in that 2nd position. 3rd will go to Yassine Damon as he crosses the line. There's a couple of fine cars, 3 fine cars behind him. Oh, it's a blow up. It's not 3 fine cars, it's 2 fine cars and a blown up Andrew Moffat supercar that nearly got in the way there of Natasha Tischendorf. Wow, what a way to end your race day.
Big cloud of smoke across the main straight here. Meanwhile, though, the fine cars will be coming along, and they're coming now out of turn 5 at the present moment. Yellow flags will be waving in that section, of course, because they also might be oil down. I don't see any oil though, but of course he's parked to the side of the circuit. Here comes Arnold Lambert though, will take the win for the fine cars. And coming in second will still be Gunther Appelgrein. Despite slowing down on the previous lap, he will limp home in second. He just maybe had a bit of a bad moment over there. He got it back up to pace again. And then Dave Alexander. We wait now for Dave Alexander coming now towards the line in the Morgan. He will make it to the line ahead of Robert Toscano and complete the race ahead of Robert Toscano. And then here comes the Austin Healy of Di Dugmore, rounding it off there ahead of Roger Lewis.
Well, while you were going through that lot, it wasn't just Glenn Phillips from Carl Haddock and Yassine Darman that finished first, second and third. Moffat, even though the motor blue, comes home in P4, ahead of Rico Barlow in P5, followed there by Alistair Bosman, Stefan Okier, Bradley Fenner. And even though you don't see him on the monitoring system anymore, for whatever reason, I think his transponder might have packed up, but behind Bradley Fenner was the 21 supercar of Craig Hume.
Well, thankfully,
what a way to end that race for poor Andrew Moffat.
Well, the officials are looking down at the circuit, Frankie. Thankfully, no oil has been dropped, and they'll have to push that supercar back. It's right at the pit exit, though, the marshals. So just have to push it back not too far from there. The supercar pits is right across the fence on the right-hand side. But yes, Frankie, what a way to end off your race here in a big cloud of smoke.
Well, the marshals are pushing the car back in. Andrew Moffat has decided, man, I don't care. I'm just walking away because I think he sees a bank balance go down to get that car fixed up for next year. No, jokes aside, look, we said a motor blue, we just guessed. We don't know exactly what happened there. There is no oil out on the track. I see Andrew is standing. Andrew, is it a motor that's gone? He just gave me a thumbs up for something there, but is the motor finished? Yeah, he gives me a nod. The motor has said no more, so let's get that one sorted out for 2024.
The right action over there. It's not a thumbs up moment, Frankie, so I think he neglected to give you a thumbs up and just gave the shrug of the shoulders. And of course, the size of his arms spreading quite wide means it's a big one.
That's the size of the hole in the block.
But that was our Caltrans Formula Supercars and BG Trustees Fine Cars. We move on to the second race in the second half of the program, and that will be the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand finale for Alert Engine Parts Volkswagen GTI Challenge. Here we go. First car, second car rolls out onto the circuit. Oompie Swart is out on track. Here comes a Kai van Sail. Skull Keldernice is moving out onto the circuit. So is Nathan Victor. Marco Boosie, got a DNF in race one, is out there. Ian Cup is also working his way out onto the circuit. Clinton Besaidnot coming out there. Brett van der Skyf working his way out. Tate Bishop working his way out. Kyle Fisser, Mario Roux coming out the pit. Zaki Hendricks working his way out onto the circuit. Mohammed Kalfi coming out. Whoa. And then we've got a lot of them that's still busy coming out there as well, as that's just a few of them. Faisal Jacobs coming out, Noah Bus coming out onto the circuit. Oh my word. It's going to be tough. It's going to be good stuff out there. The final race of the day, the final race of the season for Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they line up. I know there has been one or two queries and some in-car footage that's been made available, and I do believe there could be a little change up at the front end of Class A. We'll wait to see what happens when they come down onto the grid proper.
Right, then there's also some series partners for GTI Challenge, together with Alert Engine Parts, that is the main sponsor. It is Dunlop Tires SA, Authentic Autos, Hydrocore Hydraulics, Wheelworks, ATS Motorsport Suppliers, and Spice Mecca. A big thanks to those guys as well, together with Alert Engine Parts. Right, for those of you that wondered what's going to happen, we also don't know what's going to happen. We're going to see it as they play this one out in front of us. It's all going to unfold in front of our eyes pretty soon. Nice new car there for Mark Thompson, I see. Got a new Polo for the final race of the year. Mark Thompson, normally finding out there with the blue Jetta 3 Thompson, or should I say the Polo Classic, I apologize, not the Jetta 3. That Polo Classic, that blue one, not out there with that car, but he's got a new car that he's racing today, which is obviously the car that he will campaign in next year in 2024. So the guys will line up, and the war and the battle and the fight will commence. Zaki Hendricks has wrapped up Class B and overall championship. Class A is not done yet. Can you just imagine what it must feel like in that number 1 car of Yuri Swart and that 57 car of Clinton Besaidenout, Oompie in the GT Raps and Bullion IT machine. Where is Clinton Besaidenout? There he comes. I see him coming down towards so you'll stand there on the outside of the 65 of Ian Cup, where is Caldenace. He's on the front row of the grid second. Oh, and our friend from Port Elizabeth, Jean-Andre Marais, is in pole position for Class A. Class B, I see Brett van der Schuyf is in pole position, and on his outside we've got Tate Bishop. That's the front row there as we are about to go racing. The lights are on, the lights go off, and here we go. This is the final showdown for GTI Challenge for 2023. And Oompie Swart wants to get through. He wants to get through. It should be easy. He says it's easy. It's not that easy. Jean-Andre Marais will not make life easy for him. Marais has got the line coming out of turn 1, but the line for turn 2 will belong to Yuri Oompie Swart as Class B and Class C now both get off the lines as well.
Yeah, Class B and Class C both off the line as the Class A cars go through turn 2. Here comes that Class B battle into turn number 2, Castrol Corner.
Yeah, that's Brett van der Schuyf that will lead them through Castrol Corner. He's got Tate Bishop in there behind him. Zaki Hendricks is right in there as well. That's at first 3 cars. But let you know now who's in P4. I'll tell you that Mario Roux is sitting there in P5. It'll either be Kyle Fisser or Mohammed Kalfi. Those 2 cars look very much alike but we'll pick it up for you now as they work towards a turn 4 saddle sweep.
Well, there's bits and pieces that's flown off one of the Class A cars as they work their way down the back main. It's Umpi Swart that leads out, and Bezuidenhout is getting closer and closer as he chases down the front end of the pack. Geldenhuis in that second position. I think it's Bezuidenhout that's now in third.
Right, here they come out of turn number 5. Look at this, it is nose to tail stuff. Umpi Swart wants to get out of here. He wants to clear away as quick as he possibly can, but he's got Nathan Victor. Nathan Victor right on his case there as they race down into turn number 1. They've got Kai van Zyl right in there as well, and behind van Zyl only then do we see Clinton Bezuidenhout as they come through, and then behind Bezuidenhout is Boosie and Geldenhuis as they work towards Castrol Corner.
Class B battle now through turn number 1, and while it's Bishop that's lost out to Zaki Hendricks. Zaki Hendricks leads out from Tate Bishop, then it's Fisser and Van der Skyf as they go down towards Castrol Corner.
Down into Castrol they go. We've got to keep with this Class B fight because it's nose to tail stuff. Zaki Hendricks has got his nose up front. Bishop's been worked out. As a matter of fact, Van der Skyf has been worked out, and it looks like it's Carl Fisser that's gone into that second place. Yes, in that class. Bishop fighting right back again as they make their way out of Interceptor. The Class C cars are now heading towards Interceptor Corner, and Class C has been led there by Daniel Moona, Mark Fontini, Van Eden, Faisal Jacobs and Abbas Gary as Class A heads into Fostron.
Oh, look at this one. Umpi Swart gets the back bumper rubbed there by Nathan Victor. Van Zyl that did exceptionally well in race number 1 is in that third position. Bezuidenhout is up into 4th. Then it's Boosie, Geldenhuis and Cup as they come through under the Castrol, Winfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge going down towards turn number 1.
Class B coming out of turn 5 now as well. Yes, there's all action out there in a Class B. Zaki Hendricks has got his nose up front. Behind him is Tate Bishop. Behind Bishop is a Fisser. Then it's Van der Skyf. Kulfi coming through. Behind Kulfi we've got Mario Roux. And then right on his case is Mark Thompson coming through. So man, it is all nose to tail heading out of turn 1 in Class B.
Let's go to that Class C battle. They head down towards turn number 1. Daniel Moona's having the race of his life, getting it completely sideways, going up on that inside line. Mark Fontini has actually gone to the front. He brings Van Eden with him. Nora Buster did brilliantly in race number 1, finds himself in the 4th position in class.
Right, so the leaders are heading down the back straight. Here we go, down the back main. It's Yuri Swart, it's Nathan Victor. He's got the stream on him. He's got the slip on him coming down into turn number 1. And they bring in Kai van Zyl for the ride as well as they work their way out of Fostron Corner. It is absolutely nose to tail out there. Umpi is exactly where he wants to be in this race, and Clinton is exactly where he does not want to be in this one.
Well, Umpi's close to where he wants to be. He's got that second position, but let's be honest, the dice up front is blindingly quick. Nathan Victor, that's really come of age this season, not only on main circuit but in iRacing as well. Nathan Victor leads out from the ever-dominant Swart from Van Zyl, Boosie, then Bezuidenhout that started at the back of the pack. Let's go back to that Class B battle underneath the Wingfield Motors and Castrol and City of Cape Town Bridge. It's still Hendricks and Bishop. Hendricks locks up the right-hand back. Bishop sits on his outside line. They're holding out on Fisser, and then Kulfi finds himself in 4th.
Well, there's two cars in trouble on the track on the exit of turn 5, Fostron Corner. We'll have a look and see. They're on the track, they're on the verge there. Let's have a look, see there's yellow flags in that area, so no overtaking in that sector. We'll try and pick up for you exactly what's going on in turn number 5.
Thank you. They're standing on the outside of the circuit. We picked it up on the camera shot. You'll see it now as the Class A cars go down into 5.
Right into that corner they go now. They're going to have to be very careful as they work their way through past that situation. and they all get through that situation. Remember that the Class B cars are now working their way to that situation as well. They see the double yellow flags, so they must hold line. They will know that there's trouble there in turn number 5 into Fostron. There they go past that situation. The thing is, those cars are in a very dangerous place there in Fostron corner.
So the Class A cars now up the Joubert Straight, going down towards Castro Corner, turn number 2. It's still all about Nathan Victor from Umpi Swart, Kai van Sale. But a brilliant first race is there. Oh, Boosie has moved up now. He's a whole lot closer to them. He brings Bezuidenhout with him as they go through Interceptor Corner. And through Interceptor, that front 4, there's nothing much between them. A little bit further back, the Class B battle. Hendricks leads out from Bishop and Fisser.
Right, let's look what's happening out. I can tell you it's 2 Class C cars that are in trouble there in Fostron corner. We'll get the names of those driver cars. Zach Leyden is going very slow down the back straight. Zach Leyden, he's got those Class A cars coming up on him. That back bumper of Zach Leyden's Golf is flapping behind him, and there's smoke coming out the back that could be body on tyre that. However, let's go back to Class A. That's making its way out of turn 5, out of Fostron. When they cross the line, they have 4 laps to go. There's a slow Class C car right there with them. And here they come across the line. It's nose-to-tail stuff. It is Nathan Victor from Umpi Swart, from Van Sale, from Boosie, Bezuidenhout, Geldenhuys. Then it's Marais and Cup as the Class B cars now work their way out of that situation, and that is very close. Look at them, nose to tail, as they exit turn 5. It is Zaki Hendricks that sits out there in P1, and he has been chased down there by Tate Bishop as they cross the line. Then we have got Carl Fisser from Mohammed Kalfi. Mario Roux is right in there as well. So is Brett van der Schyff and Mark Thompson, followed by the 2 Sandenberg father and son combinations. That's Donnie and Daniel Sandenberg.
Bishop just stuck it up on the inside, and I think he made up that position. He's gone up ahead of Zaki Hendricks. Can he hold that? Oh, Kalfi comes up on that inside line. It's one hell of a battle. There's more bumpers that's loosening up in cars in Class B.
Well, you got to stay with Class B because, man, it's a 4-way fight. Zaki Hendricks' bumper. Oh, and Zaki makes contact with Tate Bishop, and Bishop gets sent packing. Into turn number 3 they go, into Interceptor corner, and there was contact between the 2 of them, and Tate Bishop climbs out the car, slams the door closed, as he would probably feel that he was pushed off the circuit there going into Interceptor, but that's not for us to decide.
Class A working its way now down into turn number 1. And, well, I don't believe that there's going to be much of a change-up in this group on the front end, because Nathan Victor has now broken away, and he's starting to make a reasonable gap between himself and the rest of the class.
Yeah, and he's got a decent lead now as Nathan Victor. But let's have a look at them as they work their way through the kink. This is a Class A. Nathan Victor sitting out there in P1 with Umpi Swart in that second position as they make their way through Interceptor corner. And then behind them is Marco Boosie. Marcus still holding on to that 3rd place. They just dive bomb a lost Class C car in turn 4 into Saddle Sweep as they head down the back main. It is Nathan Victor, but I'll tell you this for nothing, Marco Boosie down the back main, Gaza, is having a serious go here at 2nd place man Yuri Umpi Swart.
Yep, he's got it up on the inside of Umpi Swart, so I believe he's going to make that one stick. There's your leader, and yep, Umpi has dropped 1 down. Those 2 cars are still standing in a very precarious position just outside of the on the exit of the corner, but they are pretty close to the circuit.
Well, Marco Boosie made the move on him going into 5. The question is, did he make the move stick before the double yellows or after the double yellows?
Yep, I think
if it's before, then it's not a problem.
I think you could be on the button. That could turn up this result pretty badly. Let's go down towards turn 5. That's your Class B battle that is now led out. And look at that. Fisser has gone to the front. Kalfi in 2nd. Hendricks is down to 3rd.
Right, this is the final lap. The Class A cars are working their way through the kink. Through the kink they go and into Interceptor corner. We'll get to the others now, but we've got to stay with Class A as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards a turn number 4, Saddle Sweep. And it is Nathan Victor that leads them out of turn 4 with Marco Busi in that second position. Down the back main they go. Then we have got in third is now Van Sale. He's got his nose ahead of Yuri Swart as they go down the back main, followed there by Clinton Besaidenout.
Well, that is probably going to be for the last time because they are on the last lap, and a brilliant drive by Nathan Victor. It's actually a brilliant drive by Busi as well, because both of them find themselves ahead of Swart, that's had his fair share of fun and happiness from Van Sale and then Besaidenout. Yeah, they come up towards the line now. It'll be Victor from Busi, from Swart, from Van Sale. Besaidenout comes through, and then Geldenhuis and Marais. As fast as you can say the names, that's how they come through. Here comes the Class B battle. Is it going to be Fisser?
I think it's going to be Fisser, yes. He's got a lovely, lovely fight out there. Fisser, him and Mohammed Kalfi, the two of them are side by side. Add Zaki Hendricks to that equation as they all went into the crash.
Oh no.
One of those cars hammered into the back. It's either Fisser or Kalfi. We'll have a look and see.
I think it was Kalfi.
There was contact with one of the cars standing on the track. We'll have a look, see. It is indeed. It's Fisser. So Kalfi went into that lot. Zaki Hendricks crossed the line, head of Mario Roux, followed there by Brett van der Schyff. Wow, can you believe it? Then it is Mark Thompson. He's the next man across the line, followed by Donnie Sandenberg. And then we should have Daniel Sandenberg. I think he might have crossed the line already. Or is this him coming towards us now? No, that is Mark Fontini. That is coming towards the line, and he is way ahead in Class C.
Yeah, so there you can see the 3 cars there now, Frankie. There was 2, well, there's now 3 down there.
Right, so Fontini wins Class C, followed by Faisal Jacobs. Then it is a 68 car that crosses the line there of Devon Dreyer. And then we have got Van Eerden, that is Dylan Van Eerden. And then behind him, Daniel Muna. And then Zach Leyden didn't finish his race. He was 2 laps down, and so was Noah Bus. But I saw Zach Leyden go down the back straight. Bumper was dragging, and I think the bodywork was rubbing on the tire there. And that was the end of that for the young superstar from the karting section, Zach Leyden. Well, there's replays, Gary, of all sorts of action that's happened.
Remember I said something came off one of the cars. You can't actually see what it was that came out. I think somebody climbed that curbstone on the inside, and it took something of the aero bits and pieces on the bottom of the car off. But there wasn't any marshals that then came there to recover anything. So I take it was plastic shards that was then out on circuit.
I know.
Oh yes.
I see at the bottom here. Your bus is the one. Your bus is the one.
Okay, can I put you live?
Full skink.
Okay, hold on.
There's a full skink.
Right, Gary's got somebody on the line that he's going to have a chat with. I think that might be Emil Brunt.
Somebody that's sweating bullets is Emil Tiny Brunt. He's doing stock take at Mercedes-Benz, but he says, I happened to take a luncheon break and watch the GTI final race of the season. Tiny, how did it look from Mercedes-Benz out in Kraaifontein?
Well, probably it's the best lunchtime the event I could have watched, and it was 8 laps of looked like fun and some chaos, but all well done to Nathan Victor. As you said, probably one of the best seasons at everything at GTI Challenge this year as well. Surprise package for me as well. He's Kai van Sale coming in leaps and bounds, and those practice sessions and afternoons there is definitely paying off.
Well, Tiny, you're not going to be able to see any more racing for 2023 at Killarney as per our normal Power Series. Closing thought from your side on Killarney 2023 Power Series sponsored by Wingfield Motors.
Well, Gary, it's been absolutely awesome. I think post-COVID, I think with everybody coming back to the circuit, doing the normal thing, having the prize, having the families on the premises as well, and the numbers growing as well, and new talent coming through as well to bolster, and there is some different talents coming through for 2024, so I definitely can't wait. Big thank you to Dave and everybody there from my side and Mariska and Paul for their contributions towards us for the year, and definitely looking forward to 2024, and to you guys, I'm a bit cross, our word of the day, but work is work, and but we'll see you at the racetrack soon again.
Well, folks, there you go. Our Eye in the Sky, Tiny Emil Brunt, that is not able to join us for the last meeting of the season. And as he says, he happened to take a lunch break while the GTI guys were out there for the last time. Frankie, a final thank you to the sponsors of GTI Challenge for 2023. And we hope they're all going to be on board for 2024 as well.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. And together with Alert Engine Parts, we want to say big thanks to Dunlop Tires SA, Authentic Autos, Hydrocore Hydraulics, Wheelworks, ATS Motorsports Suppliers, and Spice Mecca. They were the product sponsors together with Alert Engine Parts SA. That was the main sponsor for 2023, and we hope that we're going to have all of them and more on board for next year.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price for my car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
So you know that those cars are not going to be going anywhere. So yeah, maybe he was forced to touch wide, I don't know. But then again, he shouldn't have been forced wide because no overtaking maneuver would have been allowed under the double yellows. So maybe he just went in a little too hot, even though we knew it was there, and he couldn't avoid it. However, we won't know. We're not in the cockpit of that car, so we won't know what happened out there. But yeah, it's a pity that it had to end that way for Mohammed Kalfi. Waiting for the marshals to clear up the situation in a Fostron corner. They're almost done, and then we can continue with the racing, which will be Pirelli V8 Masters.
I never touch the chips because it's leather. I only eat half of it.
One, two.
Right, here we go with the Pirelli V8 Masters out on the circuit for their second and final race for the day. And I'll tell you what a day we have had today so far. In the first half of the program and the first 2 races for the second half of the program. So it's going to be interesting to see when they work out the points for Class A, exactly who won it. I think Umpi might have done enough unofficially from our side to win Class A, but that we'll find out as time goes on, as the V8s pull up onto the grid. And it is Sean Moore and Jason Ibbotson that's on that front row of the grid. Then we have got Brandon Dean, and on his outside is a 22 of Alan Eve. Then Stuart Spooner and Lynn Jordan. And behind them we have got Gary Thompson and Ken Finneman, followed there by Dennis Haiduk, and then the 14 of Marcel Angel.
Right, a lot of fireworks to be expected. I think the big one, Marcel Angel at the back of the pack, will want to move his way through. Sean Moore, we don't have the main man in front. So possibly this is just a race for the last of the sweets in the lucky packet. So Sean Moore, Jason Ibbotson on the front row. Second row is Dean and Alan Eve, and then it's Stuart Spooner and Jordan, and then it's Thompson, Gary Thompson, and Finneran, Haiduk and Angel. 10 cars in this one.
So the safety car is busy working its way through the kink as these thunderous Ford Mustangs APV 347 IS machines work their way through that kink towards an Interceptor corner. Interceptor, for people that don't know, is a safety shoe wear. Interceptor shoe wear, and safety shoes and safety boots, and I think there's other products as well that Interceptor market, and that is what the Interceptor stands for. If the people at home didn't know what Interceptor meant, that is basically, it is a safety shoe and a safety product, the company Interceptor, as the safety car leads them down the back straight. So down the back straight they go with Sean Moore, Jason Ibbotson, Brandon Dean, and then the rest of the field just making their way down that back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. They're all bunched up nicely there behind that safety car, which will peel off, and then we will be all systems go. It will be all systems go as they exit the Fostron corner. Francois, here they come. Safety car peels off.
Yeah, safety car peels off to the inside now as they work their way up towards the line. Sean Moore, Jason Ibbotson, they'll cross the line. We'll wait for the lights to go off. Lights off and away they go. Get on the hammer and make their way down towards turn number 1. And it looks like Sean Moore's possibly got the whole shot up on the inside. Jason will slot in there behind him as they work their way around. Looks like Dean could be in third as they work their way through. Keep an eye on Moore. He's going to want to try and control the race from the front. Jason Ibbotson going to be pressing. Marcel Angel's up 2 spots now, and he's chasing hard. Haiduk's around the outside. Oh, they're all pushing on. Oh, going a little bit deep. Man, that was close. One of the back runners nearly into the back of one of the other cars.
There was Ken Finneman that once again went wide there in Castral corner. He slots in there ahead of Lynn Jordan as they exit Interceptor, work their way up the Tigerberg straight towards a double right-hander. That is turn number 4, saddle sweep. All of them filtering through the double right-hander. Down the back lane they go. It is a Moore from Ibbotson. Then it's a high-speed train. It's a Brandon Dean, and here comes Alan Eve. He's having a squiz up on the inside of Brandon Dean. They're side by side going on. Alan Eve loses the car completely. Loses the car completely. Spins across the grass. Oh, and there's contact.
There's carnage down there.
He spun over the greenery and onto the track in the center of Fostron corner.
Massive contact down there. And,
Sorry, Francois, it's a four-way, 4 cars piled up into that one.
That's a red flag.
Yep, red flag's being called for.
Yeah, that's a major calamity down there. But it's strange when he hit the brakes, the car just turned sideways.
Yeah, Alan Eve made the move up on the inside, hit the brakes, it spun across the tarmac and the grass there by the Fostron barriers and spun back onto the track again, and all of a sudden the guys that came through Fostron just saw this red 22
Alan seems to be
V8
going
standing in front of them, and they literally had nowhere else to go. So the red flag has been called for, the race has been stopped. And there's one more car standing out there that looks like the... that's a 17 car, that's Gary Thompson. Oh, Alan Eve's car's crabbing heavily. Yeah. That's a bad crab by that car as it works its way into turn number 1, and that's obviously from the contact that was made with it when it spun across the infield, so to speak. Oh, there the car replay comes off the infield. Thompson T-bones him. Dick had to slow down there as well to avoid contact. Now, there's no ways, Francois, that I believe Alan Eve can continue with this second V8 Master, Pirelli V8 Master race.
No, I'm afraid his car is a little bit out of shape, to put it plainly. And I don't believe it's safe to be on the circuit either, for that matter.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be V8 or all those ponies under the bonnet and that thing is crabbing. You don't want that. So you probably went to do a test to see what the car felt like. He's making his way down the back straight, but my personal point of view, and it's only just my point of view, is that I don't think that 22 car will be able to continue. Yeah, and as we thought, the 22 car being driven by Alan Eve pulls into the pits, and that is game, set and match, sadly, for Alan Eve. Alan Eve back in the day was one of our top Shelby Can-Am competitors when it was still sponsored. I think that series was sponsored by Vodacom back in the day, that Shelby Can-Ams. And they actually came out initially with the Dodge engines, and then they were replaced by the 350Z Nissan motors. And that was a pretty decent series back in the day. Now you're talking late 90s going into the early 2000s. And that's where Alan Eve comes from way, way back and before then. So just bear with us, folks. We're just giving the WPMC marshals time to clear up that situation there in the center of turn 5, Fostron corner, and then we will be back with you once again.
The Marshall Angel goes in now with the right front getik. But Dennis getik is there. So just missed that one. Everybody makes some room.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price for my car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche Club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today, or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Looks like we're going to go racing again. The cars are fired up. The safety car's made its way around. We're now sadly down to 6 of the Pirelli V8 Masters as we had that huge pile-up in turn 5 in Pertamina Fostron. So we're down to 6 of them. Thompson is definitely out of this race, and so is Marcel Angel. Oh, Marcel Angel had a horror day. He was out right in the beginning of race number 1, and now in turn 1, and in race 2 he's out in the final corner, turn 5 into a Fostron turn. So yeah, he's had a horror show, did Marcel Angel, and he'd be glad that his day is over. Not the way he wanted to end his 2023 Pirelli V8 Master season, but yeah, it is what it is. So who do we have out there? We've got Sean Moore out there. We've got Jason Ibbotson out there. That's the first 2 cars. We've got Brandon Dean that is out there as well. Ken Finneman, I think, is out there. Then Lynch Jordan and Dennis Haiduk, if I see right. That seems to be the cars, Francois, that we've got left. 6 of them.
Yeah, 6 cars in this one, and yeah, it should be a little bit of a tussle though. I think the one that I'm going to be watching is the guy at the back, Dennis Haiduk. Man, he's been aggressive today.
He actually showed some good aggressive maneuvers coming out of turn 1 in heat number 1 and going into turn 2 as well. So he is definitely somebody that's coming off the back of the field that we should look at. Yes, so the 55 cars there, Spooner. I thought it was the 44 of Finneman because the cars look exactly the same, but it isn't Finneman. It is the 55 of Stuart Spooner.
No problem.
I think Finneman was also involved in that issue in turn number 5, in Fostron turn.
Then we'll do it while I'm sitting in front of the computer. We can do that. No problem. We'll do it tomorrow morning quick. Fantastic. Thanks, Carl. All right. Cheers.
Right, so here we go. We're going to do a rerun of this one. Right, so here we go. The safety car has peeled off. It's going to be 6 laps. Yes, I see on the monitor. And we're going to go racing now. The lights are on red. The lights go off. They drop the hammers, and away they go. 6 of them. It will be a 6-lap sprint. Into turn 1 they go now. And Ibbotson was rubbing that back bumper there of Sean Moore as they worked their way out of 1 up the Joubert straight towards Castrol Corner. Then we still got Brandon Dean that's in that 3rd place. And look at this. Exactly what Francois was talking about. Dennis Haiduk muscling his way through. Definitely a guy to keep an eye on. And up into that 3rd position.
You need a big set of canoes to go and do that. From the back right up into 3rd place is Dennis Haiduk. Man, has he got a bit of gumption now as they make their way up towards the Sorrel sweep. And it's Sean Moore that leads out on Jason Ibbotson, and Dennis Haiduk has gone up into P3. He's holding on to P3. He's pulling away from P4. I think it's Spooner as they make their way down towards Pertamina Fostron corner. It's Brendan Dean. Brendan Dean in P4 with Spooner behind him. Up in the front there, it's Sean Moore holding on to P1 there. Jason Ibertson's keeping him in check. They come out of turn 5 here under the City of Cape Town Bridge and make their way down towards Holes.
Into Holes they go. Here comes Dennis Guydick. Behind him we've got Brandon Dean. Behind Dean it's Stuart Spooner. Followed there by Lynch Jordan. And that's a lot of them as they head into turn number 1. Out of Holes they go. But clearly up front you can see that Moore and Ibertson heading into turn 2. Castrol is beginning to break the toe here on Guydick that sits in a lonely 3rd position, and then behind him it's game on between Brandon Dean, Stuart Spooner and Lynch Jordan.
Right, so the leaders cracking it there out of Interceptor corner up the Tigerberg straight up towards Sorrel Sweep. Somewhat processionary at the moment in time, but don't take anything away from Ibertson. He's looking quite racy up here on Sean Moore, and he's keeping him in check. He's sitting right there with him. Jason Ibertson crawling a little bit close to Sean Moore, going down into turn 5. He's late on the brakes. Hold up. You don't want to lose it. You're doing well at the moment, and he's close right up on the back of Sean as Jason Ibertson. Good braking maneuver there now as they exit turn 5 under the City of Cape Town Bridge.
Under the City of Cape Town Castrol Wingfield Motors Bridge, back into turn number 1. It is Sean Moore from Jason Ibertson, and Moore is the quickest man out there. The 1 minute 17.138 there by Sean Moore is the quickest driver out there as they work their way out of 1 up the Jabez Straight towards turn 2 into Castrol. And we still got in that 3rd position. It's a lonely 3rd place for Dennis Guydick, but he is slowly but surely being caught. As I say, it's a lonely 3rd place. I pick up on the monitor here that he's being caught by Brandon Dean, Stuart Spooner and by Lynch Jordan. So Guydick is going to have to get a move on because the 3 cars behind him as they head into Interceptor is closing up on him.
The leaders are making their way up towards Sorrel Sweep, and will be working their way down the back straight. There goes Sean Moore, followed by Jason Ibertson. They've pulled away quite considerably away from Dennis Guydick. Dennis goes through. He's got about a 2-second lead there over Brandon Dean, and Stuart Spooner is having a look up on the inside. Spooner, will he be late enough on the brakes? No, he isn't. Dean stays ahead of him. Come your leaders over the line. It's Sean Moore, followed by Ibertson. Here comes Dennis Guydick. And Brandon Dean has got Stuart Spooner pressing him a little now as they make their way down towards Holt.
Right, let's have a look-see now as the leaders are heading into turn number 2, Castrol corner. All of a sudden, Jason Ibertson is right on the case of Sean Moore as they exit the Castrol corner. So that one's getting pretty close. And just when we thought that the 3 cars behind Guydick were closing up on him, well, that stopped in its tracks right there, because Spooner is making life a little bit uncomfortable here for Brandon Dean. So he's defending against the Spooner as they go into Interceptor corner. Oh, and someone's on the dirt. That's Lynch Jordan on the inside. Something went wrong with that motor car going through the kink towards Interceptor on the inside. That car just, I think he might have pulled off there. I think he's got a problem with that motor car, that's for sure. So, Francois, the leaders making their way out of Pertamina Fostron.
Still Sean Moore ahead there of Jason Ibertson. I think Lynch Jordan lost the wheel. And it's still Dean trying to get away from Spooner. Guydick sits in 3rd. And Dean and Spooner having their little tussle at the back of the field as they cross the line. And we've got 2 laps left.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, including the one that they are on, heading into a Castrol corner. That is your leaders. And it's still pretty much nose-to-tail stuff, or more or less, between Sean Moore and Jason Ibertson as they work their way through the kink towards Interceptor corner. Through Interceptor they go, and it's a lonely 3rd place for Dennis Guydick as he makes his way through the kink towards Interceptor. And then Brandon Dean is trying to get away here from Stuart Spooner as they head into Interceptor, but the leaders will be working their way down the back straight.
Well, Sean Moore is controlling this one from the front. He doesn't look too phased by the fact that Jason Ibertson's behind him. Jason was close at one stage, rubbing his back bumper. But Sean Moore, a seasoned veteran, right out of the supercar days already, has done enough racing to know exactly what's expected of him as he comes under the City of Cape Town Bridge to start his final lap.
One more lap to go for our two front runners. Sean Moore still the quickest man out there with a 117.138 by car 1 in P1. That is Moore, and he's got Ibertson right on his case. Dennis Hajduk crossing the line, and then the last little fight on track heading into turn 1 is Brandon Dean trying to fend off Stuart Spooner as the leaders work their way out of Castrol Corner.
Well, Jason Ibertson trying all the tricks in the book to try and get close to Sean Moore. It's not going to work as they're going to intercept the corner. Sean Moore's got this one nicely sewn up. I think there might be a last gasp effort from Ibertson going down into Pertamina Fostron corner, but we'll have to wait and see.
Right, so there's less than a half a lap to go out of turn 4. Sidle sweep, the double right-hander. Down the back main, they will start their final sector now as they race towards Fostron corner. I don't think Ibertson is close enough to make a lunge. He'll close up on him, but not get close enough to have a dive up on the inside and take that lead away from Moore. Although he's very close from
Don't say that, don't say that.
Fostron.
Yeah, they come towards us. Ibertson tried. Moore had the upper hand on this one. Moore's going to bring it to the line. Moore's going to take heat number 2 ahead of Jason Ibertson. And Dennis Hajduk, like we said, keep an eye on him. He will come on to 3rd. He's got his foot on the podium. And a great drive from him. He took that lunge into Castrol corner and it paid off handsomely for him.
Dennis Hajduk will cross the line in that 3rd place, and Brandon Dean will get to the flag just ahead there of the 55 car of Stuart Spooner. And of course a DNF for a good couple of guys out there. Marcel Angel got a DNF, Alan Eve got a DNF, Fabio Tofani wasn't there, Lynn Jordan pulled off, Gary Thompson was involved in that issue in the Fostron, as well as Ken Finneman.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after a little bit of a track clean-up for the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300. It's their second heat of the day. It's a 9-lap race, and we're about to get it started.
Yeah, coming to the grid now. It is the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650s, Super Sport 300s, and their second race of the day. And we had some fantastic racing in race one. Got to just greet Nicholas Hutchings earlier on, looking cool, calm and collected as he does. But also had a brief chat to Abigail Bosson, who well, I was asking about her plans for next year and see what's going on, and there's a chance of maybe some European championship rides, but I know she's just saying at the moment she just needs another 5 horsepower on that machine of hers just to really get in there, and she was putting a fine performance against Adrian Solomon earlier on. Lance Jonas also had a good chat with him as well, big smile on his face on a borrowed Yamaha at the present moment, after he sold the Suzuki. But it looks like we're ready to go on this second race of the day for the 650s and 300s, and away we go. And it looks like the whole shot into turn 1 will be that Project 60 bike of Nicholas Hutchings. Yeah, they all filter through quite nicely through turn 1. And then a few straddlers over there as well. But then onto the Joubert Straight we run for the first time in this second race. I don't know, there's Jamie Hall that is still challenging through turn 2, Castro Corner. But look, from a standing start, Francois, that the gap that they had over the rest of everybody.
Yeah, the two of them have abducted in this bit. I spoke to Jamie Hall at the luncheon break. He says that everyone in Port Elizabeth is very happy that we commentate so well over Jamie. And yeah, he's doing a sterling job chasing Nicholas Hutchings. Keegan Wasserval, I don't know, I don't want to say anything. It almost looked like he had a bit of a false start. Lance Jonas in there, Braden Hutchings, Garrett Goss, Matty van Niekerk, Wouter Spitz in there, Adrian Solomon, Abigail Bosson, Trevor Smith, Stavro Michel, Peter Hill, Mitch Robinson, Rowan Alexander, Rado Kotza, Elmer Mostert and Ryan Kutsia. So they all make their way through there. Here comes Nicholas Hutchings up towards us, cranking the handle properly with Jamie Hall in tow. Then we have a little bit of a break. It looks like it's Lance Jonas. Jonas crosses the line. Then Goss, then Hutchings, Van Niekerk, Smith, Wasserval down in 8th. Adrian Solomon, Abigail Bosson, Raymond Alexander, Peter Hill, Stavro Michel, Trevor Smith, Mitch Robinson, then Kotzer, and then Mostert. I don't know if Kutsia's out there. I don't think Kutsia's out there. Ryan Kutsia won't be riding.
Yeah, I saw Braden Hutchings going wheel to wheel there with the likes of Goss and Van Niekerk in that proximity. Van Niekerk across the line, 83 thousandths of a second off in that 6th position ahead of Smith. Wasserval now down on the fringes of the top 8. Solomon got into the lead, of course, for the 300s. Only 5 of them out there in total, and already a 1.3 second gap between himself and Abigail Bosson. Everybody filters through turn 3 now into turn 4 and down the back straight yet again, as we have still Hutchings that leads it away 0.6 of a second the last time out across the line. This is the first proper flyer now of the race, as Jamie Hall tries to hang on to the man ahead of him as they get away from the likes of Jonas and Goss.
Lovely little squabble going down into turn 5 there, the likes of Braden Hutchins, Matty van Niekerk, Wouter Smith, Keegan Wasserval. There's a whole bunch of them that work their way out at turn number 5. Good to watch as they come up towards the start-finish line there on your screen. And over the line goes Jonas, then it's Goss, Hutchings, Van Niekerk, Smith, and Wasserval, followed by Adrian Solomon. And then Abigail Bosson a little bit further back. Abby this time not too close to Adrian Solomon, so she's got a bit of work to do this time. Adrian Solomon just checking out on the SSP 300.
Yeah, and Abigail Bosson just ahead there, 2.4 seconds ahead of Raymond Alexander. Saw Stavro Michel walking around earlier on. Remember, he's retired from short circuit racing and focusing completely on his main circuit activities. He finds himself in what is 14th position, you could basically say, outside of the top 10, but going strongly as always. We are on the third lap here of the race. Nicholas Hutchings still leads the way, 1.5 seconds between himself and Jamie Hall. Leaders now going into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron for yet another occasion.
Well, Jamie Hall, the man from Neisler, lies in second place, trying to close the one. Nicholas Hutchings. Hutchings is on a fly. It's going to be a difficult man to collect in the front there. Once he got the bit between his teeth, he gets the job done, head down, and off he goes. Jamie Hall pushing as hard as he can. There's a little bit of a squabble up behind them, though. I think it's Jonas, and then it's going to be Goss, Van Niekerk, and Braden Hutchings. Yeah, they all come, a whole gaggle of them. Wow, giving each other a good run for their money. So Braden Hutchings there ahead of Keegan Wasserval, and then Adrian Solomon crosses the line, followed by Abigail Bosson.
Yep, Bosson is at the moment 4.5 seconds off of Solomon at the moment. Stavro Michel has actually gone from 13th up into what looks like 11th position now, past Raymond Alexander, past Trevor Smith, and solidifying that position in the 650s class, as well as we still have Reino Kotze and Elmer Mostert all rounding it off. But out of turn 2 now, there's a slow bike going through the kink into turn 3, and somebody has now briefly gone onto the grass, will get back onto the circuit. It is the same man that was, no, it's two different bikes. There's one stopping at the side of the circuit, Francois, in turn 3, Interceptor corner.
Well, Frankie put on his 4x near lookers, maybe he can assist us in that one. So having a look there, see who it is. And here comes Nicholas Hutchings up towards us, Jamie Hall in tow. Jamie just trying to close on that gap ever so slightly, racing his heart out. And he is about 1.2 seconds off Nicholas Hutchings. Here comes the rest of the field up towards us. Crossing a line. And it's Jonas and Matthew Van Niekerk right on the back of Lance Jonas. So Lance Jonas got his hands full. Matty Van Niekerk is there with him. So he's going to have to keep himself in check. Matthew Van Niekerk, no starch whatsoever. Wouter Smit, Braden Hutchings, Keegan Wasserval, Adrian Solomon, Abigail Bosson all through. Looks like it's Garrett Goss that's going down at an alarming rate.
Yeah, it probably is Garrett Goss, the number 20 bike, the Yamaha, but it is going to be Reino Kotze and Elmer Mostert coming through. Pike 2-0, that is of course the one I was just speaking of there. Garrett Goss, and there is another bike around that section as well. Meanwhile, 5 laps left to go, including the one we are currently on at the moment. We're looking now through turn 4 at the moment, the sweep. And who do we have down there? That, of course, is that battle a little bit further down. The likes of Matthew Van Niekerk, Wouter Smit, Braden Hutchings a bit further back there as well on the HSC bike.
Right, here we go. 1 and 2 cross the line. Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall's the fastest man on circuit, and we can see why, because he's closed up to the back of Nicholas Hutchings. So Jamie Hall's lighting up the circuit. Coming out there now, it's Lance Jonas and Matthew Van Niekerk, who absolutely knows the tail here. And I think Matthew Van Niekerk has gone ahead. So Matty Van Niekerk goes up 1. Nice to see the boys competing here in the last race of the season. Gentleman-like conduct, good clean racing. And Lance Jonas will want to come back there at Matthew Van Niekerk, although it's like we said, Lance is on a borrowed bike because his bike has been sold. But he still knows the track that he can ride, and he's not on a workbench, he's on a workhorse, so he can go well. And then behind him it's Wouter Smit with Braden Hutchings, Keegan Wasserval, Adrian Solomon, Abigail Stavro, Trevor Smith, Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robertson, and then PDL.
Well, down the back straight we then go, and as Francois said earlier on, 121 9.81 from Jamie Hall, the fastest man on the circuit, 0.6 of a second between himself and Nicholas Hutchings. The last time they split the timing beam. Now we'll see them as they come to the line, and what it's going to be between them. Of course, they have first of all Reino Kotze and Alma Moster gets past in the number 94 bike. Here comes that Project 60 bike of Nicholas Hutchings, crosses the line, a 1:21.960. He's responded to Jamie Hall, and he's a half a second faster on that last lap than the second place man.
He's got a half a second gap over him, so that makes sense. As they work their way now up towards Castrol Corner. And Jamie is trying everything to reel in Nicholas, but Nicholas knows more than 60% of this track like the back of his hand, so he's going to be a difficult man to contend with as he makes his way through the King down to intercept the corner. Jamie Hall just trying to keep him in vision.
Well, this other battle as well, we had Matthew van Niekerk versus Lance Jonas coming through turn 3 and onto the short Tigerberg straight. Lance Jonas was saying to me on the circuit earlier on for the fan walk, he said, yes, you got the knowledge in your mind, it's a borrowed bike, you don't want to bend it, but really you want to push it, you really want to get out there, especially with Matthew van Niekerk as well. And going down the back straight now, we have the whole gaggle of riders heading into turn 5, Pertamina fast runners hotting up at various parts of the circuit.
Yeah, some of the riders down into turn 5, we'll watch them as they come out to pick up on the riders there. As they come up towards us, it's Nicholas Hutchings and Jamie Hall, and they're ahead of a couple of slower riders across the line. They work their way up over the line. It's Almi Mostert and Reino Kotze. They cross the line. They're a lap down. Here comes the third and fourth squabble here between Matthew van Niekerk and Lance Jonas up towards us. They'll cross the line. They go over the line. And then we're going to wait for the likes of Wouter Smith, who's doing well here in P5. He crosses the line. Brandon Hutchins up there behind him. So the field getting a little bit spread out at the moment, Byron.
Well, we have a little bit of a gap until we have Adrian Solomon on bike number 4, the Kawasaki, and then waiting for that number 51 machine of Abigail Bosson. But as Abigail Bosson has been closed in by Stavro Michel, the leaders are down the back straight at the moment, and they'll be completing what will be their penultimate lap before going across the line and starting that final go at the checkered flag. 0.7 of a second between the two of them, Francois. It could be a final push here from Jamie Hall, who's putting some very quick lap times. Looking at how things are looking at the moment, it was a 22.3 the last time out. He was 0.3 of a second faster than Nicholas Hutchings' time with a 22.017.
A little bit of a tussle at the back of the Supersport 300 class. Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robinson there into Castrol Corner. But we wait for the leaders. They're going down to turn 5. And oh, there goes Lance Jonas and Matthew van Niekerk. Leaders going down towards turn 3, interceptor corner. Nicholas Hutchings, Jamie Hall. There's a good squabble there for third and fourth as Nicholas Hutchings makes his way up towards the Sorrel sweep.
Going to be on the final stretch now soon, Francois, as they come through turn 4, and well, they're getting past some back markers here, and down the straight we go. Nicholas Hutchings has got enough of a gap between himself and Jamie Hall just to basically, wouldn't say coast it home, but he goes into turn 5, Pertamina Fastron now, and then he will grow horns, get on the gas and head it to the line now, and I don't think he has too much to worry about. 0.8 of a second the last time out it was between them. That looks bigger to me. Here they come.
Crossing the line, Nicholas Hutchings takes it from Jamie Hall. They get across the line. Let's wait here for Matthew van Niekerk and Lance Jonas. They've been at each other's throats most of the afternoon. So they're coming out of Pertamina Fastron corner, turn number 5. They'll make their way up towards us. I think Matthew van Niekerk's got the upper hand as they come towards us, whereas Lance Jonas pipped him. No, Jonas beats van Niekerk. Well. IMUSAT comes through. And then it's going to be Wouter Smith. He crosses the line. Braden Hutchins up behind him. I'll bring the rest home there, Byron.
Well, Adrian Solomon will come through to take a fine victory in the 300 Supersport class. Here he goes. And then the man who fought back through the field, Stavro Michel, will be, of course, the man in the 650s, but that'll be 8th position in the 650s for him. Abigail Bosson will get a second position. That should mean second position for the day, as Trevor Smith comes through on his 650, and then Mitch Robinson. Here comes Mitch Robinson against Raymond Alexander, and they're going to gun it to the line now. All they zigzagging across each other there. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Mitch Robinson that will get third position in this 300 race. Fourth goes to Raymond Alexander, and the rest of the field, Peter Hill, Elmer Mostert, and Reino Kotze will get the rest of the field there, whilst the likes of Garrett Gross, and he, of course, exited the race early on in turn 3, and Ryan Kutsia did not even start because of his multiple collisions in race 1.
That's a nice way of saying it. Multiple collisions.
Bike 89, which is Wasserfall. Bike has to stay in scrutineering. The rider is to see the COC. I think the night is screening for you. I don't know for what.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny
So that was
Wingfield
the
here.
first of the trio
Wingfield
of bike
Motors and
races,
Best Price for my
done
car
and
has brought out a
dusted,
product
and then we
just for
move on.
you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for my car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for my car today, or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the Superbikes all lining up. Tristan Pinard takes his Yamaha 600 up onto the second row of the grid. They'll be alongside Slade van Niekerk.
Just waiting for, well, yeah, Sneeman and Venter. Yeah, Sneeman and Venter.
Here comes Alan John Venter. He'll probably take up pole position, or not. No, number 2. We're waiting for Kuhn Sneeman. Is Kuhn there?
Well,
not there.
Not there at all. That familiar Honda Fireblade not there, Francois. That means the de facto pole position is the man in gold, AJ Venter. Great start there from Tristan Pinard on the back wheel there towards turn 1 now. And where did AJ Venter filter in? I think he's dropped a 1 position third. There we go. You're quite right, Francois. On to the Joubert straight we run.
Looks like the two 600s are up front. It's Tristan and Slade. Alan John will just bide his time and he goes down the back straight. He'll light up that Kawasaki, and I can assure you it's going to be quite electrifying. Check out those two 600s get away. Oh, Tristan and Slade. Then they hurdle around there. Looks like Endicott is down in 4 as they make their way up the Tygerberg straight away up towards turn number 4. That's the Sorrel sweep. Then they'll make their way down the back straight. They come out at turn number 4. They go right up onto the curbstone and they get cracking, and it's Tristan Pinard and Slade van Niekerk. Here comes Alan John. Alan John Venter up on the inside. And he will go to the front, will AJ Venter. The man from Lacquer Racing and Volt Markets. He will go to the front and he brings them up, but check the two 600s lying just up behind him, and then it's going to look like it'll be Endicott. Endicott's up on the inside, and Endicott will look to go and move second. Dion Evil's in the mix there as well.
Yeah, as they cross the line, David Endicott broke the timing beam and in third position, but I think he might have moved it right up into second now. Yes, he has, ahead of the 600s. Then Slade van Niekerk going to go look under braking over here. It is going to be Tristan Pinard right off of him there. Then the likes of Bradley Bodsworth, Mark van den Berg, and then Jason Lineker, third place in the 600s class. But Brad Bodsworth leads the Masters section at the moment. Of course, there's the absentee today. That is Malcolm Rapson.
Yeah, we're going to have to look there at Mark van den Berg. I think van den Berg leads out the Masters. Bodsworth just a normal racer, so he's done in 5. Van den Berg in 6, leading out the Masters. And Mark van den Berg will want to get up a little bit higher. He won't want to stay where he is. Still Alan John leading out there with David Endicott in second. It's a little bit of a different makeup this race. The two 600s in there. It's going to be van Niekerk and Pinard. They come up towards us. Alan John Venter leads out. It's David Endicott. Slade van Niekerk, Tristan Pinard, Brad Bodsworth, Mark van den Berg. It's Jason Lineker and Dion Ebel. And then up behind Ebel, it's Quinton Wiening, and then it's going to be Frey. Then behind Frey, it's Sean McCrill, Johnny Schwerin. And behind Schwerin, it is Wayne Arendse and Wesley Hendricks.
And that rounds it all off as far as 14 of them are concerned. A 1:14.507 by Alan Jan Venter, the fastest lap of the race. 7/10 of a second between himself and David Endicott. They come through turn 3 now onto the Tygerberg straight. They will then run that beautiful Lacquer Racing gold machine. Is going to go onto the back straight and then power it down towards turn 5. Pertamina Farshon, lovely shots going through there, but look behind them. The third place battle is hotting up. Tristan Pinard is going to be side by side down the back main and towards Cape Town corner. Pertamina Farshon or turn 5, whichever way you want to put it. He takes that third place away and the lead in the 600 class.
Great attack maneuver coming out of Tristan Pinard as he leads out over Slade van Niekerk. Can he hold on that one? Alan John doing well. Look at David Endicott in second, really turning the throttle over. Mark van den Berg has got ahead of Brad Bodsworth. I said what, Mark van den Berg. And Mark will get cracking as he chases the back end there of the rest of the motorbikes.
Well, another fastest lap, 1:14.1844, AJ Fenter, and increasing his gap ahead of David Enticott. Tristan Pinot, as we've been saying, third place at the moment. Yeah, they break to go here through turn 2 now, but already out of turn 2 goes the gold Kawasaki into turn 3, Interceptor corner now, and the gap, like I said, 1.1 seconds between himself and David Enticott. Enticott was virtually on his own in the last race, but Tristan Pinot, leader of 600, ahead of Slade van der Kerk, Mark van den Berg then in that 5th position, with Bradley Bodsworth fighting it out there for the Masters class section in the Superbike section. Meanwhile, I just want to go a little bit further down. The Superbike Challenge is currently being led by Dion Ebel, 3rd place in the Masters class, and that's ahead of Quentin Weening and Gerard Frey.
The two 600s are having a titanic struggle. That's Tristan Pinot and Slade van der Kerk lying 3rd and 4th respectively. Alan John Fenter leads out here over David Enticott, who's having a fantastic day here on 2nd place, also in a Kawasaki. Then on the Suzuki, Mark van den Berg and Brad Bodsworth. Van den Berg lying there in P5. He'll want to catch those two 600s ahead of him, and he's got lots of time. He's still got 5 laps to go.
Yeah, 5 laps, including the one they're currently on. Alan John Fenter leads the way by 1.7 seconds now, and he leans into turn 2 ahead of David Enticott. 1.7 seconds. The gap between Tristan Pinot and Slade van der Kerk is still nose to tail here. The bright yellow machine ahead of the blue machine there of Slade van der Kerk. They lean into turn 3, Interceptor Shoes corner, and on to the short Tigerberg straight, and then into Saddle Sweep for yet another occasion on this 5th last lap of the race, and or 5 laps to go, I'll say it like that, but anyway, yeah, they rocket it down now towards turn 5.
Down towards 5 they go. Fenter, Enticott, Pinot and Van der Kerk, and then it's Van den Berg and Bodsworth. Van der Kerk having a look on the outside of Pinot. He runs a bit high. Pinot slides up on the inside. Van der Kerk a little bit overzealous, and Pinot holds the inside line and keeps Slade van der Kerk behind him for 3rd and 4th respectively. I know it's a lie. Slade van der Kerk gets through on the inside.
Yeah, it just shows you another swap around. So Slade van der Kerk leads the way, but right on that back wheel is going to be the Tristan Pinot machine, and he did briefly lead this race. Is he going to have a stab into turn 2? No, they'll get early on the brakes there and just slide it through quite nicely. You can play the waiting game here, France. There's still 4 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on, so he'll go through that corner another 3 times afterwards as they go through the kink, and he'll try it again. No, not for turn 3.
Tristan Pinot must just bide his time here on Slade van der Kerk if he wants to get through. Not try and do anything heroic, because you show wheel and the rider can come back at you. He sits there and he can just bide his time and watch him as they make their way through turn 4. Alan John makes his way down towards turn number 5, followed by David Enticott. Here's the two 600s. They're almost side by side going down into Pertamina Fostron. Van der Kerk holding late on the brakes, holds there. And Bodsworth and Van den Berg having their own little tussle for 5 and 6 respectively as Alan John crosses the line. And 1 minute 14s lying next to each other is Tristan Pinot, goes across in 3rd, but Slade van der Kerk dives up into 3rd position once again.
Right across the fairing there of Tristan Pinot. They come out, look at them go out of turn 1. Now he's going to try it on the outside. No, he won't, into turn 2. So many great passing opportunities. These 600s are magnificent around Killarney. As Francois says, this is a 600 circuit. They're the ones we love to watch going around here, and the youngsters really go all out.
Yeah, Slade van der Kerk and Tristan Pinot absolutely entertaining what there is of a crowd here at the moment. Brilliant stuff coming out of these two youngsters into Sorrel Sweep. Alan John down the back straight with David Enticott not too far behind him in 2nd place. The two 600s going down there, Slade van der Kerk, Tristan Pinot up behind them. It's going to be Mark van den Berg and Brad Bodsworth, who are embroiled in their own little battle, having a nice little tussle there for 5 and 6. And Van den Berg is leading out the Masters category at the moment, ahead of Dion Ebel and Sean McCrill.
Yeah, Dion Ebel, Sean McCrill, like you were saying there, Francois, Wayne Orenser and Jonathan Schwerin round off the 5 of them out there. AJ Fenter, a 1:14.180, 3.5 seconds between himself and David Enticott, and then once again Slade van Niekerk just marginally ahead of Tristan Pienaar, 46 thousandths of a second between the two of them in 3rd and 4th place, the overall battle for the 600 class.
Lovely scrap going on there for that 600 class. At the moment, Alan John exits turn number 2. The two 600s there in Slade ahead of Tristan. But they are so close, they can literally reach out and shake each other's hands. Just slightly up behind them, Mark van der Berg and Brad Bodsworth having a nice little battle. Then it's Jason Lineker, Dion Ebel. Up behind Dion Ebel, it's Quinton Weening. And then a little bit further back, it's Frey and Sean McCrill.
Well, we only have this one and the next one left to go as far as laps are concerned. Slade van Niekerk and Tristan Pienaar are glued to each other. Here we go down the back straight now in the slipstream. It is Tristan Pienaar on the Yamaha challenging the Kawasaki. Is there going to be a move made into Pertamina Fastron turn 5? Which bike gets ahead? I think it might be Tristan Pienaar. I saw the affirmative nod from Francois' head here, and it looks like they'll gun it down towards the line.
And they car towards the line, and Slade's ahead of Tristan. Slade has got the drive to the line. The Kawasaki just a little bit quicker than the Yamaha now as they make their way out of holes, make their way up towards... Right, into the kink goes Alan John Fenter. He makes his way down towards Interceptor corner. Alan John goes into Interceptor, works his way around, and up the Tigerberg Straight. And here comes Alan John, taking it up into Sarl Sweep. He's going to take it down the back straight. Alan John Fenter leading out. Second place man, David Enticott, about 3-4 seconds behind him. But the visitor all the way from Gauteng, Alan John Fenter, is going to make it 2 out of 2. You've got a TV.
Well, Alan John comes through now, Francois, as you have been saying, a magnificent victory for the man, the visitor, and the last lap, a 1:14.102. David Enticott, confident ride from him, bike number 78, comes across the line, and just across the line will be Slade van Niekerk by 70 thousandths of a second, or 700ths, if you want to put it that way. Mark van der Berg comes across the line, the winner of the Masters class, ahead of Bradley Bodsworth, second in class, 6th overall, 7th is Jason Lineker, the 600 class 3rd place man. Dion Ebel, the winner of the Superbike Challenge class, ahead of Quinton Weening and Gerrit Frey. That will be the next man coming through, Gerrit Frey. Sean McCrill comes across the line just off of Gerrit Frey. Wayne Orenser, we haven't spoken much about the man on bike number 33 today. He comes through in that 33 bike, of course. That will be Superbike Challenge class 4th place or 3rd place. Jonathan Schwerin comes through, 67, and Wesley Hendricks, also Superbike Challenge class runner, number 29, will come through in 14th position in this race. Schwerin will be the 4th place man in class, 5th place man in class, 4th place man in class. My mathematics is terrible today, Francois. All the excitement of this magnificent bike racing we've been having here today. Wonderful stuff here. Like I said, Alan John Fenter on the final lap of the race, a 1:14.102. His fastest lap of the race. So he was pushing all the way, and a whole 6 seconds between himself and David Enticott right at the end. But there was nothing compared to what was happening in the 600 class between Slade and Tristan.
Coming up? Oh yeah, there we go. Doing a burnout. Doing a burnout. Are you coming up? Carol? Yes, please. Yes. Definitely.
Well, Slade for Nick Kirk, who is doing a victory lap here. He's basically done a few victory laps here already. A victory second lap, and the #1 flag for young Slade van Niekerk, a tall lad, Slade. And, well, you'll see him on the screen shortly. We'll try and pick him up for you with his #1 flag for going through the kink in celebration of his victory. Outstanding performance. Class winner for 2023 for the 600s. You see him on screen coming through turn 4, waving to those of you in the Bomas. If you hear those watching from all over the world, this is our young 600 champ for 2023. And he worked hard for it, I'll tell you that much. Tristan gave him quite a run today, and deserves a big congratulations as well. All our youngsters do here at Killarney. This is the real future. The veterans coming up in the near future. Some of them may go overseas and go and compete in Europe and America and very far off wonderful places, but we always love it when they come back to Killarney, their home. No, we go with the Clubman Bikes.
Oh, bikes, yes.
Oh, well.
Clubman.
I'm going to take the brakes later. We prepare now for the last of the bike races for the day. Shandon Thompson shows as being on pole position here, but Leighton Thomas, that was the man we watched earlier on, and this was such a lovely battle we had between him and Dani Maritz. Dani van Killarney, Dani from Killarney, whichever language you want to put it in. It's unmistakable. 60 years of age, and he keeps coming back and he keeps winning, which is amazing. Well, Conrad Meyer, Willem Lowe, Jason Balterman, guys you do not count out. Sharif Reynolds on that beautiful red Ducati. But earlier on, Mario Ferreiras had a quick chat to him earlier on. Youngster in a lot of pain, but doing all right. And it's good to see him out there. Unfortunately, William Morris's bike does not look too good after unfortunately putting it down earlier on. Those things happen. I was on the first race start with Augustine Natwari. Tyler Webber won the breakfast class in that particular race ahead of Philip Rimmer. And of course, Philip Rimmer on the Yamaha, Tyler on the 750cc Suzuki. And as I said, Mario Ferreira in that classic bike class, along with, well, not William Morris now at the moment, but John Kosterman on the 1100 Suzuki, Mario Ferreira on his Boxer Beamer, JP Shermer's in there in the Clubman's class. Chad Thompson, Laverne Sabotka. The names keep coming, and a good full field of 18 entries, but a few less bikes coming out for the second race of the day. Well, Francois, it looks like we're ready to go racing here, as you can hear the revs rising already. And when the lights go out, away we go, and that's what it's going to be, as the first of 8 racing laps will commence now as we run down to turn 1. Everybody will get through that section as we speak.
I think Conrad Meyer got the whole shot. Conrad Meyer goes to the front, header Shannon Thompson, so Conrad Meyer leads out. That's the nice thing about Clubman. If he gets a good start, sort of upsets the apple cart slightly. Jason Baltimore sits here in P4, 3, 2. Going into Castrol. Nice and odd lies in third position. He's up behind Shandon. Conor May leading out Shannon Thompson, and then Jason Baltimore. And up behind him, I think it's Wayne Grace. They work their way now through Interceptor Corner. They're going to make their way up the Tigerworks straight up towards Sorrel Sweep on their first lap out of 10. And they work their way down the back straight out of turn number 4. And they're all pretty close. It's a nice close call here. Jason on the 800 will run out of legs as the thousands collect him down towards turn number 5. There they start going past him. But he gets a good start and at least gets him sort of up towards the front end of the field.
Well, Jason is a bit of a dark horse, and that's not only because he rides a dark motorcycle. He is a unique talent, and he now runs on that F800 BMW. Coming towards the line, though. There we go. First lap complete. Leighton Thomas. Shows Shandon Thompson and Jason Baltimore coming through. So just going to look at the timing there. Thompson in second position. Moritz coming up quite nicely as well after that fine performance in race 1.
Conrad May losing a lot of places there, finds himself going down the order. So Leighton Thomas and Donnie Moritz in third. Methinks will Donnie Moritz go in search of Leighton Thomas once again. He's already going past the man in front of him, but hangs back. He sits up there behind Shannon Thompson, Donnie Moritz, and was looking for a way through. He'll probably do it down the back straight, give him a little bit of food for thought, and he sits right there on his tail. And I think Donnie is out to win this final heat.
Well, look at him down the back straight now, Francois. He makes easy work of Shandon Thompson, and now is in hot pursuit of Leighton Thomas. Coming down towards Pertamina Fastron turn 5, and you just think to yourself, oh, is Donnie going to be really up to it today? He's always up to it. He doesn't hold back. And here they're going to run down again to the start-finish to complete the second lap with 7 laps left to go.
Well, Leighton's getting a good run there. Donnie just sits there and looks at the back of him. He's right on his tail. So I don't think that Leighton Thomas is going to get away. Quickest man on the circuit is Donnie Moritz. And just gives a little twist in the throttle and stays behind Leighton. So he is just playing cat and mouse with Leighton at the moment. He will bide his time and then he'll just overtake him and check out. But Leighton's making a race out of this. He doesn't want Donnie just to get past.
Well, look at the lap time comparison, Francois. 1:18.656, the fastest lap of the race for Donnie Moritz, and he's pursuing Leighton Thomas on that last lap, a 1:20.962. That is 2.3 seconds faster for Donnie Moritz at this present moment, and the 1:21.0 of Shandon Thompson will start dropping back 1.3 seconds at the present moment.
Well, he's just sitting there behind Leighton Thomas. I don't know. I think he's making Leighton sweat a bit, quite frankly. That's the way I see it. Leighton Thomas trying to hold out on Donnie Moritz, but Donnie has got everything underfoot there. He's just sitting there, biding his time. Comes up and moves up there right behind Leighton. Leighton is going to twist that grip wide open, and here comes Donnie. Donnie, look on the outside. Leighton closed that door in his face. And Donnie's not going to do anything untoward. He's just going to hold in there. Shannon Thompson still in third. Conrad Meyer's now up back in fourth ahead of Jason Baltimore, JB Shermers, Chad Thompson, Willem Lowe, and then Sharif Reynolds down there in P9 with Webber in 10.
Yeah, they cross the line right now. Tyler Webber as well, Francois. Matthew Reynard does likewise, but we watch now as the top two go through turn 2 now. Through the kink they'll run, and will he have a stab at it now? Donnie Moritz into turn 3. I don't think so quite yet. Like he's saying, he's playing a bit of that cat and mouse and making him sweat a little bit just to make him guess. But I think there goes Leighton Thomas quite wide, and he's left the door open for Donnie Moritz, but Donnie doesn't actually seize the opportunity at the present moment, and they come onto the back straight now, and will gun it towards turn 5.
Like I say, I think Donnie is playing cat and mouse with Leighton. Leighton has got the modern bike under him, but Donnie Moritz has got oodles of power in that Priestling GSXR 1100. And he just sits with him there. They work their way now out of Perdamina Fostron corner. They're going to hang that left-hander under the City of Cape Town bridge. And I think Donnie's putting on a show. Donnie's putting on a show. He comes out, hangs back, has a look, stays back. He's got the grunt. He can go. But he won't. He's going to let Leighton sit there. And we've still got 5 laps to go.
Well, he's got it now, and comes out of turn 1 onto the Joubert Straight, and will be the man in the lead, Donnie Moritz. And that is still a long way back as we have our 4th place man, Conrad Meyer, wheeling ahead of Jason Baltimore, JP Shermers, Chad Thompson, Willem Lowe, and then Sharif Reynolds all the way back in 9th position. He's 2nd in the classic bike class. Whilst if you look a little bit further down, the likes of John Kosterman down outside of the top 10 by quite a bit is the 3rd place man in the classics class. That's 13th overall.
No, like I said, Donnie Moritz has got the shooting gallery, and he's shooting. Trust me, he's gone on into turn 5, and Donnie has got a healthy lead there over Leighton Thomas, probably about a second and a bit, and works his way now out of Perdamina Fostron up towards us, and is just cranking the handle, and he's just having fun. It's that simple. Makes way of the line, Leighton Thomas trying his utmost. They're not too far behind him. Shannon Thompson there together with Conrad Meyer. Meyer getting a bit closer there. Conrad might just challenge for P3.
Well, it is now 4 laps left to go. Donnie Moritz, 1:18.403, and that's over 2 seconds faster than Leighton Thomas with a 1:25.38, and the gap maintained at 2 seconds at this time. Shandon Thompson 7 seconds back, but like you were saying, Francois, 0.2 of a second between Conrad Meyer and Shandon Thompson, and really I think Conrad Meyer is turning up the wick here quite nicely with 4 laps left to go.
Saw Tyler Webber come up on the inside of Sharif Reynolds coming out of turn number 5 and is now ahead of Sharif. So Tyler Webber not doing too shabby down there in P9 and Reynolds in 10. So there's dices aplenty. As going down towards turn number 5 now is that man on screen there, Donnie Moritz, ahead there of Leighton Thomas and then Shannon Thompson. So it's all happening out there. They cross the line. They will have 3 laps to go. Second placed man there, that's Leighton Thomas. Here comes Shannon Thompson and Conrad Meyer still embroiled in their little battle. And then Jason Baltimore and Thompson as well. Also in their battle, here comes JB Shermers up behind them.
Well, Conrad Meyer has made his way past Shandon Thompson as we spoke, and Jason Baltimore a further 4.6 seconds. They're all going to turn 1 now. And then we have the likes of Willem Lowe. Tyler Webber got past Sharif Reynolds. Now that's a breakfast run class runner ahead of a classic bike and Sharif Reynolds Ducati with the 3 laps left to go in this race. Now going into turn 3, we watch of course our leader Donnie Moritz as he runs through onto the Tygerberg Straight.
Well, Donnie Moritz doing well. Leighton Thomas up behind him, and then coming to ski Conrad Meyer now ahead of Shannon Thompson. Conrad Meyer riding well ahead of Shannon Thompson, and Baltimore coming through there with Chad Thompson and JP Shermers. Down into turn 5 they go. And
see John Kosterman's in the pits. Sorry there, Francois.
Yeah, no, he's giving it a day. Kosterman. That Suzuki not serving him well for some reason. But Donnie Moritz is out front and he crosses the line. Here comes Leighton Thomas, and coming out of turn 5 now is Shannon Thompson and Jason Balterman ahead of Chad Thompson and JB Shermers.
Well, this is the second to last lap of the race. Donnie Moritz comes across the line 5.2 seconds ahead of course, the man that's in second. They go into turn 2 now. Out of Castrol, they're going to be coming up to lap Mario Ferreira's 1100 BMW. And then following suit, the likes of Conrad Meyer, that has broken the gap between himself and Shandon Thompson. Chad Thompson in that top 5 as well, making his way past Jason Balterman. Balterman having a bit of a tough lap over there. He's 0.6 of a second. The leader going out of 4 onto the back straight. And this will be only a lap and a bit left as Donnie Moritz goes past Mario Ferreira's BMW. And then quite a gap between himself now and Leighton Thomas. Bike down turn 1. Right, we have to... As 5-6 bike is down, that is Laverne Sabotka. That's in the kitty litter over there, the dirt or the dust. And the leader
comes the leader towards us now. Donnie Moritz crosses the line to start his final lap down into turn number 1. He'll see a yellow flag waving. It won't bother him too much. He's not involved in that. Laverne Sabotka put his bike down, possibly under braking. Donnie Moritz just easing it out of Holt up towards turn number 2, followed there by Leighton Thomas. Then it's Conrad Meyer, Shannon Thompson, Chad Thompson, Jason Balterman, JB Shermers, Willem Lowe, Tyler Weber, and then it'll probably be Shoddy Reynolds.
Well, luckily, Sabern Labotka is okay. Yellow flags will still be waving in that section, but the leaders have already gone through that on their last lap. And we wait now. The leader going down that back straight now and running it towards turn 5. And we'll come home. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's a little bit early. Now he's going down the back straight. My apologies. And then towards turn 5 now for the last time today for Donnie van Killarney Moritz as he now goes into turn 5 and does what we know him to do best. Come home once again. Age 60, remember, folks. Doesn't slow him down. He still comes for the win, and he knows it as he crosses the line.
He'll be followed there by Leighton Thomas. Then we'll wait for Conrad Meyer. Slow bike coming over the line. Here comes Conrad Meyer up over the line. He's followed there by Shannon Thompson. Then we'll wait for Chad and Jason Balterman. There's Chad and Jason Balterman. Jason doing fantastically well in P6. Nothing wrong with that. And then the rest of the stragglers coming home. That's JB Shermers. Then the new Clubman's champion Willem Lowe crossing the line down in 8th. And we wait for Reynard and Weber and the rest of the field to come through.
The last handful of bikes coming around. Tyler Weber crosses the line. No, first Sharif Reynolds, then Tyler Weber. Tyler Weber will win the breakfast run class. Then Twari should be the next one to come along. Wayne Gress, didn't speak much about Wayne Gress, but Wayne Gress will be 3rd in the classic class because John Kosterman pulled into the pits on that Suzuki of his. So it will be the Wayne Gress machine ahead of Philip Rimmer, who will be the 2nd man in the breakfast run class. Mario Ferreira finishes down in what is 15th position as Wayne Gress and Philip Rimmer cross the line in close proximity to each other. That was the South Motorcycles Clubman's Classics Breakfast Run Motorcycles, and we've had some fantastic racing in the two wheels today.
Between us, bike 58, 32nd penalty, jump start.
Jump start for Conrad Meyer. Oh, sorry, I thought you said I must.
But that makes no difference. No, it does, because only 3 seconds between them.
You can say it, I suppose. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just heard the word that Conrad Meyer will drop a few places. He was doing very nicely, and towards the end, he didn't have quite a good go, but sadly, a jump start was detected, and that will unfortunately mean a penalty.
Between us.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Let's get ready for summer. With over 1,000 hot Wingfield vehicles to choose from, we'll assist you with all your vehicle expectations and requirements. We are the professionals. Pop in at Wingfield Motors Goodwood, Kales River, Belleville, Northgate, Friedenberg, private finance and best price for my car for world-class service and satisfaction. Also visit our websites. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car has brought out a product just for you, our valued customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and Best Price for My Car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car today or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
So I think we are going to be in for another crackerjacker in the Formula Libre single-seater class.
Yeah, it's just a shame, Frankie, there's actually a very small number of them. At sometimes this year we had a few more to join. I know we have, of course, Damien White in his Formula GTI not there at the moment. We have the Era Racing guys not there today as well, which would usually have Graham Knight as a member, because Graham Knight at the moment is out of racing for a little bit, but he's looking to come back shortly when everything is ready and everything is set. But, you know, usually at this time of the year as well, I know things can get a little thin with regards to the single-seaters, and hopefully in the new year we start up again and we have the numbers a bit.
And not just those names that you mentioned there, Byron. Erhard Versace, he's also going to be racing next year, the young man. I actually saw his car at the Killarney Motor Show we had here a couple of weeks ago, and had a chat to his dad, and he said no, the car is 100% right, but no use doing the last race of the year. They want to do a couple of track days, and then obviously in the not too distant future we will see the young man on the circuit. And I must say the car was looking very impressive, and so we'll, that's as a matter of fact, there was a very well-known Springbok rugby player that sat in the car, and that was James Dalton, that was sitting inside that motor car when I was down there with the Versace family.
Yes, he was actually having a conversation with Ashfaq Dawood earlier on, well, not earlier on that day, of course, and the man, of course, who came back a number of years ago to single-seater racing, and well, yes, he was involved to a good level, James Dalton, the Springbok. But here we go now. It's going to be DJ Boyson in his Reynard, the VW Reynard, that will be on pole position. No surprise there, 1:16.390, his fastest lap in race one. But Zaina Munson with a 1:24.495, a tenth of a second faster than Byron Mitchell in race one, will start on pole for the Formula V section. Byron Mitchell, then Hayden Elwood in the Formula Swift, Andre Lariche in the black Formula V, Reino Pence in his Class C car, because Hayden Elwood's also a Class C, Kelly Fletcher, Ricky Anderson, Cyril Somerville and Luan van Heerden are all going to get ready. There's the Swift on the screen now, minus its engine cover, and that is the 7-Up Jordan livery, a 191 Jordan livery from 1991. over 30 odd years ago, 32 years ago to be exact.
Right, so never mind about DJ Boyson. He will disappear into the distance. It's all about Class C and V. That's what it's all going to be about. As Zaina Munson is the pole sitter for that class. The lights go off and away they go. So DJ Boyson says, right guys, have a nice day. I'm out of here. Now remember that in race number 1, DJ Boyson disappeared down the road and he actually came and lapped each and every single other car out on track, and I think he will want to try and do so the same this time again as he heads into Castrol Corner. But it's all on you, Byron, for the rest of the guys from P2 all the way to the tail end of the field, which is Cyril Somerville.
Just doesn't include Hayden Elwood, unfortunately, who coasts to a halt on the Joubert Straight. And the bad luck there continues for Hayden Elwood. He had issues in race 1. He still got the checkered flag, but unfortunately no further part in this race will he play. Meanwhile, onto the Tygerberg Straight we then run now. It is going to be Boyson that will lead the way, but look behind him. There's a whole train of cars that includes Zaina Munson, and then Andre Lariche is now ahead of Byron Mitchell. Down the back straight we go. Andre Lariche will get out of the slipstream of the orange Repsol Lantis, and he will shoot towards turn 5, I should say, and take the lead of Class V at the present moment.
Well, it's all about that bunch of cars that's working its way out of Fostron Corner. Yes, we have a leader, and that is DJ, but we're going to stick with this massive fight that's coming out of turn 5, out of Fostron towards us. And leading this group is Andre Lariche. Byron Mitchell has a look up there on the inside. Look at Zaina Munson. You cannot go 3 into turn number 1. They hold back, and then we've got Drano Pence. Donovan Ramsey is right in there as well, followed there by, I think that's Kelly Fletcher. It is indeed Kelly Fletcher as this group race down towards Castrol Corner.
Look at them all nose to tail with each other. Going onto the inside of Zaina Munson will be Andre Lariche. He was trying to poke his nose onto the inside of Byron Mitchell, but Byron Mitchell will hold the lead ahead there of Lariche and Munson. Then behind them is going to be Reno Pence, Donovan Ramsey, and then Kelly Fletcher, plus then a bit of a gap before we have Ricky Anderson, Luan van Heerden, and Cyril Somerville that will round everything off. I think there was a little bit of movement from Kelly Fletcher trying to get away past in turn 4, past of course Donovan Ramsey right ahead of her.
Right, down the back main, this train of cars go, and this train has been led there by Byron Mitchell, but here comes Anja Lariche. Lariche is up on the inside. Then we've got Zaina Munson up on the inside of Reno Pence. It is a 2x2 as they work their way out of 5. Then coming through now, that is Donovan Ramsey. That's in that fight as well. It is a huge, huge fight. Ramsey coming through. Behind him is Fletcher as they all race under the City of Cape Town Bridge into turn 1.
Look at Reno Pence now trying to get his way through. Reno Pence is a Class C car, remember, at the head of that group at the moment. That means he leads Class C at the moment. Zaina Munson was briefly in the lead of Class V coming out of turn 1, but it's Byron Mitchell once again, and Zaina Munson is left vulnerable to the advances there of the black Formula Libre of Andre Lariche, but does not make it work. Meanwhile, Kelly Fletcher pierces her way through in turn 2 on Donovan Ramsey.
That gets ahead of Ramsey just behind Lariche. Through the kink they go into Interceptor, and that group has now been led there by Reno Pence. Remember, Reno races Class C, but he's also in a category called the Super Vs, as we don't have that class in Cape Town, but it is a class that runs up north. As he sits in Class C, working his way out of Saddle Sweep. Down the back straight he goes. Right there behind him is Byron Mitchell, Zaina Munson, Andre Lariche, Kelly Fletcher, and Donovan Ramsey. The whole group racing down into turn 5. They've been chased down here by Ricky Anderson, Cyril Somerville, and at the back of the field, Luan van Heerden.
Wheel-to-wheel racing between all of these Formula Vs. It is Byron Mitchell that leads the class once again. Sprinting away from him will be Reno Pence as he crosses the line once more. But Zaina Munson will now try and get into the slipstream of the car in front of him. Who is Byron Mitchell? He looks on the outside. Byron Mitchell is defensive through there, having oodles of fun, I'll tell you that much, in a Formula V. Andre Lariche will be third, fourth will be Kelly Fletcher, but under pressure she'll be sweating buckets in there with Donovan Ramsey right behind her.
Right, as they make their way towards turn 2, through Castrol Corner they go. Oh, and they are trying different racing lines out of Castrol, but Rhino Pence has pulled the pin on this one as he disappears through the kink into turn 3 Interceptor. Rhino Pence, right behind Rhino Pence is Byron Mitchell. Behind him as they work their way up the Tigerberg Straight, we've got Zaina Munson, Andre Lariche, Kelly Fletcher, Donovan Ramsey, all of them nose to tail out of turn 4.
Well, Frankie, I see flames spurting from the exhaust there of our good friend at the front, DJ Boyson, but I did see what I thought was a bit of smoke as well coming from that exhaust, so we'll have to keep watching out here. He's dominating proceedings here, a mighty gap between himself and second place man Rhino Pence, who also leads Class C at the current time. But down the back straight we then go, and out of turn 5, yes, there is the gaggle of cars. Rhino Pence will cross the line. Class C in second place overall, only one Class C car left. Byron Mitchell, Andre Lariche now up into second position and looks on the outside. We could almost have 3 abreast, Frankie, go into that turn 1 section.
Well, it's a lovely, lovely fight out there. Meantime, DJ Boyson is still way down the highway. He is far. He's going into turn 5 as we watch this group of cars making its way through Castrol Corner, and the back wing came off. Rhino Pence's car.
Oh my.
The back wing is lying on the track as you go into turn 2 Castrol Corner. That wing dislodged itself off the Rhino Pence car, and he's still leading that group coming out of turn 3 Interceptor.
Well, it's on the track in turn 2 at the moment. There goes the rear handling of that car, and the marshals will run towards the rear wing, pick it up. Good work over there from our Cape Town Killarney marshals, and just in time as DJ Boyson makes his way through that section. Meanwhile, down the back straight, you'll see that he won't be affected on the straights, but when he comes into the turns, that is where the back end is going to be very difficult to handle. When he comes through that section, does Rhino Pence. He'll run it now past the bus stop chicane underneath the City of Cape Town Bridge, and already you'll see that the Andre Lariche has closed up the gap to him. Man, oh man.
Well, I'm having a look at his car as they make their way into turn number 1. There's still part of that back wing that's on the back engine part, and if that breaks off, it could fly in any direction. That's hanging very awkward and skew there, Byron, so that could possibly be a hazard. And I think it might actually have, no, it hasn't come off. It's still on the back end of the Rhino Pence car. Sitting right in there behind him through the kink is Andre Lariche.
He might get flagged, Frankie. That's the black and orange flag. He might get it. I'm not saying he will, but if it's adjudged to be a dangerous situation or running a car in a dangerous condition, that will be the case. They go through turn 4 now. Onto the back straight will then run. And then we'll just watch that car now as they go down the back straight here. Look at the collapsed rear over there. So majority of the wing came off. Andre Lariche will close up the gap there, the leader of Class V at the moment. And then Byron Mitchell will follow suit. There is a lunge, as Frankie has pointed out to me, and here we go. It's Andre Lariche that will come past the Class C Rhino Pence car at the moment. Rhino Pence is the only Class C car left in the race, remember, and might be no more after the next lap.
Side by side as they cross the line, and Rhino Pence takes that lead back again in this group of cars from Andre Lariche in second position. Zaina Munson is moving around. He wants to get his nose ahead of Kelly Fletcher, and they're both behind Byron Mitchell, and behind the 3 of them is Gavin Ramsey as they work towards turn 2.
Now you see, Frankie, straight line speed for Rhino Pence is not going to be the problem over here. It's when he hands into the turns that you'll see that you'll get challenged by the likes of Andre Lariche. There we go, on the gas again. He'll have a slight advantage, doesn't have the drag, but now into the corners, he doesn't have the rear downforce coming through that section, and then he'll be left vulnerable to that black Formula V.
Just a reminder that we do have a man sitting out there in P1, and that is DJ Boyson, all on his own. Like I said earlier, he's chasing shadows. He's basically racing himself, in other words. And he's done a 1:15.261, all on his own, as we watch the leaders going down the back straight towards turn 5 Fostron.
And you'll see under braking here now, Frankie, into turn 5. Will Andre Lariche make a go for it? He did it the last lap. Is he close enough? He's getting in there in that corner. On the apex, he will then run and then onto the back, or the first main, the front main, I should rather say, as they will then run through the sweep, through the kink, and cross the line now. 2 laps left to go almost, but 3 laps left to go, yeah, including the one currently starting. Byron Mitchell, Zayna Munson first comes across the line, then Kelly Fletcher, and then Byron Mitchell.
As a matter of fact, as that group of cars head into turn number 1, your leader with 2 laps to go, DJ Boyson in the VW Reynard, is right on the case of these guys. He's right on there between, right in there between these 6 cars as he sails in there behind them as they exit at turn 2 Castrol.
Oh, Byron Mitchell just had a bit of a moment there. He's now back up into third in class. But look at Donovan Ramsey. That's now up into second position, but not for long as they go into turn 3 now. Byron Mitchell will dive on the inside of Ramsey, and they will put the car right ahead of him. And look who's going to follow suit there, Kelly Fletcher.
Well, here comes the leader. He's right involved with this fight, and that's not what they want at this point in time, to have DJ Boyson get past him, but he catches them at exactly the right time, at the right place, down the back main. He just tears past a whole lot of them down the back main, puts a lap on each and every single one of them, except for a Munson. Well, only for now, because they'll probably get past him before they get into turn 1, and this whole group of them exiting Fostron corner.
Well, yeah, the battle rages on between Lariche and Reino Pence. Reino Pence still keeping it ahead in that machine of his down the straight. We then run and into turn 1. The rest, though, the Formula V battle, this will be their final lap, basically. The rest of them, Andre Lariche is now on the lead lap at the present moment.
Yeah, well, here comes your overall leader. He's going to get past Lariche and not past Reino Pence yet, although he might dive bomb him in Castrol, and he does. So the leader has gone and lapped each and every single car out there, DJ Boyson, as he, with a half a lap to go, will start to disappear down the road.
Well, there we go. He goes. He's going a bit slowly there, does our leader, DJ Boyson. But he might be just pacing himself there as we go through turn 4 now. Why is he going so slowly, though? That's what I'm wondering over here. There was smoke coming from the car earlier on, and they're going down the straight now. And I don't think Reino Pence actually knows what to do here.
I don't know what he's doing. I think he might have I don't know if he's got a problem.
He was smoking earlier on.
They are not going to be quick enough to get past him, but they will be held up by him. However, he's going to win the race, DJ Boyson. There's no doubt about that. He's lapped them all. So Boyson will come home first, and then behind him we will have Reino Pence across the line, followed by Andre Lariche, and here's a line that's going to be a Munson from Fletcher. Behind Fletcher will be Mitchell from Donovan Ramsey, and then I think there's still 2 more cars out on track.
Ricky Anderson.
Yes, Ricky Anderson is the one, and the other one will be Cyril Somerville. 3 cars actually, because Luan van Heerden is also heading into turn 5 Fostron.
And yeah, now should be Ricky Anderson. Yep, the familiar livery of that car of his, Ricky Anderson, the Formula V Forza. And then the red, white and blue of Cyril Somerville. That will be 9th position. And then 10th position, we wait for Luan van Heerden. That should be coming right here, right now. A lap down as well. And that number 28 car of Luan van Heerden crosses the line, the Formula Omega, to complete the just under the race distance.
Well, there was some good stuff out there by the drivers in the Formula Libres, especially the Class C and the Class V category.
Well, Frankie, there was the wing bouncing around. If you look to the replay now, the rear wing of that car of the Class C Renault Pence VW Omega. And it will be very interesting to find out what happened there, because so it must have, yeah, just, there we go, bounce around. And thankfully we had a well-placed marshal to go and retrieve it before, just before DJ Boyson came around through turn 2.
Well, he's well placed there, isn't he? That's well placed.
Lot of classic cars. Final classic car race of the day. Coming out of the pits is Trevor Momberg in the Ford Capri. There's Melt Carstens that's out in his Cortina. And those were lovely racing in the 60s with the likes of Koos Swanepoel. And then you had the Lotus Cortinas over in the British Saloon Car Championship. And the likes of Jim Clark racing in 1966. He won the championship in the Lotus Cortina. But Koos Swanepoel, Wim Koos Swanepoel was the man in the Cortinas here in the 60s. Trevor Momberg, beautiful blue Capri, as I said. But a lot of wonderful cars out on the circuit. I can see all around me. There's the Sabat Skyline. The 29 is Jean-Andre Boertes. Jean-Andre Boertes, Bruce Avon Taplin in the Toyota Corolla. Brian Evans in his Escort, a number of Escorts out there. And then the Porsche 944 Turbo of Andrew Honeywell, one of two Gulf-colored cars out on the circuit. And if you are new to motorsport, Gulf colors is that lovely blue and orange Gulf oil colors. And that's when I say the Gulf cars, that'll be Dave Rowley in the Flat 4 Racing Beetle, or the Baby 197, as I like to call it. Yep, but anyway, Michael Hitchcock, number 67 Mustang, he stands on pole position. Alongside him, the Donadeo plant hire car, the Mark 1 Escort, who won, well, didn't win race 1. He just lost race 1 to the man starting on pole. Glenn Ayton Bogart in the Ford Granada Piranha. Look at Ferdy Maton also in his red 68 Mustang. Just ahead there of Buertus in the Skyline. The top front wheel drive car is Bruce Aventaplin in that 77 Toyota Corolla with the front bodywork, the splitter. And then it's Kerry Blows in the 240Z Nissan. That will start alongside there. Also the mighty Anglia you'll see in there of Vainant Nell. What a performer in that classic machine. As I think Wayne Lotter is just trying to get into position with that Escort of his. Yeah, Robert Rowe, the Rose and their BMWs, the 325 BMW, the Felt Services car, Theo Claessen's yesterday's heroes, Skyline GTX, the Hutchings, 1.8 litre VW Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings, Lane Hutchings in the Mark II Golf, both HSC Racing, that's Hutchings Service Centre, and the Renault safety car is standing ready to lead the field off of the grid. You know, the M&E Auto Capri of Trevor Momberg just got to get into position now. That will be the 4th place on the grid alongside Ferdy Maton. They were battling it lovely out earlier on for the Class B honours. Suburban spares car, and looks like almost everybody's into position. I know that the Anton Rolino car, the Morris Minor, is a notable absentee from this race today. A few missing, but hopefully in the new year we'll see some of them again as the GTX Theo Claessen Skyline gets into position. James Batia in his position in the Honda CRX, then Malcolm Pfeiffer in the Alpha GT, then it will be Melt Carstens in the Cortina. Dion Conradi still getting into position right behind Lane Hutchings. Warm-up lap has commenced, and leading them off will be Michael Hitchcock in the biofuel-powered Ford Mustang. A lovely collection of motor cars here. All going and filtering through turn 1 now on this warm-up lap. You'll see Phil Herald will take him around. He's gonna have to slow it down a little bit there, is old Phil. I know he's a real racer, and he loves being out there in whatever car that you give him, whether it's a Ford Mustang or a Renault Triber. He will give it his all in that safety car.
Byron, I'm looking there now at Jean-Ray Boertes in the Sabet Skyline, the ex-Richard Sorensen's car, who now resides in New Zealand. But I tell you something, if that car is in the form that it was when Dick Sorensen rode it, it should be in the front. Quite frankly, it was an absolute screamer, him and Henny van der Linde. Yes, they and late Luigi Mazzocca in the Strand Blake and Clutch one as well. Oof, those 3 Skylines were absolutely indomitable in the front. And it'd be great to see Jean-Ray just stretching the legs of that 2.8. I mean, it's a straight 6 Nissan Skyline motor. It's pretty potent. It can hang with an 8. And the car just looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from back in the day.
Yeah, Dave Hawkins also had a go in the Skyline, but reminiscing about the halcyon days.
Yeah, I mean, it's also think about the great Johan Coetzee also, after he left the Escort, got into the Skyline in the Gearmax. So many of those greats. If any of you are on that Kyle Army Facebook page, you'll see all some of the greats coming through there. Right now they make their way out of Berdemina Fostron corner. We're going to wait for the pace car to pull off. The pace car's lights are off. It pulls to the right hand side, and Michael Hitchcock has the toe as he brings it up. Alongside him is Franco Donadio. They come up towards us. They're going to cross that red line. They're going to wait for the lights to go off. Light off and away they go on the hammer down towards turn number 1. Michael Hitchcock's got the whole shot there. Franco Donadio sits there, and Trevor Momberg slots into P3 there with Ferdy Maton and Glenn Bogart, and then there is Jean-Ray Boertes.
Yeah, Glenn Bogart, not the best starters today, but he fights back on this lap, and he'll go side by side with Ferdy Maton into turn 2 now. Jean-Ray Boertes right behind the Bruce Avon Taplin, and Honeywell, look at that, getting punted off now as well. Looks like was it by Hitchcock that Donadio went into the tires. Is it the tires? No, it's actually the full concrete wall that he went into, and there will be yellow flags waving. Yellow flags will be waving here. We'll look out for you and get on the radio to see what will be happening on this very first lap of the race, because that happened so quickly, Francois.
I unfortunately missed that. I was looking at some of the other contenders. My apologies. Leading out, Trevor Momberg. Michael Hitchcock gets on the gas, pulls alongside Trevor Momberg. Ferdy Maton. And Andrew Honeywell slides up there between Bruce Avon Taplin and Jean-Ray Boertes. As they go down into turn number 5, Jean-Ray looking to come back. He'll go back at Andrew Honeywell. Oh, someone's gone off. It looks like Trevor Hutchings is in the dirt. He will come back. Michael Hitchcock, Glenn Bogart, Trevor Momberg, Ferdy Maton, Andrew Honeywell, Jean-Ray Boertes, Curry Blows. Oh, they're all crossed the line. But, the gloves are off.
Well, Hitchcock leads by 1 second over Aiton Bogart. Then it's Momberg that's leading Class B ahead of Mouton. They're going into turn 2. Yellow flags are waving there. No passing. And look at how Momberg is glued to the rear of that Granada Piranha as they go through that section out through the kink and towards turn 3 now. I saw that going through, that was Bruce Avon Taplin that finds himself at the moment at the tail end of Class B and just off of Kerry Blows in the 240Z. They all go through turn 3 once again, Interceptor corner, but we'll watch them as they come out through turn 4 onto the back straight. Look at this now. It's going to be the Granada Piranha of Aiton Bogart that's challenging the Mustang of Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock going defensive quite early on the straight and looking on the outside into turn 5. Pertamina Fastron. They'll be side by side almost through there, but just keeping it ahead will be Michael Hitchcock.
Kerry Blows is challenging his mechanic, Jandre Boertes, and Jandre hangs around the outside and says to him, Uncle Kerry, no, not like that. But Michael Hitchcock over Glen Bogart, Trevor Momberg, then Ferry Maton, Andrew Honeywell, Jandre Boertes, Kerry Blows up on the inside, looking to get past Jandre. Then it's a Bruce Evan Taplin. It's going to be Wayne Lotte, Nell, and Trevor Hutchings, and Dion Conradi.
Well, we're just trying to find out here, Francois, as they go into turn 2 once again, if there is any considerable damage on the Mustang after, of course, Hitchcock and Donadio tangled on lap 1, and that's allowing the Granada Piranha of Aiton Bogart to close up the gap. Usually, in a case like this, the Mustang will probably sprint a bit away there, but it's half a second between them, and I'm actually trying to see now here at the front of that car, going through turn 4 and onto the back straight, if there is ever sort of a issue with the right front corner of that machine. Yeah. Down the back straight we then run towards turn 5. Once again, Aiton Bogart will look on the outside of the Hitchcock leading Mustang, and then runs it to the line now on this second lap, and there will be 5 laps then left to go. All right, so let's watch them as they go now. Trevor Momberg will still hold third at the present moment. That will be first in Class B. Then it will be Mouton a little bit further back. The third place man in class will be Andrew Honeywell. But Class C currently led by Kerry Blows at the moment. But look who's closing up to him. Jandre Boertes into turn 1, and he will go onto the inside, but not going to make it work there before he has the likes of Lotte and as well as the Evan Taplin Toyota.
You cannot overtake someone who's paying your salary. You know you're not going to get a raise. So Jandre will ride shotgun for Kerry, to say the least. And Kerry Blows, but it's good for Kerry. Jandre will stick with him and will keep him honest. That's the main thing. Up behind them is Lotte, Wayne Lotte in the escort there. Bruce Evan Taplin, Willem Nel, and up behind him is Lane Hutchings.
Well, there are nose to tail here, Francois. Just watch them as they go around. But now, towards turn 5, here comes our leader and second position. Maintaining that first position is Michael Hitchcock, the man who started on pole position. But he's under immense pressure here from Aiton Bogart. Aiton Bogart had a sniff, did not make it work there, did not make it happen down the straight. It looks like he still has the legs here, does old Hitchcock, but under braking, that's where Aiton Bogart starts coming closer in, reels him in as he does. Funny enough though, they're not being caught by anybody else behind them. It is still basically spaced out until you get to the Kerry Blows and Jandre Boertes pairing. Lotte comes through there as well. Lotte second in Class C. Evan Taplin at the back end of the class behind it, but Evan Taplin dropping a few places as Nell comes up into third place in Class Hutchings. The 74 Hutchings, of course, that will be the Golf of Lane Hutchings, still hanging in there in 11th position ahead of Conradi's Toyota.
Well, lots happening. Michael Hitchcock leading out over Aiton Bogart. Momberg in third. Ferdy Maton fourth. Andrew Honeywell 5. Kerry Blows in the 260Z sits there in 6 with Jandre Boertes. Then it's Wayne Lotte, followed by Bruce Evan Taplin in the Corolla. Wynand Nels in 10th place in the Ford Anglia. Then it's Lane Hutchings in the Golf. Dion Conrad in the Conquest. McCallan sits there behind him. Rowe in the BMW. Rowley then in the Beetle. Amanda Koch there in the Escort. Then it's going to be Trevor Hutchings in the Sirocco. Theo Claassen in the second of the Skylines. And then Tritter in the Frankie's Escort. So the field pretty much spread out. The only real tussle we can talk about is the one in the front between Hitchcock and Aiton Bogart. And then Kerry and Jandre. But I mean, that's mechanic just following his boss. I don't think there's a much scuffle there. I'd actually like to see Jandre just press the buttons a little bit.
Come on, just for a little bit of entertainment value here. Look at Bruce Taplin is having a go on Wayne Lotter. They go onto the inside into turn 1 now, side by side. The Toyota, will he get ahead of the Escort? They will be side by side through the corner. The inside line going to Taplin, and then onto the Joubert Straight now. All right, so Francois, also here we have Trevor Hutchings that's battling it out at the present moment, and that will be between De Kock and Klaassen at this time, all coming through into turn 1.
Yeah, and the Frankie Kohler Escort there of Tutor also sits there with that little pack. They're having a lovely little battle towards the back end of the field. And something I think that must be quite crowd-pleasing is Dave Riley's Beetle that's still circulating. That's flat 4 Beetle from Dave Riley. Really an exquisite exhibit in its own. And here comes your leader, Michael Hitchcock, over the line. We cross the line. He's got 2 laps to go.
Yeah, that's this one and the next one, and it looks like he's broken the gap just a little bit between himself and Aiton Bogart, 1.8 seconds to be exact. Coming down the back straight though, we have a number of cars running through there. That will be the 240Z of Kerry Blows and Jean-Andre Bottas, which of course the relationship between the two of them you have been given explanation on because of Francois here, but of course it's employer-employee battle at the moment.
Come on, Jean-Ray, give it a go, lad. And he sits up there behind him. Now, Kerry Blows is actually going to bypass his brother, Craig Blows, who's sitting in the little Datsun ahead of him. And he's actually getting him to grips with it. So now it's Blows, and Bottas.
Blows right past.
And Bottas, Jean-Ray up on the inside, right on Kerry Blows' tail. Jean-Ray's right there. Ooh, he nearly nudges him at the back as he works his way through. Behind them, it's Wayne Lotter, it's Bruce Taplin, and Wynand Nel.
Yeah, Wynand Nel's just been passed through the kink now, Francois, into turn 3. He's just been passed by Bruce Taplin, the comeback man. Leaders. Yeah, last lap is going to be started now. Malcolm Pfeiffer being lapped in the Alfa Romeo, and he's going to allow Aiton Bogart to come through. But it is the final lap of the classic car race today. The Lauda classic cars into turn 1. It will be for Hitchcock. Into turn 1, it will be for Aiton Bogart.
Yeah, no, the classic cars, basically for the whole year, have really entertained us to the fullest extent. Michael Hitchcock leading out there, Glenn Aiton Bogart in second place. Then it's going to be Trevor Momberg in the Capri, head of Fadi Maton in the second in the Mustangs. Andrew Honeywell, the head there of Kerry Blows and Jean-Andre Bottas. Then it's going to be Wayne Lotter, Bruce Taplin, and Wynand Nel, who make up the top 10. And pretty much the protagonists who see much of the year at the top end of the field. And well, if anyone hasn't enjoyed classic cars in 2023, then I don't think you will ever enjoy classic cars, because this is definitely the cream of the crop from yesteryear that we have here in Cape Town.
Down the back straight for the last time today, Michael Hitchcock, who had that coming together on lap 1 with Franco Donadio. We were looking for a great battle over there. Unfortunately, we were robbed of that, but that is racing, how it works. And, well, here comes now Michael Hitchcock out of turn 5, runs it towards the City of Cape Town, Castron Wingfield Motors Bridge, and will take the flag confidently over here for win 2 of the day. A great performance here from Aiton Bogart. Getting himself second position. A lapped James Mattia comes through, the man from Stellenbosch, and then the Malcolm Pfeiffer will also be coming through lapped. Then it is the third place man and the winner of Class B is Trevor Momberg in the Capri. It will be Honeywell came. That is Ferdy Mouton, I think. I didn't see Ferdy Mouton. Oh, here he comes now. Ferdy is coming very slowly over here. He was passed by Andrew Honeywell's 944. Then Mouton, I think he might have been a moment off, and then Kerry Blows signs off the 6th position ahead of Jean-Andre Bottas. Wayne Lotter will come across the line, and that will be ahead there of, here comes of course Lane Hutchings across the line. Dion Conradi should be next. Yes, there we go. For Kalen coming through next. And then it will be Rob Rowe that will be in the BMW with the Classic Car chairman, O'Rowe, Hutchings, de Kock, and Truta. I think Rowley did come through. There we go. There's the little Beetle, flat 4 racing Beetle of Dave Rowley. And that was our Lauda Classic Cars. We now move into the last 2 events of this race day. Yes, Frankie was just letting me know now that the marshals were taking care of a small fire underneath the escort, so making quick work of that, the marshals. But it just happened in a blink of an eye over there into the concrete wall, not at full force, of course, from the side. So the man, of course, who drives that car, Donadio, tapped into a... Yeah, that was, tapped out, basically. Unfortunately, those things happen. Very busy coming through that turn 2 section. Let's see again. On the inside, the back end slipping out a little bit there of Donadio. But Hitchcock, a little out of shape for Hitchcock, definitely as well. And one of those racing incidents that you get.
Okay, who's doing Clubman? So I'm also like yeah, Gary was like giving it to me earlier on because like I'm like taking the same to you.
Brings us now to the second last race of the day, the second last race of the event, and the second last race of the Wingfield Motors Power Series for 2022. A big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for my car. Johnny, thank you so much for what you do for us. A big thanks to Pertamina Fostron, a big thanks to Porsche Club, a big thanks to Interceptor Shoewear, to Castrol, a big thanks to King Tony Tools, a big thank you to the City of Cape Town, and a big thanks as well to Smile 90.4 FM, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. And to all our class sponsors and the drivers and riders as personal sponsors as well, because without you people, we cannot go motor racing. Right, this is the second last race of the day, and it is the Thermofire's Clubman's regional saloon cars. And Charles Fisser, he's the first man that leads him out with that Super Cup car of his. And the rest of the fuel just coming through there. Oliver Hintenhouse, Jess Huggett, that was up in the commentary box with us. We were going to have a chat to Jess, but things just happened too quickly up here. There is Algan Gasper. Then we have got Gary Smith in there behind him. as the rest of the cars just filter out of Castrol Corner. There's in excess of 20 odd cars, there's about 25, 26 cars that entered Clubman's for today's event. And I do believe that all of them pitched up for qualifying this morning.
Just an update, Frankie. Earlier on, I was right outside of Faisal Jacobs' garage, the Subaru Impreza, and I asked what was the issue. Of course, the car is not geared for the circuit. It's got the Rallycross short gears. So that's the big problem at the moment. It's going to have to change gear ratios, of course, to get that top speed at the end of the straights.
Yeah, I also had a chat to Dexter Bruce before we went on air in the lunchtime show. And he said he changed nothing on that motor car except put other tires on. And obviously his gear ratio is still good enough to be able to run the longer track. But he said, Frankie, other than tires, it is exactly the way I raced it last weekend for the local rallycross. And that car is out there. As a matter of fact, it's making its way down the back straight behind Faisal Jacobs, the man that Byron was just talking about. So yes, if Faisal wanted to race that car in Clubman's next year, they'll have to sort out the gear ratio for that and then put the current ratio that he's got back in for the rallycross, unless he decides to do what Dex is going to do next year, and that Dex is going to build another motor car. And that one that he's going to build, he said to me last week, Saturday, will be for main circuit Clubman's, and the one that we see on track now will stay at the local rallycross. So a little bit of information as the cars make their way to the line. Jess Huggett puts the 7-0 car there in a pole position. Does Jess with Charles Fisser there on his outside. Oliver Hintonhouse, he's in there as well. Algon Gaspar, and then Gary Smith. That's the first 5 cars up at the line as Jess gives us a wave and a thumbs up out of the window. And then it looks like the next car coming towards us, this is Charles Opperman that's taken his position on the line, with Chiara van Niekerk coming through and Paul Minnick also filtering through as well. Dexter Bruce takes up his position. See, the marshals are busy sorting themselves out on the grid and sorting the cars out on the grid as well.
Well, Berger comes through the field now. Cedric Berger in that BMW. Frankie, that's a Class C car. That he'll put that behind the Paul Minnick number 79 accident guru car. Charles Fisser, Jess Huggett, Oliver Hintonhouse, all at the sharp end of the field. And it looks like everybody is in position.
And Byron, it's amazing how to see Chiara van Niekerk started off in Class F, and as the years went by, slowly but surely began to go and climb up that ladder. Class F, Class E, Class D, and now in Class C in the upper half of the field. And that was done very correctly and very professionally. It wasn't a race from X to F all the way up. It was slowly but surely, step by step, up the field, and that was done the correct way to get Chiara up onto the sharp end of Class C.
Now, she was mighty in the last race, Frankie, and just shows you the talent that we have coming into Clubman's as well. It's good to see a fuller Clubman's field again. We've had the bigger than this, but, well...
The most Clubman's cars I recall, and there was more, there was one time I saw 59 Clubman's cars out on track, but that was a long time ago. 58 or 59 cars, but that was a good couple of years ago.
Well, rounding off the field there at the back, Frankie, Evert Dutoy in the Ford Falcon, and Andre van der Merwe in the Huguenot Valley car. Of course, that's the Chrysler 300C, as you call it, of course, the block of flats.
That is an office block, that Chrysler. And then you still got with Van der Merwe, and then ever the toy in the Ford Falcon, which is not far behind when it comes to big motor cars.
I remember Steve Wyndham driving a Ford Falcon many years ago in Group N, remember?
Group N, Class A, the Ford Falcon of Stevie Wonder Wyndham, we called him back in the day when he was racing. But that was also a good couple of years ago, yeah.
Early 2000s, I think that was, Frankie. After, of course, he drove BMWs at one stage. He drove the Toyotas. We're talking about the late 80s, early 90s. So, yeah, wow, now we're going back, like you say there, Frankie. But, yeah, Phil Herald, the Dolphin, we call him for reasons we won't say. But
just now known as Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, there we go. It's a very distinguished name. Oh, I like it. He likes it, I know. But, yeah, they come around, Frankie, and it's going to be a humdinger of a race as per usual.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. The second last race of the day of the season. And it is Clubman's, Thermophire's Clubman's will end off with the Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT. That will be the last race of the day, but that will be after this one. As the lights in pit lane are on, the lights go off. Now they drop the hammers and off they go as they run down into turn number 1, and you're not going to stop Charles Fisser. Charles sits down the outside. Hintenhouse goes between Fisser and Huggett, and Oliver Hintenhouse hits the lead. He gets the whole shot out of turn number 1, does Ollie Hintenhouse. Down the Jabez Straight they go towards Castro Corner. Hintenhouse P1, it's Fisser P2, Huggett P3. Then it is Augen Gasper that is there in that 4th position, Byron, ahead there of Gary Manwaring.
And Paul Minnick has spun it out of contact in turn 2. I can't see who exactly hit Paul Minnick over there, but I can see there's a BMW that's slowing down as well.
That BMW is Class X. That's Gemma Olin that is slowing right down.
Gemma Olin, but I think Gary was just pointing out it could have been Cedric Berger, that had a contact there with, of course, Paul Minnick. Down the straight, though, Hintenhouse leads the way. Class X car from Class X car, Charles Fisser. Well, he made quick, easy work of him, though. They'll chase down to turn 5, Pertamina Fastron, and come around to complete that first lap, Frankie.
Yeah, I'm watching Faisal Jacobs, and I can understand what you are saying as they go into 5. He's battling out there with that Rallycross gear ratio. However, coming under the City of Cape Town Bridge to complete the opening lap. These are front runners racing down into turn number 1, and if Charles Fisser wanted some competition, he will get it here from Ollie Hintenhouse as they exit turn number 1. Oliver Hintenhouse not going to give him any room to play. He squeezes him up against the outside apron and says, no, Fisser, you stay there, as they work their way into turn 2, with Huggett watching them as they exit Castrol Corner.
Yeah, turn 2, there also will be Smith coming through that section, Gaspel, and then Van Niekerk at the sharper end of the field, 2.8 seconds ahead of the 133 of Cedric Berger. And look at the whole gaggle of cars a little bit further back. Faisal Jacobs in there. Is that John De Silva that's in there as well? I think so. And the Chrysler coming through into 3 now, as has a stab at, not surprisingly, at Faisal Jacobs.
Yeah, that group of cars is now making its way through turn number 4. That fight we've got to watch. And we'll see them come into view now on the screen. There they go through the screen. And Charles Opperman leads that one. And right behind him is Dexter Bruce, followed there by John De Silva. Then it's Andre van der Merwe. Faisal Jacobs is in that fight, and so is Jenna Olin, as they race down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards Fastron Corner. But the leaders are making their way, Byron, into turn 1.
Well, being forced to go the long way around is Charles Fisser. Meanwhile, Hintenhouse will still hold the lead for now, and they'll chase it down towards turn 2 now. But look at this, on the outside will be Fisser once again. It was not going to be a foregone conclusion, and I see Jess Huggett might just close up the gap. He's 1.6 seconds back. The more they keep each other occupied, the more opportunity there is, as another opportunity may have come up here for second place man to get through on the lead.
But a lovely fight that's heading into turn 2, and it's been led there by Charles Opperman. He's got Dexter Bruce right on his case. John De Silva's there. Andre van der Merwe through turn 2. And then Evert de Toy having a lunge up on the inside there of Gemma Olin as they exit turn 2. And Lucas coming right back at them through the kink is Paul Minnick. After having trouble out there, he's back in the fight again with that group heading into 3, into Interceptor as the leaders are making their way out of turn 5 out of Fastron.
Run it to the line then. That'll be 5 laps left to go when they cross the line here. And if you look at the times here, Charles Fisser, 1:23.388, fastest lap of the race. He's now in the lead of the race. And between them it was 5 hundredths of a second. Now it's 3/10 of a second between the two of them. Just the opposite way around as they have the 5 more laps left to go. Jess Huggett still holding in there, 2.7 seconds back. Smith, Gaspel, Van Nikkak, and then Cedric Berger ahead of Dexter Bruce in 8th, Frankie.
Yeah, the two front runners heading into turn 2, but we're going to watch this fight that's coming down towards us under the Castrol Bridge, and Dexter Bruce has got his nose ahead of Sean Opperman. They're all chasing Cedric Berger into turn 1, then John De Silva coming through, and then these two huge motor cars going into one, the Chrysler and the Falcon of Van der Merwe and De Toy. And right on their case is that nimble Golf of Paul Minnick.
Out of the kink and now to turn 3. Look at Chiara van Nick actually locked up into turn 1, and she's made a pass now past Algen Gaspel as they go on to that Tigerberg straight now towards turn 4. In the distance you'll see there Smith.
Fight for the lead. It's a side-by-side fight for the lead into turn 5, into Pertamina Fastron. And I'll tell you what, Ollie Hintenhuis is making life very, very complicated here for Charles Opperman and Charles Fisser, and vice versa as they race each other side-by-side into turn 1.
Yeah, you'll have the inside light now, Frankie Hintenhuis. Last time around it was Fisser in the lead, but now it's going to be Hintenhuis one more time as we look now at where Smith is. Huggett's gone. Smith is up into 3rd. Huggett comes into the pit lane with an ailing Jetta into the pits. That's heartbreaking, unfortunate over there, Frankie.
Yeah, that's not the way Jess wanted to end this season. As we watch Chiara van Nikkak come out of turn 1 behind Gary Smith, and she's ahead there of Algen Gasper. And then we've got this whole group of cars that's making their way into turn 1. But where are the leaders? They should be heading out of 4. Yes, they are. Out of Saddle Suite. Down the back main they go. And this is going to be game on between Oliver Hintenhuis and Charles Fisser. Here they go. Nose to tail. Fisser's closing up. He's got the toe on him. Racing down into Fastron, but not close enough to make a lunge into Fastron for that lead. And when they come around, they'll have 3 more laps to go.
Let's see them charge to the line now towards the city of Cape Town. Wingfield Motors and Castrol Bridge. Onto the main straight they then run. He'll be off the racing line is Hintenhuis. He'll go on the defensive here very early, forcing locking up Fisser to go the long way around, and he won't make it stick there. Then it's a mighty gap, and of course the 76 just got the fastest lap of a 1:22.367. It's a 1/10 of a second faster than Charles Fisser's best lap time on the last lap.
That fight for 3rd place, yes. Well, the fight for 1st is still going on. And 2nd, 3rd is coming out of turn 1. And that is Gary Smith. And right behind Gary Smith as they make their way towards turn 2 is, believe it or not, Chiara van Nikkak. She's right there with Algen Gasper that sits there behind that lot. And then here comes the Chrysler towards turn 2. And that is Van der Merwe, and right behind him and catching him is Dexter Bruce. But The leaders are still nose to tail into turn 5, Hintenhuis and Fisser.
Just a quick one, Frankie. A storming drive from Paul Minnick now up into 8th past Opperman now. And remember, the man in Class D, the only man in Class D. As we look at the leaders, Hintenhuis will still hold it. He'll go defensive once again, forcing the man behind him to go the long way around here. He's got straight line speed. Here's under braking now. They'll run. On the inside will be Hintenhuis. There'll be only 2 laps left to go here, Frankie, before we get the flag.
But now it gets interesting for these two because they've got 2 back markers as they work their way towards Castrol Corner. They've got 2 back markers. They're going to run around the outside of the back markers going into Castrol Corner. Oh, they got past one, and that was Adam Omar that they got past. And man, those back markers held their line, and the 2 of them get through as they work their way into Interceptor.
Oh, just to show you how close they were, Frankie, a 1/10 of a second faster on the last lap was Charles Fisser. They crossed the line, 79 thousandths between each other, and that traffic really affected Oliver Hintenhuis there. They're going to come down with only a lap and a bit left to go.
Yeah, 3rd place coming out of Castrol Corner, that is Gary Smith, followed there by Algan Gasper, and right on his case is Kiara van Niekerk, but we've got to go back to the fight for the lead. Somebody went off down there in Fostron, rejoined again because there's a lot of dust out there as they exit. It's one of the Beamers that's going very slow. I'll tell you now, it could be Gemma Olin in the 36. It is Jenna that went pretty slow, keeping right out of the way. But all of a sudden, as they go into turn 1, Byron, Fisser is not only just ahead of Hintenhuis, there's a big gap between the 2 of them. I wonder if that back marker didn't play a role in Hintenhuis losing a bit of ground there to Fisser. It's possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Frankie. He's not looking particularly good on this particular lap. And, Fisser will make his way for the last time today through turn 2. And now through the kink, he will go towards turn 3. The leaders will make their way through that 3rd turn and onto the Tigerberg Straight for the last time today.
Yeah, the leader making his way on the final lap into turn 4, into Saddle Sweep. He's got a back mark ahead of him. That is Faisal Jacobs as they exit 4. Down the back man they go. Faisal will just hold his line. He knows that with a gear ratio, there's not much he can do at this point as he works his way, does Charles Fisser into Fostron for the final time. Quite some distance there, Byron, ahead of Oliver Hintenhuis.
It was a fine battle while it lasted, and here comes the Super Polo now, the Super Cup car of Charles Fisser taking the overall victory today and Class X victory. And you'll finish ahead here of the Hintenhuis BMW, but there's smoke coming there from the back of that Faisal Jacobs Subaru.
Yeah, I think that car's taken a bit of a hammering with the gear ratio not being the same. Next car on the lead lap should be coming towards us. We've got 2 back markers coming through, and then we've got the Gemma coming through. She's also very slow, and coming towards us now is Gary Smith. He will finish on the lead lap, and behind Gary Smith we have got Algan Gasper, and right on his case is Kiara van Niekerk as they take the checkered flag.
Gasper must have had a shot back somewhere, Frankie, because he was behind Van Niekerk for a little while. That, of course, at the top 3 in Class C. Now, look at this here. We have Dexter Bruce going to be coming home in 6th position, just ahead of Paul Minnick. Just ahead of Paul Minnick. A Class X 3rd place for Bruce, and of course the Class B man, the only Class B man in the field, Minnick, up into 7th. What a drive.
Here comes Charles Opperman towards the line, and behind Opperman is Eva de Toy in the Ford Falcon. And then here comes John De Silva, and behind him is Andre van der Merwe, and then the 107 out there of Zahir Phillips in the Jetta 3.
And altogether, that looked to be 18 of them reaching the finish. Out of the few more that started, Haggett unfortunately out of the race, coming into the pits. and of course Renard did not start the race, but Fisser, 4.7 seconds between himself and Hinton House Smith, the winner of Class C, and then Minnick ahead of everybody, of course, in Class B. Toy was second in Class B. It was actually Opperman that's the only man out there in Class D.
Right, that concludes the Thermofires Clubman Saloon cars for the day. One more race to go. It's the Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT.
Too hot to touch. You know I got the juice, and I'm out here making moves. Gonna sing you to the moon. I'm just doing what I do. When you see me coming through, everybody make some room. I'm the best, middle finger to the rest. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Medals hanging on my chest. I'm the best, I'm the best. Right, here we go as the final race makes its way out onto the circuit. Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT cars. And remember that was trouble out there in race number 1 for Steve Humble. That car stopped, then they got that car going. And then he cut and carved his way from the tail end of the field all the way through to the sharp end in the pull beam. And he will be out there together with the other pull beam of Francis Carruthers. Stevie in the MP91 LMP pull beam, and Carruthers in the MP84, both of them of Harp Motorsport, and Stefan Humble of Ravenel sponsorship as well. Right, here we go with the Wild Rose Gin Sports and GT race over 10 laps. Dr. Mike Verrier in the Z4.
There is Martin Pugh, another car coming out pit lane. That is Davi Hubert in the Lotus Exige. The Rembrandt Racing and Wild Rose Lotus Exige of Davi Hubert. Car number 18 making its way out onto the circuit with the others. Good couple of Nissan 350Zs out on the circuit. As we watch them make their way around. Divan Lasmore is the one. Connor Kilbride is the other one out there. That's the 42. And then we'll have Emil Buerta. So there'll be 3 Nissan 350Zs out there. Oh, there should be a Gavin Erasmus as well, which will then make it 4. We'll have a look, see if they are all there. Over to see those 6-cylinder Nissan 350Zs, as we said earlier on, the same engines that they used back in the Shelby Can-Am days. They were called the Vodacom Sports Prototypes before they changed the name to Shelby Can-Am.
Remember the ice soccer?
Right, yeah, they come up towards the line, and it's Steve Humble that holds the pole position. Up alongside him is Davi Hubert. Now, Steve Humble really wound up the week here now as they take it out. Steve Humble gets the accelerator. Clinton Thorne's in there. Oh, it smoke pours off that car. It's Humble locking up the brakes. I almost thought something went pop. But he's going to check out. I think he's going to upduck and disappear. Is Humble? Indeed he is. And I don't know if Davi Hubert will have a retort, but have a look at Clinton Thorne. Gary Kisvetter coming in there now in P4. Clinton Thorne sitting in a solid 3rd at the moment, Frank.
Yeah, and then we've got Mike Verrier, and on his outside we have got, well, up on the inside is Divan Lasmore. On the outside of Lasmore, that looks like it's Martin Pugh. It is indeed Martin Pugh. I can see on the screen here that's hanging around on the outside, and he's now just ahead there of Martin Prince, and behind them is, I think it's Connor Kilbride and Emil Buerta.
There's a little bit of traffic down in turn number 5 as Steve Humble and Davi Hubert get through Clinton Thorne, Gary Kisvetter. It's then Francis Carruthers, Mike Verrier, and then a whole gaggle of cars going. Divan Lismore there, Martin Pugh and Martin Prince in the Cup car. Porsche sits in there. Connor Kilbride goes through our whole gaggle of cars. Nice and tight here, mid-pack. And Divan Lismore has a look at Martin Pugh.
Right, as the cars make their way around, the leader is making his way into turn 3. Into turn 3, interceptor corner. That is a Stevie Humble, and that pull beam is super quick around here through the double right-hander. Turn 4, Sarl sweep. Down the back main goes Steve Humble in that lightning quick motor car. Then behind him is the Lotus Exige as they work their way into turn 5, Fostron of Davi Hubert. Then Clinton Thorne, followed by Gary Kisvetter as they make their way down the back straight and into turn 5, into Fostron corner, and then the other pull beam of Francis Carruthers.
What has Davi Hubert found? Because he suddenly just turned up the wick, and it's right behind Steve Humble.
But have a look at this time by Davi Hubert, a 109.976. That is incredibly quick. Davi Hubert, as you say, what has he found in that Lotus Exige as they work their way towards Castrol corner?
Yeah, he's right up behind Steve Humble as Davi Hubert. I don't know if he's turned up the turbo pressure or something, the boost, and suddenly he's got a lot of fly. Steve Humble got the message. He puts the hammer down, and the Sports and GT last race of the season, they're giving it their all as they work their way up to Sorrel Sweep. Steve Humble, Davi Hubert. Hubert is now suddenly just pulled away from Clinton Thorne by a country mile, and is now in pursuit of Steve Humble, who's now decided he'll light up the pull beam as he works his way down towards Pertamina Fostron corner, and Davy Ubé is in hot pursuit.
But in turn 3 in Interceptor corner, we've got a 4-way battle coming out there. It's one of the few battles on the track, and it's Dr. Mike Verrier in the Z4 that leads that one going into turn 4. Mike Verrier in the Z4, down the back main he goes, and he's got Martin Pugh there, right on his case, down the back main, followed by Devon Lusmore and the Porsche of Martin Prince.
Well, here's a retort to take note of. Steve Humble comes back on a 109.544 versus Davy Ube's 109.46. So, the gala is on at the front end of the field, and we'll have to keep an eye on that. Here's Mike Verrier over here, Martin Pugh, Martin Prince, Stephen Lismore across the line now, make their way down towards turn number 1. Connor Kilbride bringing his 350Z up towards the line. The leaders are absolutely flying. Steve Humble comes out of 4 down the back straight. Up behind him, it's Davy Ubé in the Wild Rose Jet Lotus Exige. Wings bearing up all over the show. It actually looks like a low-flying aeroplane going down into turn number 5 as Davy Ubé. And Davy has definitely done something because he's now found a lot of pace and is not too far off Steve Humble. Steve Humble still pushing as hard as he can. So to Davy Ubé.
Right, here they come through. This fight coming out of turn number 3 and heading into turn 4 now. That is that fight on track with Mike Verrier. And Mike Verrier has got right in there behind him Martin Pugh, Martin Prince and Devon Lusmore. That's a lovely battle going down into turn 5 into a Fostron corner. And that is about the only real battle out there. Where are the leaders? They, as a matter of fact, are working their way out of turn 3, and that is still Steve Humble from Davy Ubé as we watch this fight, the one we just spoke about, racing into turn number 1.
Yeah, Mike Verrier, Martin Pugh, Martin Prince and Devon Lismore. There's those 4 cars, and they're up behind Francis Carruthers. So they're having a jollification. Yeah, you see them coming up, and Pugh looking up on the inside. Very whenever it. Martin Prince in that Porsche, and Mike Verrier goes wide, and Pugh goes through. And Pugh's having a bit of good fortune for a change. That car's given him a lot of trouble throughout the year, and now he's doing pretty well. He's got that Can-Am working under him, and everything's been sorted there. That's nice to see. Coming up here, there's that Can-Am coming into, and Mike Verrier in the BMW sits up there behind him. So they work their way through down towards turn number 5.
Well, the leaders are making their way through the kink and heading into Interceptor corner. And Steve Humble still with that 109.058. Man, he has gone super quick around here. 106 is the quickest lap, and then a 108. And those are the top 2 laps at Killarney, the top 2 fastest laps, and here comes Humble with a 109.058, and those 2 cars are chasing each other into Fostron corner.
I must admit, the road holding out of those cars is something incredible at that speed. They don't even twitch underfoot. And Kilbride will see the lights there of Steve Humble. He'll stay out of harm's way. Humble will just blow past him. So too will Davy Ubé. And just cruising around on a 109.6, nothing spectacular coming out of Steve Humble. 109.6, I wish. That is absolutely flying around Killarney.
Right, we can pick up on the other cars as they make their way around, working their way out of 5, out of Fostron corner. Another car on the lead lap, that is Clinton Thorne that's coming towards us. He's on the lead lap, you'll see him in turn 1. And he's all on his own, and here comes Gary Kieswetter in the Martini Racing Porsche heading into turn 1 as well. So the field is pretty much spread out except for the fight for first and second, Francois, and then this group of cars that's working their way out of 5 Fostron.
Francis Carruthers comes over the line, then it's going to be Martin Pugh, behind him Mike Verrier, Martin Prince, and then Devon Lismore. A lovely mixture of cars here. And Mike Verrier just fending off there. Martin, I think Martin Prince has got the armory to get through. Here come your leaders. Steve Humble over the line, 109.669. Davio Bear 110.5, a little bit off the boil. I think that heat gauge is going up in Davio Bear's car. He's trying to nurse it, and well, have to look, see what happens there. But the leaders now coming up there into Castrol Corner. It's that long right hand. It's a 180-degree right hander. You work your way around. If you don't take it tight, it'll spit you out on the outside. But they both hug it tight. Down through the kink, down into Interceptor Corner goes Steve Humble with Davio Bear in close pursuit. Oh, Steve Humble prepped a real race car here. This is a X-Factor Lamar car that is riding around here. Davio Bear there with a custom-built sports Lotus Exige. And he's giving it a good haul as they make their way down towards Pertamina Fostron Corner, turn number 5.
Well, let's put this into perspective. The first two was working their way into turn 5, into Fostron, and then that fight that's going on behind Martin Pugh, they're going to catch that fight, and that is Mike Verrier, Martin Prince, and Devon Lusmore. They're going to pick them up as they work their way into turn number 1, into holes. That's where our two front runners are going to pick up these guys, and these guys are not slow. Trust me, believe me, they are not slow, that is for sure. As they head into Castrol Corner, that fight has been led there by Francis Carruthers with Martin Pugh behind him, and then we've got Mike Verrier, and here we go, and through the kink into Interceptor, and Steve Humble is already cutting and carving his way through. He's gone past 3 of them in Interceptor Corner, and Davio Bear in P2 must still try and get them either into turn 4 or down the back main into turn 5 Fostron.
Davio Bear gets caught up in the traffic. He doesn't have free flow. He's got to get to turn 4, which releases Steve Humble. So that is game over for Davio Bear as Steve Humble gets through. Steve's got a bit of a traffic there in turn 5, and he gets through past his stablemate, and that is Francis Carruthers, who's down in 5th and just blows by him. Martin Pugh riding a brilliant race up behind Carruthers. Then Mike Verrier, and Davio Bear's got a problem. Davio Bear slowing down.
Well, I noticed that when they went into turn 5, into Foster, he never made the move on Martin Prince, and he backed out of it. So that's clearly where the problem began for him. He's still sitting there behind Devon Lusmore as they work towards turn 2. There you see them go through into Castrol Corner. That group of cars ahead of him is Lusmore. Ahead of Lusmore is Prince. Ahead of Prince is Mike Verrier. And ahead of Mike into Interceptor Corner is Martin Pugh. And ahead of him is Francis Carruthers. As this is the last lap. And the leader is making his way down the back straight and making his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron Corner.
Frankie, I think the big thing is that Davio Bear caught a bit of hot air and that chased up the heat gauge, so he's just laid off. Here comes your leader and your winner of heat number 2 and heat number 1 is Steve Humble. Steve Humble takes race number 2. Second will be Davio Bear, but lingering and limping around the circuit. Over the line is Clinton Thorne in 3rd, Gary Kieswetter 4, Francis Carruthers, Martin Pugh, Mike Verrier, Martin Prince, Devon Lismore, and then Connor Kilbride, Emil.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Francois. Davio Bear is not going to finish this race.
It's gone into the pits.
Davio Bear pulls that car into pit lane.
Oh, well.
Literally with a checkered flag in sight.
Well, that means Clinton Thorne is going to come home in 2nd place. There he goes out of turn number 5. Clinton Thorne, who's done pretty well in that car of his, comes over the line. Be happy with that one. And Devon Pillay comes over the line.
Oh, here comes Gary Kieswetter to the checkered flag in the Martini Racing Porsche. And then it is Neil Botha that will finish his race in the Nissan 350Z.
Coming to the line, Gavin Erasmus and Ray Farnham. And they That's the whole field across the line, and yeah, great stuff. Well, thanks to all the spectators that have come out here. Thanks to all the competitors that have entertained us. Thank you to the marshals that have done a sterling job. Thank you to the powers that be. And from our side, Francois Butler signing off. I'll hand over to Frankie. He'll have a couple of words to say. And I'm sure Byron would like to chip in as well.
Yeah, I want to just say goodbye to Gary walking down the stairs. He's still got to go all the way to Saldanha. There's an oval track race meeting there. So he's got to go and join our fellow commentator FC Nieuwoud there in Saldanha. So safe trips to Gaza. But yeah, what a day's racing we've had. Fantastic, fantastic racing. All classes, all categories, cars, bikes. And today is one of the race meetings that I can say each and every single race from 8:30 this morning up until now has been absolutely brilliant.
And the perfect way to end off a season as well, Frankie. The Power Series has come to its conclusion for 2023. One red flag today. Not much bad or wrong going on. So, and our marshals and our cleanup crews and everybody were on point today and kept this race meeting running like clockwork.
Yeah, so from myself, Frankie Yennis, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Wherever you find yourself, I want to say big thanks to all our sponsors. To Wingfield Motors, a big, big thanks, Johnny van Niekerk. 10 years he's been with us, and we'd love to have him for another 10 years on board. And then, of course, to Pertamina Fostron, to Castrol, to Interceptor Shoewear, big thanks to them, to the Porsche Club, to King Tony Tools, City of Cape Town, and Smile 90.4 FM. A big thank you to each and every single one of you, and of course our class sponsors as well.
And thanks to everybody up here in the commentary box. Frankie Yennis, Francois Butler, Gary Fleming. No Emil Tiny Brunt today, unfortunately, and we did miss him dearly. And hopefully next time when we start up again, Tiny will be with us in the commentary box where he belongs. And well, from myself, Byron Hunt, I'm going to sign out now as well. Travel safe, have a lovely rest of your weekend. There's Grand Prix tomorrow. And thank you to IMUSAT as well for the live stream. Thanks everybody, and until we speak and we'll meet again next time, this is Byron Hunt signing out.
That brings us to another sensational day here at the Power Series. But not just the end of the race there, but also the end of a racing season.
Absolutely. Today I had so much emotions and excitement, nerves and everything thrown together with it being the final race of the year. We look forward to the new year coming.
Indeed we do, folks, and that's exactly it. So many incidents today, so many crashes, so much good racing though, but we saw a lot of twisted metal scattered all over the circuit.
One of the most accidents I've seen in one day in a while, but everybody's fine, happy, no ambulance, so we're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody gets to go home and repair their cars, and the rest of us get to go home and prepare for next year. That's exactly what we're going to be doing, folks, and we wish all of you an incredible festive season with your families, with your friends. We're going to call it a day for today. My name is Ernest Page.
And Shantae De Beer.
And we'll see you guys next year.